At the XX branch of Guangming Bank in Santai City, Yahai Province, a young man staggered in carrying two large black bags. He held a phone in his hand, still echoing with a voice saying, "I heard you sold your house to start a business." The voice was full of disdain. "With your brains, starting a business? Aren't you just going to increase the GDP of society?" The young man tried to persuade, "Brother, I want to succeed just once." It turned out to be Su Jingyang, and the person he called brother said, "Succeed? From childhood to adulthood, when have you ever succeeded? You've always been a loser. Jingyang, get rid of that illusion while you still can, you good for nothing. From now on, don't call me brother anymore. We're cutting ties." The cold words made him feel depressed. Jingyang recalled, from childhood to adulthood, every time he shot a slingshot, he hit himself. He sighed, every time he skipped school to go to internet cafes, he got caught. And what made him most sad was that his college entrance exam scores were so bad that even the worst school in the country didn't want him. Finally, when he went out to work, he never successfully negotiated a contract. He said to himself, "I'm too eager to succeed, even just once." At this time, the staff member said, "Customer number 1069, please go to window number 3 for service." Jingyang reminded himself, "The money from selling the house is my only chance." Suddenly, a large screen appeared in front of him. "New World Depreciation System downloaded successfully. Global prices have been adjusted down 1 million times. Only your total assets remain unchanged." It displayed, "Depreciation System, your current assets are 2,150,000 yuan, 9 jiao and 3 fin, already saved into the system." Jingyang was stunned. What the heck is this new world price adjustment? He looked around and said to himself, "Maybe it's because I want to succeed too much, and I'm hallucinating." He put the large black bag on the counter. "Forget it, I'll deposit the money first, and then think about it. After that I'll go home and sleep then," he said. "Hello, I want to deposit some change." The staff member was annoyed. "How annoying, I want to go home early on such a rainy day." She secretly despised him. "Looking at this plastic bag, I know there won't be much money. I'll have to count it for half a day. Damn it, why do I always encounter these poor people?" Before she could think further, a dazzling light from the bag stunned her. She looked at the large pile of money inside. Then she trembled and asked, "You, handsome, how much do you want to deposit?" Jingyang replied, 8,000 yuan. She quickly said, "Our branch can't handle your transaction. I'll immediately contact the head office to help you. Please wait, a private car will be here right away." The staff member secretly sighed. Heavens, are all rich people so casual? 8,000 yuan in change, and they use a plastic bag to carry it. Jingyang scolded. "It's not good to talk to other people while handling a transaction, is it? Be careful, I complain about you." When Jingyang went outside, he was greeted by a man and an armed team. "Respected guests, please get in the car." This event immediately stunned him. Just like that, 3 identical luxury cars took him away. The distinguished guest has been escorted into the car, preparing to depart. Jingyang muttered to himself inside, "I'll just criticize this matter once, I won't complain, okay?" He felt very confused. What's going on? I'm only depositing 8,000 yuan, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Outside the car window, he saw a notice, "Today's Mingnyo Pure Milk Special Price, 1 hao for 10 cartons." A happy young man called, "Mom, my bonus this month is at least 5 su. He also said I'll send 4 su to you when I get back." Jingyang was stunned. Huh? 1 hao for 10 cartons of milk, 5 su bonus. He recalled the system's words, "New World Depreciation System downloaded successfully. Global prices have been adjusted down 1 million times. Only your total assets remain unchanged." He suddenly thought, wait, could it be that I didn't miss her earlier? The man who greeted him said, "Hello, sir. I am the person in charge of the Guangming Bank head office in Santai City. How high?" Jingyang muttered, "Why does it feel a bit absurd?" He inquired, "Director Chen of the bank, this suit of yours is not bad. I wonder how much it costs to tailor." He thought to himself, how high is one of the top capitalists in Santai City? Before, when I went to the head office, I was chased out by the security guards just for looking at the photos in the lobby. He calculated, if I can build a relationship with him, maybe he can help me out. How Hai smiled and said, "It's not a very high-end fabric, it only costs 2 su." Jingyang was surprised. 2 su? Are you kidding me? Xinjiang's mind exploded. It seems that other than my 2 million plus, the prices of everything else in the world have decreased. If it's really as it said. A decrease of 1 million times than my current assets are. A second later, he took out a banknote from the black bag. He wondered, I wonder if the paper money has changed after this world transformation. Holding the banknote in his hand, he commented, it feels a lot thicker than before, and the material seems to be better too, not easily damaged. Xinjiang thought, I wonder what it looks like inside, let's tear it open and see. His action stunned Hao Hai, who exclaimed, are the hobbies of rich people so special? He secretly regretted, that's a limited edition banknote that can only be obtained when you reach a certain amount of assets. And he's tearing it just like that? Hao Hai and the armed team surrounded him. Mr. Su, we've arrived, this is our head office. A beautiful girl appeared and introduced herself. Hello Mr. Su, my name is Lin Yurong. I'm mainly responsible for your deposit business this time. So her name is Lin Yurong. Xinjiang was mesmerized by Yurong's beauty. He said, then I'll trouble you. I'm here to deposit money. She sweetly replied, yes, I understand, I'll process it immediately. Xinjiang thought to himself, so beautiful, this body, this face is very nice. Yurong seriously sat down to make records in the ledger. Xinjiang sat on the chair and began to ponder. First, they sent a car to pick me up, and then they arranged for a beautiful girl to handle the transaction. According to normal practice, shouldn't they be trying their best to persuade me to make a fixed deposit? Why is it so quiet? He also noticed Hao Hai's silence. This is not good. Why is this old fox not saying anything? He speculated, could it be that he's planning to gradually reveal his true colors after processing this transaction? A moment later, he surprisingly opened his phone. So fast, the deposit has already been processed. His phone rang. Alipay reminder, your Guangming Bank savings card has received 8,268 yuan. It continued, your current total account balance is 664,188 yuan, 8 jiao and 5 fen. The teacup in Yorong's hand fell to the ground. Both of them stopped and looked at him. The phone in Xinjiang's hand said, to prevent you from spending money recklessly, the remaining 1,500,000 has been deposited into the bank's perpetual system. Based on an annual interest rate of 10%, an estimated 12,000 yuan, with monthly interest payments to your bank account. Hearing this, he frowned. Why is there so little? Hao Hai and Yurong were stunned. 664,188. They thought, 660,000. Does he know that the richest person in Xiaohua only has 380,000? And he says there's so little? What level of billionaire is this? Immediately, both of them bowed at a 45-degree angle. Mr. Su, please give me face and give me a chance to host a banquet for you. Yurong enthusiastically said. If you need anything from me in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Xinjiang smiled and replied, okay, everyone can continue with their work, I'm leaving. Hao Hai was overjoyed. Such a wealthy billionaire came to my place to handle business. Awesome. I have something to brag about at the National Bank Directors Meeting. Yurong blushed, so rich and handsome, approachable and down-to-earth. Which girl is worthy of him? At the Yunhai Fitness Club, Xinjiang was still lost in thought. How Hai did so much, just to hear a reminder of my balance, right? This old fox, he's probably already eyeing all my assets. I just don't know what he's planning. Forget it, I'll deal with it when it comes. What's the point of thinking so much? He stretched a few times and muttered, I'll work out a bit, then go have dinner with my buddy Qingbala. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him, here to freeload again? The girl with the perfect figure, gracefully tying her hair, was named Bao Lao. Xinjiang couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Bao Lao scolded, is it pretty? Do you want to lie in bed and look at it later? He laughed, how dare I? A second later, the girl sighed softly. Xinjiang was curious, what's wrong? What happened? She punched him, isn't it because of performance? Yesterday, they gave another new order to that bitch Lily. Bao Lao lamented, a whole 800 hao worth of hong, gone just like that. He also sighed, I'm not used to the unspoken rules of the workplace, it's normal to be alienated. But with your personality, you really can't accept those twists and turns. He thought, here I am lecturing others, but I haven't accomplished anything myself. Then Xinjiang suggested, okay, how about I buy your course, and help you get first place in performance. He plotted, with the discount system, I can definitely succeed. Paula didn't believe him and laughed at him. Don't tease me, you're poorer than me. Take some time to get a haircut before you say anything else. Watching the girl's figure leave, Xingyang thought, last time I failed in business. He recalled, when he wanted to jump off the bridge, she saved him. She even let him stay in another bedroom of her apartment. Paula even enthusiastically opened the door and led him to look around. Thinking of her pure appearance, Xingyang vowed, now that I have the ability, I must help her. At the Donna Carhon clothing shop, Xingyang was stunned. Aren't we going home? Why did you bring me here? Paula replied, I have to attend a party in a few days. I'm here to rent a dress. The staff member warmly greeted them. This lady, your figure is really amazing. We have many clothes that suit you. What style do you like? Xingyang looked around. Great. The clothes here don't seem cheap. High-end goods. And she's not afraid to spend the capital to rent a dress. It seems she values this gathering a lot. Suddenly, a voice rang out outside. Paula, isn't that Paula? The girl with purple hair spoke arrogantly. It really is you. Why are you here? It turned out to be Song Jia, and the man next to her was Sun Pansy. Paula's expression darkened. Song Jia. She began to show off. Honey, this is the campus belle when I was in college, a true goddess. The number of wealthy sons she rejected back then is countless. Isn't she amazing? Pansy revealed a greedy look at Paula. Not bad, the next one is you. Song Jia asked, oh right, Paula, I just heard you're here to rent a dress? Is it for your Ye's birthday party? If you don't have money, don't pretend, ordinary clothes are fine. After all, you're naturally beautiful. Be careful of revealing your true colors then. Her words made Paula angry. You. Before she could say anything, Xingyang stood in front of her to protect her. Indeed, Paula is naturally beautiful, much better than some people who have ordinary appearances and are also mean and vicious. Song Jia shouted, you poor wretch from the ravine, don't you need to herd sheep today? Do you even have the right to speak here? Paula, don't tell me he's your boyfriend. She began to attack. Paula, don't you like to pretend? Are you starting to pick up scraps now? Or are you saying you're also a piece of trash? Paula's expression turned serious. Then, Song Jia arrogantly showed off, I'm here to buy clothes. Some people who rent clothes have to go line up outside. Hurry up and get lost. Suddenly, Pansy next to her pushed her away. Friend Song Jia, right? He said, why can Song Jia talk like that? I'm rich. It's okay to give Paula a set. See if there's any set that you like. I'll buy it for you. Seeing that she was a bit wary, he persuaded, don't worry, I do what I say. After all, you have to attend a banquet in 2 days. It's not good to lose face, right? Song Jia unwillingly snuggled up to him. No, you said you'd only buy things for me. I don't agree, honey. She doesn't know my taste. Let's pick 2 sets and leave. Pansy coaxed her. Oh come on, you're all friends and classmates. If I give you clothes, I naturally have to give her some too. She pouted. No, I won't allow it. Standing in front of this scene, Paula and Xingyang were silent. Then she quickly pulled Xingyang's hand and left. Forget it. Let's go. It's really disgusting. But he said, wait. He went over and asked the staff, have those 2 bought any clothes yet? She replied, not yet. Xingyang announced, okay then, I'll take all the clothes in this shop. Not a single set will be sold to them. Then he arrogantly said, oh, is this a scene from a domineering CEO drama? Did you think before you spoke? Buying all the clothes here, do you know how much it will cost in total? Xingyang took out his wallet. You're right, I really don't know how much it will cost in total. He revealed the money inside. But does it matter? Pansy was shocked. 5 yuan, 10 yuan, and there's a 50 yuan bill. This guy, is he carrying an entire bank with him? He couldn't believe it. Casually hanging a bill at the ancestral hall can make people kneel and worship every day. He's just keeping it in a tattered wallet, and it's also wrinkled. Xingyang asked again, this little bit of money, is it enough to buy all the clothes in your shop? The staff member trembled. Too much, more than enough. Song Jia secretly envied. Fake? It's all fake. How could Paula be so lucky? Xingyang teased her. Hey, poor girl, Paula, let's go eat with this poor wretch. Suddenly, another voice rang out, this gentleman, please wait a moment. The woman spoke, my name is Tang Ying, I'm the owner here. I just came back from Mr. Chen's place. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Su. Xingyang muttered, Mr. Chen, how high, this old fox. I just took 1 step, and he's already sent someone here. Tang Ying asked him, I wonder if you can give me some face and come upstairs for a while? He didn't refuse and replied, okay, then let's go upstairs. He thought to himself, it's okay to talk to her for a while, to see what medicine she and how high are selling in their gourds. Tang Ying noticed Song Jia and Pansy in the corner. Are those two also friends of Mr. Su? He immediately replied, that's right, we are friends of Mr. Su. Pansy secretly whispered to Song Jia, don't hit a smiling person, this guy probably won't turn his face right here. Right. If I can get on Tang Ying's good side, I can definitely get more than half of the clothing orders in Santai City. She quickly changed her face and clung to Baola. That's right, Mrs. Tang. I'm best friends with Mr. Su's girlfriend. We don't keep any secrets from each other. She thought, well done, Baola, you're usually so aloof, but you've managed to cling to this big fish. But you're still too naive. If Sun Pansy can cooperate with Mrs. Tang, I'm still superior to you. Tang Ying asked Baola, are you all classmates? She hesitated that, actually. Song Jia naturally wouldn't let her say it, and quickly interrupted, Baola, what are you being shy about? She whispered, Baola, we're all girls, what are you putting on airs for? Hearing this, Tang Ying ordered, prepare 5 Supreme cards with a 30% discount, and 2 of my business cards. She planned, looking at the girl named Baola, it seems that their relationship wasn't anything before, let's sell a good favor to Mr. Su, it will be easier later. Sure enough, Pansy's face lit up like a flower, Supreme card with a 30% discount, and also a business card. Song Jia secretly rejoiced, it means I can talk business with Tang Ying. This time it's really a step up to heaven. He seriously said, if you agree to get to know them, I don't object, but I don't want to use my name. As he spoke, he took Baola's hand and directly pulled her away, because a poor person like me doesn't want to know them. He told Tang Ying, if anything happened just now, you can ask your sales staff. She was puzzled, it was clearly going smoothly, I thought everything through, why did he suddenly get angry? Immediately, the saleswoman came forward and told her in her ear. Tang Ying immediately admitted her mistake, Mr. Su, I misjudged the situation just now, I'm really sorry. She thought, it's over, I wanted to curry favor but I flattered the wrong person. Then she quickly ordered the bodyguards, you guys, quickly throw those 2 out. They replied, yes, ma'am. Song Jia shouted, what are you doing? My boyfriend is your business partner, his family is a large enterprise in the area, Shanshui Textile, your manufacturer. But in the end, both of them were thrown out of the door by the 2 bodyguards. Immediately, the 2 of them were thrown out of the door without mercy. Tang Ying added, from today onwards, Shanshui Textile no longer has any cooperative relationship with all the brands under my name. Tell the others to make them leave Santai City on their own. The saleswoman lowered her head. Understood, ma'am. Tang Ying turned to Xingyang and extended her hand. Mr. Su, the flies are gone, it's clean upstairs, please come upstairs. Only then did he reply, okay. At Dana, Siehong clothing store, 2nd floor, Tang Ying said, Mr. Su. She began to praise, your girlfriend really has an impeccable body and face. I've been in the clothing business for so many years, and I've seen countless models at home and abroad. But I've never seen anyone as outstanding as Miss Baola. Baola didn't dare to be arrogant, you flatter me too much. Xingyang said, help Baola find some suitable sets. She happily replied, no problem. Then she enthusiastically said, we are experts in helping people match clothes. He sat on the side and observed, this Tang Ying really knows how to deal with people. After making a mistake with me, she immediately started with Baola first. Assuming that Baola is my nominal girlfriend, if she can win her over, my impression of her will be improved. Xingyang sighed, this Tang Ying looks clever, and her tricks for dealing with others are not bad. How Hai probably told her about me, wanting to bring her into the group. Then he made a decision, since she's such a talent, I won't refuse, I have to make good use of her. By late at night, Tang Ying was still warm and friendly. Mr. Su, thank you all for coming to the store today. The party that Baola has to attend is in 2 days. Right. I will definitely be there to give her a big gift. She politely offered the card. This card is our super prestigious membership card, we've already topped up 5 yuan in membership fees. Tang Ying emphasized. In addition to Dana Siehong, all the Haha and Kaga menswear stores can use it. Speaking of this, Tang Ying said again, of course, if it's the 2 of you, you can just call me directly. Xiyang didn't refuse, okay, I know. The saleswoman saw them off outside. He waved his hand. See you again. The staff member respectfully said, please be careful on your way. After walking for a while, Xingyang asked Baola, hey, what are you spacing out for? He reminded, we have to go back. She was stunned. Are these things real? He said, guess. Baola sulked, guess your head, you know how to act, you've been pretending to be poor for the past 7 months, and I've been paying your utility bills. She accused, you don't let me turn on the lights when I go to the bathroom at night, and I have to save the water from washing my feet to flush the toilet. How did you act like that? Baola chased after him to the end. Tell me, why do you have to hide it from me? Are you a prince experiencing an interesting life? He forced a smile. I really didn't have money at the time. I only made a bit of money after receiving a few rounds of investment before. Baola was not easily fooled. Then what about Tanging? A few rounds of investment are enough to make her be your subordinate? Do you think I'm an idiot? With so much money. You're still freeloading in my room, you must have some bad intentions towards me. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket rang. Sister, that grandson is calling. Sister, that grandson is calling. Baola quickly turned around and answered the phone. Hello, what's wrong? Suddenly her eyebrows furrowed, only to hear a voice from the phone. Baola, it's not good, Xiaomei had an accident at the Xihua restaurant. Baola was shocked. What? The car carrying Baola and Xingyang quickly appeared at a large restaurant. As soon as the car door opened, Baola rushed down. Xingyang ran after her reminding, hey, slow down. He knew that Xiaomei was Baola's best friend, someone who was a bit sharp-tongued but didn't really mean any harm. Baola was so anxious. There must be a reason. Xingyang sighed. This girl just cares too much about her friends. With her personality, she'll probably still help people count the money even after being sold by them. Suddenly, an arm quickly grabbed her wrist. Baola was surprised. It's you guys. Weren't you saying Xiaomei was in trouble? Where is she? The blonde girl said, what Xiaomei? We're the ones who are looking for you. The pink-haired girl next to her echoed, since you're here, come with us. Baola was vaguely led inside by the two. Immediately, the stylishly dressed girl sitting at the table greeted her. Baola, we've been waiting for you for a long time. It turned out to be Sun Li, Baola's college classmate. Baola was still stunned. Where's Xiaomei? Didn't you say she was in trouble? Sun Li said, don't look for Xiaomei. We haven't seen each other for so long. We called you out for a gathering. Speaking of this, she shyly pointed to Xingyang. Baola, the handsome guy behind you, is he your boyfriend? Baola blushed and mumbled without answering. Xingyang directly admitted, yes, I'm her boyfriend. He took the initiative to say, may I sit here? The pink-haired girl immediately replied, of course. Xingyang looked at the table full of food and understood, great, so much food, this is not reminiscing about the past. Clearly they're treating Baola like an idiot to spend money like water and calling her to pay. Sun Li asked, handsome guy, to be able to pursue Baola, you must be quite rich, right? He coldly smiled and said, normal rich. He turned to Baola and suggested, you're all full, Baola, why don't we go to another place? He thought, flatter me, I have money but I don't want to spend it on stupid things like this. Sun Li wasn't willing to let go easily. Who said we're full, aren't we just starting? Her expression was cunning. If I don't make Baola and him wash dishes here today, I'll lose. Baola said, I don't like Western food, Xingyang, let's go. Immediately the pink-haired girl spoke, how can these country bumpkins be able to eat Western food? The short-haired girl echoed, why do you have to say what's in your heart? Xingyang snapped his fingers, waiter, bring the menu here. He thought, you haven't eaten enough, right? The two girls secretly gloated. He took the bait, there's a good show to watch. They began to plot, let's order a few expensive dishes later, and make her wash dishes for a year. Sun Li also called, hello, cousin, we're eating Western food, come and eat with us. After the call, she asked Xingyang, do you mind if I called him here? He replied, I don't mind, do you have any other friends? Call them all over. She reminded again, you're the one who said that, you can't take back your words in front of Baola. A moment later, a group of people arrived, and laughed and said, Lily, this friend of yours is really something, he's actually inviting us to dinner. They exclaimed, that's right, the food at Xihua restaurant is very expensive. I usually don't even dare to look at it. After eating for a while, Xingyang stood up, Baola, I'll go pay at the front desk first, you wait for me here. Sun Li added, go, go, go. She held Baola tightly pretending to be caring. I'll take care of Baola for you. Sun Li plotted in her heart, as long as I hold Baola tight, can he still run? Normal rich, dares to act up here, just wait to hear that he has to wash dishes here. On the other side, the restaurant waitress whispered to the man next to her, Hey, have you heard? The 3 tables over there with the highest specifications are wanting some new fat sheep to call people over. He replied, I don't think that man looks like a fat sheep, he probably doesn't know the price, and will be so shocked that he pees his pants when it's time to pay. Just as he finished speaking, Xingyang appeared and asked, Hello, check please. The waitress busily calculated, Sir, your 3 tables have spent a total of 1.32 yuan. He said, Then please help me calculate how much all the other tables are, excluding those 3. He sighed, 1.3 yuan, if converted back to before, would only be more than 13,000. I have to quickly adapt to this way of counting, otherwise I'll have to carry a calculator with me. The waitress said, Besides your 3 tables, there are 15 other tables eating, for a total of 5.4 yuan. He replied, I know. The waitress felt puzzled. Is this person stupid? Why is he asking about the other tables? Unexpectedly, he generously swiped his card and said, I'll cover all the expenses of the other tables. Then he continued, I'll swipe 5 yuan, and consider the rest as a tip for you. Only, you have to help me with something later. These words made both of them stunned. A second later they quickly bowed, Thank you, boss. Immediately there was an announcement, Congratulations to the customers dining at our restaurant. All expenses tonight have been paid by Xingyang Gongzi. The restaurant will present a dessert after the meal. We hope everyone has a pleasant meal. The group began to stir. Xingyang Gongzi, is there a rich Su family in Santai City? Someone asked suddenly. Lily isn't. Is that Su Gongzi sitting here just now? Making her force a smile. That idiot actually paid for all the tables here. Doesn't that cost 7 yuan? Sun Li's face was full of jealousy. What dog's hit luck did that bitch Baola step on to be able to cling to a rich man? Xingyang came over and helped Baola stand up. Baola, have you forgotten that we still have things to do later? She echoed, Right, we have to go. Seeing this scene, Sun Li couldn't help but feel jealous. Well done, paying for everything. This guy's investment money is probably all gone, right? She gritted her teeth. I hate it so much that my teeth itch. Baola hugged a rich man's leg. And he's so handsome. I'm more uncomfortable than death. She called the waiter next to her. Waiter, come over here. Sun Li thought, I clearly invited Baola here so she could pay the bill. Why is her boyfriend helping everyone else pay? No way, I have to get that money back. She deliberately said, Do you know that Xingyang? He's my brother. He only knows how to spend my money all day long. You give the money back to me, just calculate our 3 tables. The waiter replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Su has already paid, and this amount cannot be refunded. The waiter added, Moreover, your 3 tables weren't included in his payment. If you want to pay, Mr. Su left a message before leaving. What kind of animal dares to look down on people? In the next second, 3 more bodyguards appeared. Furthermore, if you refuse to pay, we will immediately call the police. The male waiter looked fierce. You spent a total of 3.02 yuan. Will you be scanning a QR code, swiping a card, or paying in cash? Baola complained, This is bad, they will see me as a rival now. Xingyang replied, Otherwise? Did they ever treat you as a friend? She shouted and raised her fist at him. Why do you like spending money randomly? You even learn how to book the whole place. How much did that cost? He blurted out, Not much, only 5 yuan. In the next second, a system notification sounded, System deducting. Detecting that the host's spending has earned 5 points. Points can be used to exchange for enhancement stats. The item exchange function will be unlocked when the host has 10 points. Host is encouraged to continue spending actively. He wondered, what the heck are points? Xingyang, resting his chin on his hand, looked at the information panel and pondered, 10 points to unlock the exchange function. It feels a bit useless now. But it's a pity to give up. According to the ratio of 1% spent, spending another 5 yuan should unlock it. Suddenly, Baola kicked his leg and asked, What are you spacing out for? Let's go home. I was annoyed by those Sun Li people and didn't eat much. I'm hungry now. Then, with a bright smile, she playfully complained, Right, you hid it from me for so long. You have to compensate me. You're cooking tonight. Xingyang smiled and teased her. Who has ever seen a top-tier tycoon cook? Baola replied, Okay, top-tier tycoon, hurry up and cook. If you keep spending money like this, you'll really become a top-tier poor tycoon. As they were walking, his phone rang. The caller was Zhang Yu. Xingyang wondered, Zhang Yu, why is he calling me? He raised his finger to answer the phone but secretly considered, this guy's plight is no different from mine. Maybe I can help him. As he tapped the answer button, they were startled by Zhang Yu's shrill voice. Lao Su, I heard about your bankruptcy. Where are you now? I have a new way to get rich. What do you say, brothers? Let's make a fortune together. Xingyang turned to her and hesitated. I have something to do. Bao Lao quickly replied understandingly, go ahead. You're busy. I'm going to try on some new clothes. Zhang Yu accidentally overheard her and laughed loudly, praising, future sister-in-law is so understanding. I'll come pick you up now. Xingyang quickly approached the car that had just stopped by the side of the road, opened the door with one hand, and prepared to get in. After getting in the car and fastening his seatbelt, he softly said, still doing the photovoltaic power generation project? Zhang Yu smiled brightly and explained, that's like a large wolf marrying a Kardashian, totally reckless. But this time, it's a big project. If we negotiate it well, we'll be rich. Xingyang asked curiously, oh? What kind of big project is it? Zhang Yu replied, have you heard of that very popular internet celebrity recently, that Chen Xing guy? His account is something like Xingyi Grandmaster, and he even knows Qigong. Zhang Yu held the steering wheel with one hand, pointed with the other, and cheerfully explained, that guy seems to want to start a live stream. The team wants to find some people to help them fake fights. We can go on stage and let them beat us. It's 80,000 yuan per performance, 80,000 yuan. Hearing this, Xingyang looked puzzled, 80,000 yuan? That's the big project you're talking about. Zhang Yu replied, it's better than you being idle at home. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever played a rich man's game like this. While the two were talking, a force from behind impacted the car, causing Xingyang and Zhang Yu to lurch forward. A red car came out of nowhere and crashed into the rear of their car, emitting smoke. Zhang Yu hurriedly opened the car door and got out to assess the situation. From the red car, a woman stepped out with a commanding air. She was Sun Pansy's wife and shouted loudly, are you blind? How do you drive? Zhang Yu tried to explain, you rear-ended me. Besides, it was a red light. Of course I had to stop. He glanced at the car, constantly worrying, it's over, it's over, it's a BMW. Whoever drives this car is definitely not someone to mess with. Sun Pansy's wife was still arrogant, not admitting her mistake, and scolded, country bumpkin, don't you know you can't stop randomly in the city? Do you think this is your village road? Astonished by her unreasonable words, Zhang Yu emphasized again, red light, it was a red light. I had to stop. She cut him off and started making a scene, shut up, pay me. If you don't have 50,000 yuan, don't even think about leaving. Zhang Yu, hearing the exorbitant price, shouted, 50,000 yuan? Are you blackmailing me? While the two were arguing, Xingyang calmly held his phone and said softly, it's okay, I've already called the police. Sun Pansy's wife pointed at Xingyang and yelled, who do you think you are? What's it to you? Who told you to call the police? Soon, a police officer arrived. Hey, what's going on? She shamelessly played the victim and told the police, officer, these two country bumpkins brake suddenly, causing me to rear-end them, and they won't pay me. Zhang Yu hurriedly said, officer, we stopped at a red light. She crashed into us. The police officer raised his hand to stop them. What's all the commotion? He turned to Sun Pansy's wife and said, they stopped at a red light, and you crashed into their car. We can check the surveillance cameras to see what happened. Show me your driver's license. Hearing these words, she was stunned. It was all my fault? She refused to admit her mistake and slammed her hand on the car arrogantly. What kind of junk car is theirs? Just the paint on my car is more expensive than their whole car. I don't care whose fault it is, they have to pay me. The police officer, losing his patience, sternly demanded, stop talking nonsense, and show me your driver's license. At this moment, she stammered, well, I don't have it. Where's your ID? The police officer asked. She whispered, I don't have that either. Xingyang and Zhang Yu were delighted, and he laughed loudly. The police officer observed her feet, driving in high heels. Suddenly, he turned his head and said as he walked away, everyone, stay here, don't go anywhere. I'm going to get the evidence collection tools. Wait, Sun Pansy's wife hurriedly stopped him. She turned and threatened with an angry expression, "You two country bumpkins, just you wait." Then she emphasized again, "Just you wait." In contrast to her anger, John Yu and Xingyang looked at each other and laughed gleefully. She went to the back of the car and quickly called someone for help. "Honey, I was rear-ended by two country bumpkins. The police said it was all my fault. Come over here quickly." Yes, I'll send you the location." Suddenly, Jing Yang's phone rang again. He quickly guessed, "It can't be Bao calling me at this time, can it?" The phone screen showed how high. He was curious, how high? Xingyang answered the phone. How high repeatedly said, "Hello, is this Mr. Su? I heard from Tanging that your girlfriend has to attend a birthday party in 2 days. If Tanging has already prepared a gift for her friend, do you think I need to?" he began. Before How High could finish, Xingyang interrupted, "No need, it's just a small party." As he replied, he thought, "This How High's information is fast. But what is he up to?" Xingyang asked, "Speaking of which, Tanging doesn't have my phone number. How did you get it?" How High quickly replied, "Don't be angry, Mr. Su. I'm quite close with the city leaders, so I asked around a bit." Xingyang looked at Sun Pansy's wife and said, "Oh, well, I have something you can help me investigate." He pondered, planning a move to catch a big fish with a small bait. "Let's see what this old fox is up to." How High asked, "There's something else?" Then he agreed to his request, "Don't worry, this is a small matter. I will definitely handle it well." It would be best if you could permanently ban her from driving," Xingyang said. Accidentally, these words were heard by Sun Pansy's wife. Sun Pansy's wife shouted loudly, "Aren't you afraid of cutting your tongue by bragging? Do you think this is your village? Permanently ban her from driving?" With her hands on her hips, she declared, "When my boyfriend arrives, 1 word from him will be enough for you to live the rest of your lives sewing clothes. Xingyang, let's just go, okay?" Jin Yu, not wanting to get involved, turned to him, but Xingyang stood there calmly and replied, "It's okay, let's wait and see." A few minutes later, a white car approached from a distance. Seeing the car, her attitude changed 180 degrees. She happily ran over and called out several times, "Honey, you're here." She complained to the man in the car, "These two country bumpkins bullied me. If you hadn't come, they would have beaten me." The man quickly replied, "Where did these bastards come from?" It turned out that the person she called her husband was Sun Pansy. He roared aggressively, "Who dares to touch my woman?" In his rage, he continued to yell, "Daring to bully my people in Santai City, are you tired of living?" Over here, Xingyang remained calm, his lips curling into a slight smile. "Oh, he has status." With a bright smile, he continued, "He has a position." Seeing him, Pansy was shocked. Pansy recognized Xingyang and hesitated, "That, Mr. Su, we meet again." Xingyang smiled and replied, "Twice in 1 day, what a coincidence." Then he pondered, "This fatty has 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, changing girlfriends more often than he changes clothes." Pansy's expression was a bit awkward as he agreed, yes, it's a coincidence, a coincidence." In his heart, he kept shouting, "It's really bad luck to meet on a narrow road. I offended the wrong person, I offended this living God." The wife standing beside him heard this and grabbed her husband's arm, shouting, "Honey, what are you saying? Quickly catch them." Pansy angrily retorted, "Catch what? Tell me, what happened?" She pointed at Xingyang and Zhang Yu and pretended to be innocent. They stopped in front, and I accidentally crashed into them. It was because they braked too hard." Pansy frowned and muttered to himself, "Don't blame me." She added, "I didn't react in time." The next second, she received a slap from Pansy. Then, while hitting her, he shouted, "Are you trying to extort money? Shut up, you're not allowed to cry. You have to take full responsibility for rear-ending. Understand?" Tears welled up in her eyes as she asked, "Take full responsibility for what? Honey, have we ever taken full responsibility?" Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yu and Xingyang were dumbfounded. Then Pansy yelled, "Shut your mouth." Ignoring her crying face, he only cared about how to appease Xingyang. "I wonder if Mr. Su is still angry." Then, Pansy calculated and secretly took out a gold coin from his wallet. "Well, a little blood to appease this big shot Su is worth it." Then he turned to Xingyang, bowed deeply, smiled brightly, and hurriedly said, holding the coin in front of him, "Moreover, it was all a misunderstanding. In his heart, he muttered, I don't know what your specific job is. Then he continued, but please, take this money to repair your car. Pansy bowed at a 45-degree angle, respectfully offering the gold coin to him, while thinking, if I can become a subordinate of this big shot, then I can go around being arrogant in the future. Okay, we have something to do, we're leaving first, he replied and quickly turned and left. This action made Pansy freeze for a moment. The big shot's anger hasn't subsided yet. Please say a word, even if it's just to help me get in touch with Tang Ying. Then he shamelessly begged in a small voice, I wonder if you could say a few words to Boss Tang? After all, the contract is really important to us. In the night sky, at How High's workplace. How High sat at his desk, listening to the phone. Did you find out? Suddenly he fell out of his chair and shouted, how dare he cause trouble with Jin Yang? I'm going to find him now. A loud voice echoed from the building. On Jin Yang's side, Pansy's phone rang. He didn't forget to emphasize his request, Boss Su, you have to help me. He opened the car door and coldly said, you guys stay here and wait for the results. As soon as he answered the phone, Pansy yelled loudly, not caring who was on the other end, hello, I'm very annoyed right now. If it's not important, I'll slaughter you. On the other end, How High also yelled back, I am Chen How High. Immediately come and pay off all my loans. As the torturous voice from the phone ended, his wife stood behind him, ready to teach him a lesson, you fat idiot. While scolding him, she raised her hand to hit him, bragging to me about how powerful you are. Immediately give me the compensation for mental distress, or we're breaking up. As Zhang Yu drove, he exclaimed, damn, Lao Su, what was that all about? Why was that fatty so afraid of you? And who is Boss Tang? Xingyang stared at his phone and replied, Boss Tang is someone I knew when I was doing business before. That fatty happened to have something he needed her help with. Do I owe you some money? Xingyang asked casually. I don't have any small change. 50 cents, is that enough? Zhang Yu gaped and yelled, what? At the same time, he lost his balance while steering, causing the car to swerve like ocean waves. Xingyang turned to him and begged, I'm begging you, can you drive carefully? Zhang Yu retorted unhappily, I'm begging you, I lent you 12 cents, and you're paying me back 50 cents. Zhang Yu thought to himself, is this kid taking out all his savings, preparing to make a big move with me? Xingyang glared at him and said sternly, this money is for filial piety to your parents. It was hard for your mother to raise an idiot like you. Shouldn't you take good care of her? As for later, act well, and we'll squeeze every last drop out of that Ngao Chunxing. After speaking, Xingyang looked in the rearview mirror and pondered, well, this is the trouble of having money. You have to make up a reason for giving money to others. Zhang Yu happily replied, okay, don't worry. What is 80,000 yuan per punch? Lao Su, you wait. Zhang Yu will definitely help us both make a fortune. I can't let Lao Su's trust down. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared in front of Xingyang. The system appeared again. The screen showed the following words, system deducting. Each point can be exchanged for one enhancement point. Enhancement points can be used to upgrade the host's comprehensive attributes. System deducting. Comprehensive attributes include but are not limited to strength, speed, reaction, damage resistance, hearing, vision, and smell. It further displayed, system deducting. Current comprehensive attribute enhancement. Below on the right and left were buttons to adjust increase or decrease. It took half a day, but you can only enhance something similar. He was stunned for a long time. Well, there's no other choice anyway. Then Xingyang decided, increase everything. He pressed increase, and the screen showed 55. Come on, I'm ready. In the next second, a stream of light swirled around where his finger touched. Xingyang asked himself, system, has it started yet? Immediately, a notification screen appeared, system deducting. Enhancement completed. Xingyang expressed his disappointment, huh? It's completed? Are you tricking me out of my points? Suddenly, Zhang Yu turned and asked, Lao Su, what are you spacing out about? He startled and replied, no, nothing. He continued, probing Zhang Yu, tell me again, do you really want to work for Ngao Chunxing? I remember you hated those scammers the most. Zhang Yu replied, you only know one thing, not two. Zhang Yu smiled brightly, let's go, let's find a place to eat barbecue. I'll discuss my big plan with you in detail. Xingyang replied, I'm quite curious to see what big plan an idiot like you has. The next morning, Yahai Gym Club. The receptionist was Yao Jingjing, the receptionist of Yahai Gym, nicknamed Little Chili. Jingjing said with a bright expression, "Hello, welcome." Immediately, her face darkened when she saw that the guest was Jing Yang. In her heart, she complained unhappily, "It's over, the tool-borrowing guy is here again." Jing Yang, not noticing the expression on her face, smiled and reached out his hand to reply, "Good morning." As Jingjing picked up the phone, she asked, "Looking for Bao Lao? I'll call her for you." He quickly stopped her, "Don't call her yet. How much does a membership card cost?" Hearing this, Jingjing looked down on him. "You have money?" Xingyang smiled and teased, "Is that how you talk to God?" She retorted, sticking her tongue out and saying, "Come on, hit me. A trainer, come out here, there is a customer who wants to register for a membership." The bald, burly guy was Sun Li Chao, the trainer of the club. Xingyang happily waved his hand and said hello to him. "Hello?" Li Chao turned his face away and said unhappily, "What are you saying hello for? Where is the customer who wants to make a card?" With his hands on his hips, he cursed. "What is this poor ghost doing here?" Jingjing slammed her hands on the table, angrily yelling, "Isn't he standing right in front of you?" He arrogantly turned and said, "A poor ghost who only knows how to freeload off Bao La's free classes. Is he worthy of my reception?" Jingjing pointed directly at Li Chao and asked, "Son Li Chao, I'm asking you, are you taking him or not?" Li Chao frowned and thought to himself, "This little chili likes to do things by the rules, and she has the right to report to the boss. There's really no way to fall out with her now." Then he replied with a sneer, Okay, I'll take him, alright? No idiot registers today anyway. It's really like a toad climbing on someone's foot, not biting, but making people nauseous." Jingjing angrily wanted to shout, "Sun Li Chao, you," but before she could finish, Xingyang raised his hand to stop her. He said, "If he doesn't want to take me, so be it. You have authority, right? Then I'll make a card with you." Hearing this, Li Chao turned and left, waving his hand as if saying goodbye, and said, "That's right, she can do it too, right? I'll give you the achievement of this poor ghost." She sighed and said, "Alright, how long do you want to make the card for?" Xingyang asked, "Aren't you going to introduce the types of cards to me?" Jingjing replied, according to his wishes, "We only have two types, regular cards and platinum cards." "You know better than me, what am I supposed to introduce?" Xingyang then replied, "That makes sense, then make 4 platinum membership cards." The platinum membership card he was talking about was a card with unlimited time and unlimited users. One card cost 10,000 yuan. Jingjing was stunned by his words. Xingyang reached out and pinched her cheek to remind her, "Right, remember to wrap 3 of them carefully for me. I have to give them to someone." In the next second, she raised her hands as if to grab his head, constantly scolding, "Are you kidding me? Platinum cards, and 4 of them? No one has done that all year. Don't tease people like that." Seeing this, he was puzzled. "Why don't you believe me? I'll transfer the money first." A notification sounded, causing Jingjing to freeze. WeChat payment, 40,000 yuan. She took 4 cards and placed them on the table. "Oh my god, 4 cards. I heard that he sold his house," she thought, holding 4 cards in her hand. Xingyang turned and left. Jingjing hurriedly bowed and said, "Hello, goodbye God, walk carefully." He raised 4 tickets and replied, That's right." At the men's locker room, he changed clothes, thinking, that girl Bao La is teaching other people. I don't want to bother her first. Suddenly, the blue screen reappeared in front of him, and then the word system deducting, spending 40,000 yuan, receiving 40 points, putting 40 points into strengthening comprehensive attributes. Comprehensive attributes, 95 points. Entering the gym, Xingyang suddenly shocked and exclaimed in his heart, "Oh my god." It turned out that at the end of the gym, he could clearly see the words on the board. "I can see the words on the blackboard clearly. It seems that strengthening comprehensive attributes is also a bit useful." Suddenly he saw Bao La's name on the leaderboard in 7th place, thinking to himself, "As a female trainer, her results are ranked 2nd from the bottom." Xingyang raised his hand to his face, showing helplessness. It seems that this silly girl is really not suitable for sales-related work. Suddenly someone came forward, and a voice sounded, "Hello, may I ask what I can help you with?" Xingyang turned to look and exclaimed, "So young." It turned out that person was Lin Zuxian. Zuxian came closer, smiled brightly, and introduced, "Let me introduce myself. I am the boss of Yahai Gym. I heard from Xiaoyao that you made 4 platinum membership cards at our place, so I wanted to come here to get to know you. The two shook hands at the same time. He said, I want to buy some private lessons. Qingyang smiled and thought, Lin Zuxian. I've heard her name before. She started from scratch and was the first to create smart services to experience immersive fitness. Zuxian replied lightly, okay, please follow me. Qingyang hadn't finished thinking. Now she relies on smart services in your high gym to make money like a fish in water, and is considered to have a voice. Zuxian asked, what kind of courses do you want to buy? The girl over there who is seriously working is Sister Sun, the gym's accountant. Xingyang didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I am a friend of the trainer Bao La in your gym. Buy 5 million yuan lessons from her. Zuxian, holding a teacup, heard this and continued, 5 million yuan, Mr. Su, or you can consider the lessons of other trainers. Then she drank tea and thought, a lesson of ours is only 300,000 yuan. Buy 5 million yuan at once. It is estimated that a lifetime cannot teach all. Then immediately asked, Sir, do not tell me you mean something different to Bao La. Xingyang quickly replied, No, Bao La and I are good friends. Xiaoyao can prove our relationship. Zuxian sighed, sorry. Zuxian thought, take 5 million yuan out to make the daughter happy. What level of rich second generation is this? The monthly performance of our branch is only 5 or 6 million yuan. Xingyang, holding the teacup, replied, it's okay, but I don't want to announce who gets the credit for this yet. Just say it's from a female trainer. You guys will tally up the end-of-month results tomorrow, right? Tell her then. Zhu Xian agreed to his suggestion. Okay, Mr. Su, is it convenient for you to add me on WeChat? Just transfer the money directly to me, and I'll handle it for you. Xingyang replied, okay, then I'll trouble you. In the locker room, Qin Chao and Li Li were hugging. Li Li praised, Brother Chao, you're getting stronger. I can't handle it anymore. Qin Chao smiled, I was just releasing some fire. Otherwise, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to take it tonight. Suddenly, Qin Chao's phone notified him of a message. Many voice chats appeared in the group chat. Damn, fake news. A female trainer received an order for 5 million yuan. Who is so rich? Oh no, who made such a huge purchase? Didn't Brother Chen say he wanted to give Li Li a surprise the other day? Isn't this it? Chen Chao turned to ask Li Li, have you had any clients like this recently? Li Li replied, no. Could it be that person and that person? Immediately she thought of Bao La, filled with anger. Could it be that lowly Bao La? Didn't she have a few clients who expressed interest in her before? She refused so vehemently back then. Could it be that she's changed her mind now? Qin Chao, on the other hand, had ulterior motives. Thinking of Bao La, he gave a sinister smile. If this order really is Bao La's achievement, then she must have seen the money and her eyes lit up. If that's the case, maybe I can try something too. Li Li turned back, hugged his arm, and acted coquettishly. Brother Chao, I want this order. No matter what, Bao La can't get it. Qin Chao replied and turned to leave. Needless to say, this order must be ours. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Li Li quickly cheered, okay, Brother Chao, go for it. While she was training, a voice suddenly called her name, Bao La. She turned around and replied, what's the matter? Qin Chao picked up his phone and asked, have you seen the message in the group? A member just paid 5 million yuan for lessons, specifically requesting a female trainer. Then he approached and placed his hand on Bao La's shoulder and said, actually, I arranged this for Li Li, but who gets the credit only takes a word from me. As long as you have a drink with me tonight, I can give you half of the credit. She brushed Qin Chao's hand off her shoulder and bluntly retorted while mocking him, if it's Li Li's order, then just be fair. I have a cleanliness problem, I'm afraid of getting dirty. Bao La quickly turned and left, leaving Qin Chao angry. He pointed at her and said, Bao La, don't be ungrateful. I've mentioned this to you more than once or twice. Do you even want to make a living anymore? Bao La kept walking straight, not turning her head back, and directly retorted, do whatever you want. I'm not serving you anymore. Qin Chao said, okay, you'll come looking for me. A knock sounded on the door, and Sister Sun said, come in. Qin Chao and Li Li, arm in arm, walked in. He said, Sister Sun, I was just about to report something to you. Li Li and I just closed a big order for 5 million yuan. And we quickly came here to share the good news with you. Sister Sun reached for her glasses and asked, Another big order for 5 million yuan? Chen Chao was still smug. What do you mean again? It's the order that was just announced. We closed it. Zhu Xian angrily slammed the teacup down, causing the water to splash out. You guys closed it? Zhu Xian frowned and asked, causing Chen Chao and Lili to be a little surprised. Chen Chao looked at Zhu Xian's back in shock as she sat on the chair. He muttered, Damn, why is General Lin here today? Her face doesn't look good. Don't tell me the impersonation was exposed? Lili interrupted unexpectedly. That's right, General Lin, the 5 million yuan order just now. She gesticulated wildly. Actually, it wasn't easy for me to negotiate it. Seeing this, Chen Chao thought, she's clearly been exposed but is still trying to take credit for it. I have to stay away from her in the future. At this time, Zhu Xian asked with a dark face, Oh, what is the name of the member who made the card? Lili tried to reply, I forgot what his name was. She started to fabricate. I only remember he was a middle-aged man, balding on top, a bit fat. Saying this, Lili secretly complained in her heart, Why are they asking so many questions today? What can I make up? Right, the kind of person who will throw money to hire a female personal trainer must be a greasy middle-aged man. Zhu Xian couldn't help but shout, making things up. There hasn't been a single balding middle-aged man at the club today. You two pack your things and leave. I don't need people like you. Lili was still stunned. Huh? Fired? Why? Chen Chao quickly covered her mouth and said, General Lin, Lili just misspoke. It's 1 million yuan, right, Lili? He secretly scolded. This Lili is really stupid. Even now she's still asking why. Zhu Xian stood up abruptly and announced, The main reason I came here today was to deal with the matter of you guys secretly manipulating and suppressing the achievements of other trainers. Very good, you didn't wait for me to find you, you came to my door, and you even put on a big show right here. She pointed directly at their faces and said accusingly, The order was from Bao La, and you two went to steal it. You made me so angry that the blood rushed to my brain. Get out of here immediately. Get out. Lili gritted her teeth and said each word, Cheng Bao La. I swear I'll never let you live in peace. Seeing that there was no way to escape the situation, she directly opened the door and ran out. Seeing Bao La still kindly guiding Xingyang through some movements, the jealousy in her exploded. I will never let you live in peace. Lili raised her hand high and shouted, Cheng Bao La. In the next second, her arm was grabbed by Bao La, who calmly asked, Trainer Jiang, what's wrong? She raised her other arm. You slut, you even dare to fight back. Xingyang also reacted in time. He jumped up and grabbed her arm, thinking in his heart, this girl has always bullied Bao La, I'll teach her a lesson. Lili was furious. Her face flushed red. You country bumpkin, let go of my hand. You hit me. Try it. As soon as she finished speaking, Xingyang really made a move, giving her a somersault. He even said calmly, I've never seen such a strange request. You told me to hit you. Bao La also said beside him, serves you right. At this moment Zhu Xian's voice rang out, Sorry for disturbing everyone, I have something to announce. She said loudly, I just found out that personal trainers Cheng Chao and Jiang Lili in the personal training department have repeatedly manipulated the achievements of other trainers. Zhu Xian added, in addition, I want to congratulate our personal trainer Bao La, who just completed a personal training order worth 5 million yuan. I hope Bao La can work even harder. And I also hope that everyone can follow Bao La's example. Bao La, hearing this, was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Zhu Xian ordered, Get Jiang Lili out of here immediately. Chen Chao didn't dare to disobey, so he had to help her out, thinking in his heart, This Lili, she dragged me down. I'll try my luck somewhere else. Xingyang and Bao La quietly watched them leave. Suddenly, his ear was pinched by Bao La's hand. That's 5 million yuan. She scolded angrily, 5 million yuan, enough to buy a villa. Although she said that, she also understood in her heart. Thinking about it, Xingyang has been spending money on her lately. With so much money, maybe she should do something for him. Xingyang pulled out his phone and asked back, Does a villa cost 5 million yuan? Bao La affirmed, Of course. I've never seen anyone put a villa's worth of money into a gym membership card. An idea flashed in her head. Let me see if I can get the money back. I'll save it for him. If he loses money this time, I can take it out to help him. On the other side, Xingyang was surprised to see who was calling him. It was Tang Yin calling. she said politely. Mr. Su, Chen Haohai and Dong Changming of Tinglong Real Estate would like to invite you to dinner. The location is on the 3rd floor of Haiqing Restaurant. VIP Lounge. I don't know if you have time later. Xinjiang recalled. Chen Haohai Dong Changming, Haiqing Restaurant? He replied, Okay, I'll be there later. Tanging happily said, Yes, I'll tell Mr. Chen now. At Haiqing Restaurant. Xinjiang kept his promise and showed up here. The gray-haired man was Chen Haohai, from the financial industry, who had been waiting for him. He secretly called his name Haohai. The person with golden pupils on the other side, named Dong Changming, from real estate, was also waiting quietly. Another sturdy man was Che Zhihao, from the automotive industry, who was also present. Xinjiang muttered, and the other two, known as the 4 heroes of Yunhai province, are the leading figures in 4 industries. The last person he mentioned was Chen Chuxing, from the entertainment industry. These 4 people are gathered here, so it's not just a simple gathering. Someone has something to ask of me. Suddenly, a chubby man appeared behind him and called out, Xinjiang. He was surprised. Li Hu? He said warmly, Is that really you? We haven't seen each other since college, right? It turned out that this person was Li Hu, Xinjiang's college classmate. At this time, he was secretly cursing, It really is this unlucky guy. I couldn't stand you before. Xinjiang also greeted him friendly. What a coincidence. Are you here for dinner? He replied artificially, Yes, but I'm so happy to see you today. Li Hu added, I have an appointment with the Man family to talk here. You probably haven't seen Man in a long time, right? The girl in his words said softly, Xinjiang, long time no see. She was Chen Man, Xinjiang's college classmate. Li Hu enthusiastically introduced Xinjiang to Chen Man's parents, aunt and uncle. This is my and Man's college classmate. He was a big shot in school back then, starting a business while he was in school, and it took off like a rocket. Her mother smiled brightly. Really? Then he's really talented at a young age. Li Hu flattered him even more, of course. So many girls pursued him back then, even Man chased after him. Speaking of this, he suddenly said loudly, But I heard that he went bankrupt later, even sold his house, and still owes a lot of money. Have you paid it off yet? His words were intended to embarrass Xinjiang in front of everyone. Xinjiang slightly curled his lips. Are they waiting for me here, planning to use me as a stepping stone? Li Hu smiled and taunted Xinjiang. Old classmate, I heard you sold your house. That's right. How would you dare come to a place like this if you didn't sell your house? He ignored him and instead asked Chen Man, why are you here? She said shyly, negotiating with Partia here, selling poultry. What about you? Did you come to eat? In her heart, she wavered slightly. After so many years, Xinjiang is still so handsome. At this time, her mother suddenly interjected, All right. She warned, say fewer words to irrelevant people. Let's go in quickly. It wasn't easy to make an appointment with the VIP. Chen Man felt embarrassed and wanted to speak. Mom. Seeing this, Li Hu was secretly happy in his heart. Old friend, don't tell me you're still dreaming of being with Chen Man. He deliberately asked him, I guess you spent all the money from selling your house and came to apply for a job washing dishes, right? Let me help you. Xinjiang retorted, No need, I came here to eat. Chen Man gently asked, Really? Also on the 2nd floor? Do you want to go up together? He said, My place seems to be on the 3rd floor. Hearing this, Li Hu secretly curled his lips in disdain. Then he laughed loudly without restraint. The 3rd floor? Do you think this is a fast food restaurant? He thought to himself, it costs 4 or 5 million to reserve a table on the 2nd floor. Here. Go to the 3rd floor? Are you worthy? Chen Man's father resolutely turned and left. Let's go, the VIP will be here soon. Fortunately, Huzi helped us arrange everything. Don't let anything go wrong. Her mother also pulled her hand. That's right, don't waste time here. Let's go upstairs quickly. The two of them had the same idea. Our entire worth depends on today. Don't delay our big event. Li Hu still laughed loudly. I'm dying of laughter. Daring to show off here? As an old classmate, I can give you a little advice. Saying this, he revealed a clear disdain. Take back what you said and get out of here. Xinjiang said calmly, Okay, but I also have a little advice, old classmate. He used his words verbatim. Why don't you get out of here? Li Hu pointed at his face and yelled, Oh ho, Xinjiang dares to tell me to get out. Then a string of vulgar words spewed out of his mouth. Chin Man couldn't help but shout. Li Hu, watch your mouth. He glared and retorted, Chin Man, are you out of your mind? I'm helping your family make an appointment with such an important person, and you're talking to me like this? Her father reminded her, Man, why are you talking to Hu Zi, your good friend, like that? Let's go upstairs. Her mother also echoed, that's right, Hu Zi, you and Chin Man have such a good friendship. How can you be angry, right? She tried to pull her away, just treat the words of irrelevant people as the wind in your ears. Let's go upstairs. It's okay, Xingyang stepped to the stairs and said. Chin Man, you don't need to mind. Li Hu scolded me, I'll treat it as the wind in my ears, I'll go first. Unexpectedly, Li Hu shouted, who told you to go up there? He was furious, are you still treating my words as the wind in your ears? Come down here and kowtow and apologize to me. At this time, a well-mannered man came over. Excuse me, what happened? It turned out that he was the manager of this restaurant. Seeing him, Li Hu accused him, you're the manager of this place, right? How can your restaurant let just anyone in? Eating with this kind of broke person affects my appetite. Immediately tell him to get out. The restaurant manager said bluntly, sorry, we won't drive away customers for no reason, but your voice has affected other customers, I'm afraid I have to ask you to leave. He yelled again, take a good look at me, this person doesn't have a penny to his name, how can he be your customer? Then he arrogantly turned to Xingyang and shouted, Su Xingyang, I'll give you 5 seconds, get out of here. He softly said, 5 seconds is a bit long. I think you can get out in 3 seconds. Another voice sneered, he can roll out in just 3 seconds. Li Hu still shouted loudly out of reflex, what I do with this broke ass is none of your business. After he finished speaking, he realized that he had misspoke. Looking at the group of people above, he felt terrified and muttered, Chen Hao Hai Tang Ying, and one person is. Seeing him speechless, Chen Man's parents were worried. Hu Zi, what's wrong? At this time, Chu Xing took the initiative to greet Mr. Su. He introduced, I am Chen Chu Xing, the owner of Haiqing Restaurant. Sorry for not welcoming you from afar, please forgive me. Below, the restaurant manager also ordered the security guards, someone, throw this guy out in 3 seconds. Above, Xingyang casually shook hands with Chu Xing. No need, Boss Chen, I was just kidding with him. Chen Man's mother was now afraid. Daughter, why didn't you tell me about this classmate? I just talked to him like that, why didn't you remind me? Her father tried even harder to reduce his sense of existence. Li Hu said sadly to the two of them, Uncle, Aunt, let's go upstairs. Chen Man's mother also became dejected. Okay. He was even more jealous and gnashed his teeth. Xingyang actually knows Chen Chu Xing, and Chen Chu Xing is so respectful to him. Is Chen Chu Xing sick in the head? Treating that scoundrel like a poodle? Inside the VIP room of Haiqing Restaurant, Xingyang was once again approached by someone else to make friends. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Changming of Tinglong Real Estate. He expressed self-reproach. For some reason, it is not convenient for me to show my face. Please don't mind. It turned out that this person was Dong Changming of Tinglong Real Estate. Chu Xing came over and said warmly, Mr. Su, please have a seat. Xingyang sat at the table and said, I used to hear about the reputation of the 4 heroes of Yahai. I didn't expect to meet 3 of them today. It's really an honor. The others also echoed, our small reputation is only lucky to be known by Mr. Su. Hao Hai muttered, Xingyang actually knows about the 4 of us. Could it be that his previous actions at the general administration of Guangming were aimed at us? Chu Xing continued his words, Mr. Su is joking. Our small scale is nothing in your eyes. On the surface he said that. In his heart he thought, this guy looks no different from an ordinary person. It seems that he knows a little about the inside story. Chu Xing secretly observed Changming's appearance, and exclaimed, however, if Chen Laodai hadn't always admired him so much, how could we be so respectful to him? At this time, Tang Ying suggested, why don't we order first? I can't wait to have a drink with Mr. Su. Xingyang stopped her. President Tang, don't be so impatient. He said there are some things that are not easy to say when drinking. Xingyang, very confidently, said directly, we should still talk first. Saying this, he also knew the good show was about to begin. Hao Hai sat and spoke seriously. Mr. Su, you are. Xingyang calmly drank some water and said, you are all famous big shots. You probably don't like to beat around the bush. Then he slammed the glass of water on the table and said, I like straightforwardness. If there is anything, just say it directly. Tang Ying sat there, glanced at Changming beside her and said, Mr. Su is a straightforward person. Mr. Dong, you just say it, he immediately said with a frown. If Mr. Su is so straightforward, then I won't be polite. Then Xinjiang continued to speak and said, last year, there was a large land enterprise from outside the province, wanting to advance into Dehai, and began to suppress many land companies in transportation. My land company is Tinglong. Because it is the main enterprise in the region, it also became the top target for their suppression. Thinking of those attacking creatures, he blurted out, under their all-round blocking, the stock price of Tinglong's land company is plummeting, and the company also has a shortage. Looking at the data indicators that kept rising and falling, Xinjiang said with a headache, if we can't find new investment, then not only me, but even Mr. Hao Hai will encounter big trouble. Afterwards, he spoke frankly and seriously suggested, so, everyone wants to ask me to help everyone once. Everyone could see the fierceness and determination on Xinjiang's face. Changming looked seriously and replied, just 1 million. I can immediately change the current situation. Xinjiang gently poured a sip of tea and said, a small 1 million, I have it. He took a light sip of the hot tea and said, but your affairs are a mess unless. He slammed the table angrily and asked, unless what? Suddenly, Xinjiang looked straight at the man with sharp eyes and said, unless this mess. He picked up his teacup to drink and continued his mine. Hearing this sentence, everyone exclaimed in panic. Chu Xing asked in a daze, Mr. Su, what do you mean? Hao Hai angrily gritted his teeth and asked, want to control Tinglong's shares. Xinjiang snapped his fingers, his face full of confidence, and said, I give everyone a sum of money, you guys go and deal with it. I just be the boss behind the scenes, how is it? Changming stood up in horror and shouted, Are you serious? Then he suddenly fell silent and secretly thought, want to control Tinglong's shares now, just need 17 million. The whole room suddenly became strangely quiet. Changming still stood there thinking, Mr. Su can give 16 million is enough, the rest we gather ourselves, and together we get through this difficult time. At this time, Xinjiang took out his phone from his pocket. Give me everyone's company account. Not long after, everyone's company accounts received a notification. Your Guangming Bank account ending in 6688 has received 100 million yuan. The man was stunned to see this, so shocked that he couldn't speak and only thought, 100 million, is this really someone with money? The big boss's move is really not the same as usual. They can spend the huge amount of 100 million at will. They were shocked while he was drinking tea and calculating, just 100 million yuan. As long as I can get points, it doesn't matter if I spend another 100 million. 1 penny for 1 point, how much will I get this time? While Xinjiang was lost in thought, the system notification board suddenly fell down, falling right on his head. The notification board showed congratulations on spending 100 million yuan, but due to you being suspected of fraudulent points behavior, this time only 1,000 points will be awarded. Reading this, Xinjiang wasn't happy but instead cursed inwardly. What the F*******. Xinjiang went over with dissatisfaction, feigning anger and cursing inwardly, Mother *****, why didn't you say so earlier? Are you kidding me? If I had known this damn system played point reduction, I would have transferred 10,000 yuan at a time. Xinjiang calmed down, cooled off, sat down to drink tea, when someone approached and called out, Mr. Su. Hao Hai and everyone stood in front of him solemnly, thinking, it's time to express our loyalty to the big shot. Then he and everyone bowed respectfully and said, from now on, the three of us are Mr. Su's subordinates, willing to follow all your arrangements. Xinjiang was stunned for a moment before smiling and replying, everyone is too polite, we're all family now, let's order the food. Tang Ying nodded and replied, yes, I'll arrange it now. After the food was brought out, Xinjiang spoke, what we have to do in the future. He picked up a glass of wine and said, is to make a big deal out of it. That piece of gold land in Tianhu Island that has always been unsaleable, take it all back. Hao Hai's face was a little serious, thinking, Tianhu Island, that piece of gold land, even the #1 richest man in Xia Kingdom now, Lu Jing, has not been able to get it. He sipped his wine and added, create a new Tianhu Island city, that would be more interesting. As he spoke, he thought, although the system only gave me 1,000 points, it's still better than nothing. The system notification board suddenly appeared, displaying the point enhancement interface. After reading it, Xingyang thought for a while and decided, take the points and increase everything first. Suddenly, something happened. Xingyang lost control and dropped the glass of wine in his hand. The red wine glass fell and shattered on the floor. Tang Ying went over worriedly to ask Mr. Su. He shook his head and replied, "It's okay, just an old condition, I'll go to the bathroom for a while." His hand lightly touched the dining table, causing it to break quickly. Xingyang quickly used some of the strength in his hand. The pain kept coming. How Hai, Changming, and Chu Xing were shocked to see the scene, thinking, This is Hainan's top-grade rosewood." Mr. Su broke it with a light touch. Everyone was frightened and secretly thought, is he warning us, don't play petty tricks in front of him? This is the boss we worship. After a while, everyone exclaimed, what a superhuman. After a while, Xingyang, drenched in sweat, gasped and thought, Mother ******, this 100 million was not spent in vain. He was standing in the bathroom to regain his composure, reassuring himself. Xingyang looked straight at himself in the mirror and thought, strength, speed, and senses are greatly enhanced. He closed his eyes and used his hand to kill a fly flying past, his eyes closed, focusing his thoughts intently. Afterwards, Xingyang used his special sound-sensing ability and thought, I can even hear the sound in the distance. In the far corner, everyone was eating and discussing. Everyone, do you think Mr. Su is flexing his muscles with us, showing his force? Maybe, but as long as we are wholeheartedly, what is flexing muscles? Suddenly, his special sound-sensing ability could resonate far away, and he could hear even further. In another dining room, there was also a group of people eating and talking. President Liu, we have a verbal agreement. You don't accept our chickens, but why do you tell other slaughterhouses that? Our chickens have problems? Did we offend you in any way? President Liu smiled sinisterly and said, Little Chen, you have to have clear evidence to say that. If you lie again, I will sue you for slander. Not to mention, didn't I tell you what to do? Chen Man, wearing a white dress, sat there a little scared and said, I can't agree to come to your house to drink late at night like this. I don't understand what you mean. And I don't want to understand. Beside President Liu was a man, constantly pouring wine and bragging, President Liu, give me some face, let's skip the drinking, the chicken from their family. All at half the original price for you, what do you think? Hearing this, he kicked the man away. President Liu stood up and pointed at the man's face and scolded, coming here today is already giving you a lot of face. You still have to say these 2 sentences, what do you think you are? Then he glanced and said frankly, I'll just say it straight. President Liu pointed directly at Chen Man and said frankly, tonight serve me happily, then your family's chickens can be sold immediately, such a win-win situation. Why not, Chen Man? Just then, someone came and grabbed his hand tightly. It was Xingyang. He went over and directly suggested, how about I serve you happily? President Liu angrily shook off his hand and scolded, You, who are you? Who told you to come in here? Li Hu, who had just been knocked down, also struggled to get up and shouted angrily, Su Xingyang, why are you everywhere? Get out of here quickly. Xingyang quietly turned his head and looked at him with cold eyes, cursing in his heart, trash. Chen Man called his name with regret, Xingyang. He turned his head to look at her and said, I heard everything just now, you don't need to beg him. Then Xingyang ordered loudly, from now on, you guys just deliver the chickens to Haiqing Hotel. I will pay double the price. Hearing this, Chen Man was moved to tears. Xingyang's appearance didn't look like he was lying. Great, the biggest problem has been solved. How should I repay Xingyang? President Liu angrily went in front of him and scolded, Kid, you're talking too loudly. What is Haiqing Hotel that you can deliver whenever you say so? While I'm still happy. Get out of here, otherwise I'll kill you. Saying this, he was so angry that his face turned red, thinking, I thought he was some big shot, even Li Hu dares to yell at him, he must just be someone who rose up on his own. Suddenly someone came over and asked softly, Who did you say you wanted to kill? President Liu still arrogantly said loudly, I want to kill whoever I want to kill. He said sternly, Can you control me? Suddenly, he saw all the big figures in front of him, and panicked, secretly afraid, this, Tang Ying, and even the 3 heroes of Yahai. President Liu's eyes widened in shock and fear. Why are these big shots here? Chu Xing's hand slapped him hard, and scolded, Can I control you? President Liu was beaten and screamed in pain, President Chen, have mercy. Li Hu trembled and retreated, thinking, Chen Hao Hai, Chen Chu Xing, Tang Ying and Dong Changming, Why are they appearing here? That's right, just now they were on Sujing. Yang sighed, could it be? After a while, he ordered enough. Chu Xing stopped and took a handkerchief to wipe away the stain and replied, yes. Then Chu Xing turned and bowed respectfully to Xingyang. Mr. Su, what's going on? Li Hu's face was pale, his eyes widened in fear, thinking, Chen Chu Xing is so respectful to that kid. President Liu is also constantly shaking. He silently looked on, thinking, Chu Xing came from the underworld, killing me is as easy as killing an insect. This young man can make Chu Xing stop. Could he be the son of some big family? Suddenly his face stiffened, sweat dripped down his face with worry. I just spoke to him like that, wouldn't it be? Afterwards, Chu Xing came out and said warmly, Mr. Su spoke, I will definitely follow it. There are countless branches of Haicheng Hotel, don't say 2,000 chickens, we can even eat 5,000. Saying this, Chu Xing took out his business card and gave it to Chen Man and asked, Are you Chen Man? Here, my business card. Then Chu Xing pointed at President Liu and Li Hu. Mr. Su, these two people, how do you want to deal with them? Xingyang slowly walked over and warned, if you still bully Chen Man's family. After a pause, he smiled with murderous intent. Be careful, you will disappear. Hearing this, he screamed in horror, Ah! President Liu trembled with sweat and stammered, No, big shot. Then Xingyang left and didn't forget to say, Throw those two people out. Chu Xing nodded to accept the order. Yes, someone. Chen Man's eyes sparkled and spoke at this time. Xingyang, calling out his name, she pondered, Now, the distance between us is getting bigger and bigger. I must find a way to help Xingyang. Chen Man went over and began to offer, Mr. Su, let me take you home. He shook his head to refuse. No need, my friend is coming to pick me up soon. At this time, Zhang Yu was waiting for him. Lao Su, I have received the notification. Now Chen Xing's work starts tonight. Let's go find a place to rest first. Waiting for the good show to start. Xingyang slowly walked over, opened the car door and said, Okay, I had some trouble just now, and I haven't eaten a few bites yet. He slowly walked inside and suggested, Let's find a place to eat something first. Just holding the doorknob to open the car door, immediately the door was separated from the car body. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yu couldn't help but tremble in shock, and Xingyang was in disbelief, stunned for a long time. This 1,500-point comprehensive attribute is too much. In the next second, Zhang Yu cried and shouted, Damn, Lao Su, what are you doing? Why did you take the car apart? I borrowed this car, I have to spend money to repair it. He quickly comforted him, then, I'll buy you a new one. He cried even louder than before, Buy my ass, you have to rely on my car when you go out, and you're buying a car. Helpless, Xingyang took out a bill and asked, Is 100 yuan enough? In fact, 100 yuan is equivalent to 1 yuan now, Zhang Yu said eagerly. 100 yuan may be a little short, are you really going to buy a car? Xingyang said a little self-consciously. Let's go see. How Hai came over at this time and asked, Mr. Su, is there anything I can help you with? He enthusiastically replied, I want to buy a car, do you have any good suggestions? He smiled and replied, My cars are not very free, let me call Cheiji Hao over, he knows a lot about cars. Xingyang smiled and nodded, Okay, then I'll go look first. At this time, a beautiful female staff came over and took the initiative to greet, Good afternoon, do you want to know about any cars? He said frankly, Look at Ford first. Zhang Yu suddenly asked, Lao Su, are you really going to buy a car for me? Xingyang turned back and smiled and asked, What's wrong? When you helped me before, I wasn't polite. Why are you starting to hesitate now? He listened to this and thought deeply. Lao Su, you treat me too well, giving me money and buying a car. We are brothers for life. This business, I will definitely not let you down. In the next second, he excitedly shouted, Then I won't be polite anymore. Give me a Ford Puma. Xingyang laughed and replied, You change fast. Switching the scene to the rest area in the car store. The female staff just now came over and said, Wait here for a while, I will prepare the contract for you right away. Zhang Yu said happily, I never dreamed that Zhang Yu would have a day to buy a car with full payment. Xingyang smiled and kicked him and replied, When I was most difficult before, didn't you help me, even though I lost money again, and I originally planned to buy a car for myself. Just buying it for you by the way, don't show off. Suddenly someone's angry voice sounded, Ma Ling, what are you doing? The female staff just now angrily shouted, I clearly came first, what right do you have to cut in line? The female staff tried her best to argue with the girl named Ma Ling. Ma Ling, do you know what it means to serve those who come first? What are you relying on to cut in line? She ordered loudly, get out of the way quickly, my customers are still waiting. The customer behind Ma Ling hurriedly ordered at this time, hurry up, don't you know how precious my time is? Ma Ling said a little embarrassedly, young Master Lin. Sorry, please wait a little longer. Then she shouted loudly, Xing Xiaoyan, are you blind? Look at what kind of order this is. Do you know how much a Dior 8 costs? Even if your order is doubled, it is not as good as mine. I came first. Xiaoyan had not finished speaking when she was slapped hard by the woman in the dress beside her. She arrogantly shouted, dare to argue with me, get out of the way quickly, don't stop us from getting the car. She smiled sinisterly and arrogantly said, I will teach you a lesson, you have to know who can be provoked, and who can't. Xingyang went over and gave Xiaoyan a tissue and said, just a Dior. He looked at her crying and said, just a Dior has become someone we dare not touch. The man walked over arrogantly and said, oh, it's nothing, just changing the car to go to the market. The sinister woman next to him also took the opportunity to push forward, kid, do you know who is standing in front of you? This is Lin Zhifeng, the second son of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals. Xingyang heard and just shrugged and replied calmly, Sanlin Pharmaceuticals, I seem to have heard of it, is that the company that sells fake medicine? Zhifeng suddenly laughed and said, if you say that then, I'm starting to get angry. He directly rushed over and threatened him, kid, I'm giving you face but you don't know how to appreciate it. Zhifeng raised his finger and pointed at his face and ridiculed, who gave you the guts to say that, dare to talk to me like that? Zhang Yu couldn't bear it any longer and directly rolled up his sleeves, what do you want to do, fight? He was so angry that he went crazy and thought to himself, want to touch my brother, no matter what kind of young master you are, you have to become a tragic young master. Zhifeng said at this time and ridiculed and challenged, what are you going to do, want to hit someone, quickly call someone. From afar a man was running over and said, coming. The manager came over with a serious face and demanded, Ma Ling, why don't you do the procedures for young Master Lin, what are you doing here? She said at this time with an aggrieved expression. Manager, I am doing the procedures, but Xiaoyan is making trouble, offending young Master Lin. The manager went to Zhifeng and said softly, young Master Lin is our VIP, he has the right to priority, if you want to buy, just wait, if you don't like it, the door is on the right. Xingyang heard these disrespectful words and angrily challenged, let me see who dares to cut in line today. Seeing that he was still stubborn, the woman angrily rushed over to slap him, you poor thing, I think you are asking for a beating. Immediately Xingyang firmly grasped her arm, she still didn't give up, and then used the other hand to hit Xingyang, constantly scolding, let go of my hand immediately. His eyes glared sharply, she was still itching, can't you understand? Xingyang did not reply, he didn't need to waste words with this kind of woman, and kicked her straight away. In the next second, she flew out and crashed into the nearby row of shelves. The woman trembled and lay on the ground, just one kick made her faint. Zhifeng arrogantly ordered angrily, kneel down for me in 5 seconds, otherwise, I will make you regret being alive. Xingyang was not only not afraid, but instead he provoked him, no need to wait for 5 seconds, do whatever you want now, I still have things to do. After speaking, he helplessly thought, oh, a total of more than 1,500 points of strength, it turns out that you can kick people so far. Zhifeng angrily took out his phone and threatened, very good, I advise you to start preparing for the funeral now. He ignored the threat and waited for a while. When Qi Yunfei comes, you will have no time. The woman's whole body trembled and said, Ah Feng, quickly call Uncle Qi over. I want him to disappear immediately, right here. Zhang Yu was a little worried at this time, he whispered in his ear and said, Lao Su, it seems that the situation is not good, should we withdraw first? He turned to Xiaoyan and said with compassion, it's easy for us to withdraw, but what if they make things difficult for the female staff? Then he calmly comforted, don't worry, it's just Qi Yunfei, it's nothing. After speaking he walked and took something out of his coat, thinking in his heart. Qi Yunfei, is it someone from Qinchu Xing? Ask him. Ma Ling ridiculed him at this time, now you know you're afraid. Looking at your appearance, you don't need to worry about the funeral. Oh, isn't it good to live peacefully on the lower floor? Why are you provoking us? She pointed to Xiaoyan and continued, and you, Jing Xiaoyan, I helped young Master Lin cut in line and you dared to talk back. In a while you, this instigator, won't escape. Xingyang said softly to Zhang Yu at this time, Look, I said it right, they will definitely make things difficult for the female staff, he sighed wearily, Xinjiang. I was just impulsive so I wanted to do it, he ordered at this time. Sure, I'll send a message. The phone over there was calling for help. Okay, Uncle Chi, I will wait for you here, you just come slowly, no need to rush. He ended the phone call and was as happy as a festival, glanced at him and said, Why don't you call a few more people, you two are not enough for Uncle Chi to do it. Chiffon put his phone in his pocket and said with a smile, No need, I'm looking forward to your Uncle Chi coming. Very quickly, 5 minutes later, there was a sound of a car braking sharply at the car store. A row of supercars that looked very high-end appeared. From the car, the bald men stepped out one after another. The leading well-mannered man said, Little Lin, I heard that someone is bullying you. Chiffon smiled smugly when he saw this. Uncle Chi, you are here. He quickly pointed at Xinjiang and Zhang Yu and said, Uncle Chi, it's these two, they don't take you seriously, make them disappear. Yunfei glared sharply and coldly, Oh. But then he kicked Chiffon in the stomach. That woman immediately ran over. Oh, you hit the wrong person, it's the two people sitting opposite. Yunfei said, Oh, I almost forgot about you, hit her too, hit her hard, immediately. His men replied, Understood, boss. Jinfeng's terrified scream echoed throughout the shopping mall. She was still trying to beg beside him. You hit the wrong person, you hit the wrong person. Chiffon cried and begged, Uncle Chi, don't hit me anymore, don't hit me anymore. He and her knelt on the ground, still murmuring, I don't understand, that bastard provoked me. Why did you hit me? Yunfei kicked him and scolded, You don't need to understand, just obediently take the beating. She couldn't help but shout, Are you blind? We called you. Her face was full of accusations. Why don't you help us but hit us? Are you out of your mind? Yunfei glared and said, Too much talking. He ordered at will, Leave it to you to deal with. 3 strong men surrounded her, with an excited attitude. Understood. Yunfei grabbed Jinfeng's head, I'll tell you this time only. His face was serious, and said close to his ear, Listen carefully. Yunfei warned, You have provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. This is just a small punishment. What exactly happens to you depends on how that person deals with it. On the other side, the woman screamed in fear, Ah, help. Chiffon was full of wounds and stammered that person. But before he could finish speaking, he was thrown by Yunfei to the woman. He quickly went to Xinjiang beside him. Zhang Yu immediately became alert. Lao Su, this Yunfei is a bit abnormal. He beat his own people so badly. What if he beats me? He comforted him. It's okay, he won't beat you. Only to see Yunfei bend down in front of Xinjiang. Greetings, Mr. Su, he said lightly. He pointed to Mao Ling and the manager and asked Mr. Su how to deal with those 2 people. Xinjiang coldly replied, That girl has a very convenient mouth. You take care of it. Yunfei obediently replied, I understand. Immediately, she was dragged out of the door by 2 strong men, still yelling, No, don't. Zhang Yu whispered in Xinjiang's ear, He's going towards me. I even saw my great-grandmother come to pick me up, he said. There will be many more unreal things. Do you believe it? He exclaimed, More fierce than you. In the next second, Zhang Yu was surprised to see the newly appeared person, Jihao. He ran over very politely to greet, Oh, Mr. Su. Jihao warmly, Finally met you. Then he introduced himself, Mr. Su, I am Che Jihao, sorry for being late. Xinjiang shook his hand and said softly, You didn't come late, you came just in time. Zhang Yu saw this scene and could only widen his eyes and think, the 4 heroes of Wanhai unexpectedly bowed down to his brother. Jihao looked at Xiaoyan and ordered, Come here and tell me what happened. She hesitated and recounted, These 2 came to buy a car. In the shopping mall, there was only the sound of her talking, then blah blah and then blah blah again. Jihao heard and said to Xinjiang, Mr. Su, I feel that what she said is somewhat misleading, what do you think? He coldly looked at the manager beside him, basically right. But some places are too gentle. What he said verbatim was, Tell me to wait if I want to buy, and turn right at the door if I don't want to buy. He sat on the ground shaking and replied, Boss, sorry, I really didn't know about this gentleman. Jihao directly shouted loudly, Shut your mouth, turn right at the door, get out of here. After speaking, Jihao ordered, Little Chi, call a few people to clean up all these disgusting things and throw them out. Yunfei replied immediately, Understood. 4th brother Mr. Su, I'll go now. Just like that, the 4 people who dared to be arrogant in front of Xinjiang just now were now thrown directly out of the door. Yunfei pointed at him and scolded, Dare to touch Mr. Su, report to the people below, see these people and hit them, a younger brother next to him curiously asked. Brother Fei, what is the origin of Mr. Su? I see that even fourth brother is. Yun Fei didn't let him finish speaking, and directly kicked him. Mr. Su is that a name for you to call? He instructed, go to the pharmaceutical factory behind that young Master Lin, shut it down, it has to be done tightly. Mr. Su will be happy, the younger brothers answered in fear. Understood, we'll handle it immediately. Inside, Jihao suggested to Xiaoyan, let you be the manager of this store. How is it? She stammered. I can. He said, go do the procedures. Xiaoyan happily. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Mr. Su. Jihao urged, go quickly. I don't want to say it a second time. He said to Jingyang, Mr. Su, I will immediately arrange for someone to deliver the car to you. He politely replied, okay, thank you. In his heart he thought, this Che Jihao changes his attitude really fast. A moment later, 2 luxury cars were prepared in front of him. Jingyang happily praised, okay, the work efficiency is quite high. Jihao suggested to him, Mr. Su, I don't know what your plans are tonight. I want to host a banquet for you. In his heart he was also worried. I don't know if the big boss will give me face. Unexpectedly, Jingyang said, let's do it another day. I have to go to work now. I'll take 1 car first. I'll send you the address of my brother. You deliver the other one there. Jihao had to let him leave, and stood there very respectfully to see him off. Respectfully send off Mr. Su. Seeing that he had gone far, he showed a worried expression. It seems that the big boss is not satisfied. What to do now? If it affects cooperation, it will be a big problem. Call everyone back to discuss. On the car, Zhang Yu shouted, oh my god, Lao Su, when did you become so powerful? So many awesome people are willing to be your subordinates. Xingyang made up a reason. Okay, I won't hide it anymore. I'll just say it straight. I'm a feng shui master. I see feng shui for the 4 heroes of Yahai. Helping them improve their luck and make a lot of money. Shouldn't they treat me like their grandfather and worship me? Zhang Yu said with a smile. Okay, you just keep bragging. But I admire you. You can deceive the money of the rich. But these people are not easy to touch. Be careful, one day you will get your head chopped off. In his heart he also said, I said why he spends money so freely. It turns out that's where the money comes from. What if this is revealed and Jingyang is in trouble? I have to think of a way to expand my power quickly. Jingyang also said, don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. Now it's time to go to work for Now Chunxing. On the gorgeous stage with lights, the dancers are working hard to dance, stirring up the atmosphere. But Jingyang showed a dissatisfied face and asked Zhang Yu, how much money do you think they can make from this performance? He smiled and replied, I don't know, I'm just here to work. He looked at the dancers above and exclaimed, the so-called big event just treats netizens as a bunch of fools to deceive money. Netizens just watch as a monkey show, both sides benefit. Xingyang said again, those people may not even know that. People only need to do a few performances and their income will skyrocket, right? Zhang Yu said again. Haha, what if people are really masters, although most are fake? He teased him, you have to be careful too, you dare to take this job. Be careful of being beaten by your aunt, Zhang Yu said softly, don't worry, I know my limits. At this time, the backstage manager urged, you two prepare to go on stage, fight with the master and then fall down, act realistically. Newcomers appeared outside. It turned out to be Qigong master Now Chunxing, claiming to be Lianjin's Neijing and the head of the Waijia Taiji Shindong. His bodyguards kept shouting to the people around, make way, the master is coming. Chunxing went to the podium and said into the microphone, today, I, Lao Fu, am leading my Taiji disciples here for actual combat. We will smash the rumors on the internet. Everyone wait and see. This made me very sad because in the world there are less than 10 people who really understand traditional martial arts. And I am one of them, Xingyang below joked. Looking at how old he is, he should go home and look after his grandchildren. Zhang Yu replied, well, it's okay. We are here to make money, let him be. Chunxing waved his hand on the high podium. As for what Lianjin's Neijing is, I can't directly explain it to you, because the Tao cannot be passed on casually. I will be a show, you will understand immediately. Everyone look, he is currently holding my hand. As long as I say fall, he will fall. Xingyang yawned. Is that actor number 3? When is it our turn? Zhang Yu put his hands on his hips and replied, I don't know. Probably in order of number. He exclaimed, I feel that the commander through the headset is the most tired. On the stage, Chun-Xing kept pretending to cast spells. The actor number 3 was listening to the commander's instructions. In the headset, number 3, jump, fall right, twitch, twitch, roll on the ground quickly, roll for laps. He said to the audience below, see, he just flew out. That's my Neijing Qigong. If it's Qigong, there must be AoE, like artillery fire, a wide area damage. Chun-Xing announced, now, 4 people come on stage to attack me together. Xingyang covered his mouth and laughed, ha ha ha, AoE, artillery fire, I'm dying of laughter. Zhang Yu laughed so hard that he couldn't stand straight, ha ha ha, this old man is also very fashionable. At this time, a voice rang in the headset again, number 5, 6, 7, 8 up, number 7, before going on stage, asked again, is it okay to hit any way you want? Xingyang thought, amazing, really professional. He walked up and muttered, even the lines have to be directed directly. Xingyang pointed to Chun-Xing and asked, can we hit any way we want? He got into a fighting stance, that's right, hit any way you want, I don't even need to look, my Qigong makes you unable to get close. He became excited, okay, then I'm relieved. In the headset, the commander said to him, number 7, pretend to be knocked out later, and roll back 3 times. Before the commander could finish speaking, he threw himself and punched Chun-Xing directly. The others were stunned when they saw this. What's going on? Zhang Yu quickly understood his intention, and rolled up his sleeves and rushed up. How can such an important program be without me? Lao Su, I'm coming. You call yourself a Qigong master? Destroying traditional martial arts and scamming people. He shouted, watch me, and directly pressed himself on Chun-Xing and beat him, thinking, Lao Su is too good to me, seizing this opportunity. In the headset of the 2, the commander roared, number 7, number 8, what are you doing? Xingyang spoke and asked, Zhang Yu, master now fell by himself, what are you doing? He replied, this is a live stream, there are not many opportunities to become famous. At this time, a voice sounded, everyone stop, the live stream also stops. A young man shouted angrily, what's going on, why are you guys hitting for Real? Xingyang said again, I fell before I even touched him, and besides, isn't Mr. Now one of the top 10 masters of traditional martial arts? Why is he so weak? I know it's a scam, but this scam is too much. The young man laughed, I'm scamming you, what can you do to me? I'll tell you straight, the old man doesn't know martial arts, it's all set up by us. Then he praised, you just hit well, I don't know how many views we can get. He scolded Xingyang, and how many stupid students will we get? Do you know how expensive our tuition is? He took out the phone in his body, thank you. Seeing this, he shouted, what are you doing? Xingyang replied leisurely, nothing. He revealed the recording, just accidentally recorded it before going on stage. Inside was his arrogant words, I'll tell you, the old man doesn't know martial arts, it's all set up by us, you just hit well, I don't know how many views will increase. How many stupid students will be collected? The young man angrily, bastards, you dare to secretly record. He replied, anyway, it's all about making money, but you guys set up an old man to make money, it's too much. The young man cursed, damn it, you dare to calculate with me. He called out a few strong men, you think you can threaten us by filming, it seems that you can't leave here easily today. The young man in the blue shirt crossed his arms and said, actually, I didn't intend to touch you today, just wanted to ask for compensation, but looking at this situation. You definitely don't have money, the broadcast was cut off, how angry am I now? He ordered his subordinates, snatch the phone and break the hand holding the phone for me. Xingyang secretly sighed, it's over, this time I'm in trouble, they are going crazy, what to do? Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu rushed up bravely, tremble, the old and weak. Look at my punch, he exclaimed, treating me so well. I will never let him be beaten. Only the strongest man in this area can solve this problem. The strong man easily blocked Zhang Yu's attack. He snorted coldly. Humph, think that's it? Look at my stunt. People flying in the sky. No, in the next second, his 2 companions actually flew up high. It turned out that Xingyang had made a move, he sneered. Why do I vaguely hear someone say they are the strongest man? Zhang Yu felt embarrassed to refute. Lao Su, you must have misheard. I didn't say anything. In his heart he thought, I just wanted to save Lao Su once to vent my anger. But this time he saved me instead. A moment later, Xingyang said again, Zhang Yu, let's go quickly, he muttered, although my stats are high, I have never trained systematically, If I run into a real master, I'm done. Jiang Yu asked him curiously, Lao Su, how did you fly such a fat person? When did you start practicing? I have never heard you say before, he replied. I asked you to go to the gym with me. Xinjiang showed off his arm muscles. If you don't go, don't blame me. He asked again, really, you must have a secret. Even a fitness trainer can't kick like that. I'll treat you to skewers, share some secrets, he smiled and said. You can't learn it, but eating skewers is okay. On the other side, Chun Xing's voice rang out. Who called these people here? He roared, don't know how to keep martial arts ethics, dare to attack me, the extra playing crowd. Didn't I say don't hit me? You just fall by yourself. Do you still want to do it? What was the live stream index just now? The female assistant looked at the report and replied, due to the live stream just now, the media have unanimously pushed this incident to the top local search. Now the internet is criticizing us. If we don't solve it quickly, I'm afraid the company's stock price will be affected. The young man in the blue shirt just now appeared again. In fact, this is also an opportunity to reverse the situation, even to bring us to a new height. He flattered, as long as our master now makes a move, nothing is impossible. Chun Xing said gloomily, I will post a notice, saying that they attacked me, saying that I was subjective and didn't dodge, otherwise they wouldn't be able to succeed. He continued, and I will also remind them to know what's good for them. Think again, the young man thought. This old man is really a master of acting. The female secretary showed worry again. Boss, if that kid releases the video, will we encounter risks? Now Lao doing this may ruin everything, or should we ask for help from above? He ordered, help Lao now, I'll handle everything else. In his heart he had already calculated, maybe the only way is to ask that person to make a move. At night, in a high-end apartment complex, a beautiful woman sitting in the study was talking on the computer. Are you talking about the person who hit Lao now and filmed it? She asked again. The curly-haired guy also admitted that we are scamming and deceiving fans in the video. Her subordinate replied, that's right, now the public opinion on the internet is too strong, we can't hold it anymore, the only way is to ask Ms. Zhao for help. With her intervention everything will be resolved quickly. The girl stood up slightly, revealing her perfect body curves. But it made your group dizzy, it seems that this person has some skills. The girl said, just wanting to quell this public opinion, we must first get the video. She went out of the room and ordered the bodyguard, within 3 minutes, find out the hiding place of that person. Outside the bustling city, Jiang Yu and Jing Yang were leisurely eating skewers on the roadside. He was curious, Lao Su, so you have secretly planned to play big, but you didn't tell me in advance. He said, you are still not ashamed to say it. People fell by themselves, you still rushed to hit. If I told you, it would have been revealed long ago. Suddenly, a supercar came, and the voice inside rang out, why is it Jing Yang? The girl who was still sitting in the study just now appeared in front of him. She said, get in the car, I have something to say to you. Jiang Yu exclaimed, Lao Su, not bad, rich and beautiful. When will you introduce me to one like this? Jing Yang remembered Bao Lei's appearance of grabbing his clothes and scolding. What, I'm not worthy of this level, he suggested, or you get in the car. He shouted into the car, I'm hungry, I don't have time to care about you. If you want to talk, get out of the car. Immediately, the bodyguard got out of the car. You, the girl inside reminded, don't be impatient, what he said makes sense. She opened the car door, there are some things. You have to face the public to solve it. It turned out that she was Xiao Man, the eldest lady of the Zhao family. Xiao Man asked directly, to be honest, I came to buy back the video, you name a price. Xing Yang muttered, unexpectedly, a young talent of the Zhao family came forward in person. It seems that the Zhao family is also involved in Ngao Chun Xing's case. In his head he thought, the Zhao family is the leading family in Santai City. The second young master Zhao Huashan is working in the entertainment industry now. The eldest lady Xiao Man has come forward, indicating that Ngao Chun Xing's case is very important to them. Xiao Man took out a check and said, if you know me, then this is easy, here is a check, you fill in the amount yourself. Xinjiang asked in doubt, any amount is fine, really? She replied, yes, but if you refuse, I can use more direct and violent methods, but doing business should be harmonious. I believe you understand this principle. He then took out a pen. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Xiao Man thought when she saw this, it's just a trivial matter. But my father made me go in person, it's ridiculous, for those garbage without power and influence. Using money to deal with is also a waste. She was still confidently muttering, if it wasn't in a crowded place, I would have 9 ways to play this guy to death. Xiao Man sat on the chair, arrogantly said, happy cooperation. In her heart she despised, for people at the bottom like you, giving you 100 chances, the price filled in can't be more expensive than my bag. Thinking this, she quickly glanced at the numbers on the check. On it clearly showed the number 990,000 yuan. Immediately, Xiao Man was furious. This joke is not funny, Xinjiang asked. What's wrong? He picked up the check from her hand with chopsticks. Can this money not be exchanged? He said very arrogantly, I reminded you just now, it doesn't meet my expectations. He tore the check and asked, or should I reduce it by 2 zeros? Immediately, Xiao Man felt offended and stood up abruptly. Xinjiang, the bodyguard beside him, also shouted, you. He reached out to grab him, with a threatening attitude, do you want to die? Xinjiang easily grabbed his hand, muttering, it seems that you want to use strong methods. In the next second, the bodyguard's hand was twisted back by him, slammed on the table. With the other hand he held the chopstick high. Then he directly stabbed the chopstick down. The force of the stab was so great that a crack appeared on the table leg, penetrating through. Seeing this, Xiao Man was also alert. This guy's strength is so strong, it seems that ordinary bodyguards are not very useful. Xinjiang slowly pulled out the bloody chopstick, and said, Zhao family, you steal other people's things. And you don't bring a stronger person, is it because you are short of money? After speaking, he pushed the bodyguard straight to the ground. Xiao Man gritted her teeth. Okay, I don't need to know who you are, you have successfully angered me. I will use all my resources to deal with you. Xinjiang didn't pay attention to her, turned around and put his arm around Zhang Yu and left. Lao Zhang, let's go, let's eat at another restaurant. He replied, let's go, I'm not hungry anymore, I'm full from watching the fun. Xiao Man still stared at him. In her heart she said, Xinjiang, I don't need to know if you are really as strong as the rumors say, but you have angered the Zhao family, your good days are over. On the other side, Xinjiang was very leisurely talking to Zhang Yu on the road. Let's go. The first time you helped me, we ate hot pot. Let's go, let's review the old days. He laughed and said, that looming is really delicious, Lao Su, you're treating. A few days later, Chen Xing actually appeared on the live stream to accuse Xinjiang and Zhang Yu. Those 2 young men gave a punch when they came up. I was afraid, didn't dodge. Let them hit me. I said the youth didn't respect martial arts ethics and attacked an old man close to 70 years old. A trembling hand held the phone and listened to him tell, to deceive, to attack an old man close to 70 years old. I am. The person couldn't help but throw the phone away, and shouted, that garbage named Su dares to smear our Zhao family. I will definitely make him infamous. He was still angry, and this now Chen Xing dares to make such a deceptive statement. Stupid, it turned out that this was Zhao Yiming, the eldest young master of the Zhao family. After speaking, he pointed to Xiao Man and accused, Xiao Man, is this how you work for the family? Why do you make such a simple matter so chaotic? Unexpectedly, his father spoke, if you weren't drunk that day, your sister wouldn't have to jump into this muddy water. Moreover, if you went to handle it, wouldn't there be mistakes? He emphasized, anger is the most useless thing. This person was Zhao Huashan, the chairman of Zhao's entertainment group, the second son of the Zhao family. Zhao Huashan seriously warned the 2, if you continue like this, don't even think about getting your grandfather's approval. Xiao Man bowed her head and replied, Dad, I know I was wrong, I will handle the things behind well. He then replied, okay, I'll give this person to you. As he spoke, his footsteps were also leaving. Use your brains to do things smoothly. Huashan reminded, at least you have to surprise your grandfather. This time Yiming also obediently bowed his head. Dad, don't worry. Xiao Man stood in place and began to ponder. Although this matter did not embarrass the Zhao family publicly, the reputation has been damaged. Inside the phone, the voice of Chen Xing still came from the live stream. Is this good? This is not good. I advise that young man to know what's good for himself. Think again. Xiao Man was angry and directly trampled the screen. I can't stand this anger. Chen Xing was still trying to deceive the viewers. The martial arts world must take harmony as the head. Must keep ethics. Don't fight internally. Switching the scene, a luxurious car was flying on the street. Bao La in a gorgeous dress pointed to the phone and said to Xinjiang, this old man now Chen Xing really makes me laugh to death. She poked his cheek. Oh, you and Zhang Yu secretly created such big news. Actually you had planned it in advance, right? He scolded softly. don't play around, I'm driving. In his heart he began to think, Ngao Chunxing's team reacted quickly, plus the accident of the live stream that day, the popularity of this video increased very quickly. But compared to the video I secretly recorded before, apart from some people with brain problems about Water Army, almost all unanimously condemned it publicly. Chu Xing came to thank him after knowing the news. Mr. Su, thanks to your video, our newly launched short video app has climbed to the top 10 hot software. Xingyang exclaimed, unexpectedly, that video also helped Chu Xing's short video app become popular. I eliminated the scammers and made a little more money. I really admire myself. He held the steering wheel, in his heart still uneasy, but although this matter was finally stabilized by the upper-level department, Ngao Chunxing and the scammers were all thrown into prison. But as the mastermind behind Ngao Chunxing, the Zhao family never came forward from beginning to end. Could it be that seeing the situation is hopeless, they directly sold Ngao Chunxing's company and withdrew? At this time, Baola spoke again. Speaking of which, I'm just going to a class reunion. I don't need you to come with me. He smiled and said, I'm so handsome. Pretending to be your boyfriend, I guarantee that no one dares to approach you. She snorted twice. Consider you know what's good for you. Let's go, Xiao Yangzi, go meet your concubine. Xingyang smiled softly. In his heart he said, if I wasn't afraid that your idiot would be bullied again, I wouldn't follow you. A gentle girl immediately appeared in front of them. Baola, you're here. It turned out that this was Yiro, Bao Cheng's college classmate. Xingyang guessed. It seems that this girl has a good relationship with Baola, but, at this time, Baola also went over to greet her. Yiro, happy birthday. Xingyang looked around, and exclaimed, the others are not very friendly to Baola. It seems that something is likely to happen today. Sure enough, in the next second, someone shouted, Baola, you still have the face to come here. It turned out that it was Sunli. She shouted, How, Chung Baola, are you addicted to eating for free, appearing in this place today? Are you planning to harm Yiro again? Baola then spoke, Sunli, don't go too far, it was you guys. Sunli didn't let her finish speaking and interjected, shut up, stop talking nonsense here, you clearly said you wanted to treat. But in the end you ran away. She deliberately said loudly, playing with us, do you feel that you are very smart? Why don't you look in the mirror, isn't it? Why is your character so bad? The people around started to whisper, isn't Qing Baola just like this when she was in school? Xingyang sighed secretly behind. This silly Baola actually ran into such sharp-tongued opponents as Sunli. I'm afraid she will suffer. Baola ran to her and said, Sunli, you said I wanted to treat, that's true, but do you dare to say, how did you call me to the restaurant at that time? She immediately became speechless. She angrily accused, you guys chose the food first, but didn't want to pay, so you called me to the restaurant, that's right. The more she spoke, Bao'ale's tone became more aggrieved. You only allow you to trick people, and we can't fight back. Now you want to question me. How can your skin be so thick? Xingyang crossed his arms and watched with satisfaction. This girl has actually learned how to mock people. It's not easy, although the feeling is still a bit immature. But after all, it's the first time, it will be fine after a few more times. At this time, Yiro spoke, Okay, Baola, don't be angry. Speaking of this, she said, besides, you should change your temper. You also know, I invited you here today hoping you would have a chance to improve your relationship with everyone. She whispered in Bao'ale's ear, do you still remember Chu Man? Her husband is young master son of Santai. With a noble status, she told me to tell you, as long as you can bow your head to her today, no one will cause trouble for you to find a job in the future. Immediately, Baola shouted angrily, you mean, you invited me here today just to make me bow my head to Chu Man, and my work has not been smooth for the past few years. It's all Chu Man who framed me. She sighed, with a helpless tone, people living in this world must know where they are, they can't always be so high. Yiro tightly held her hand, my family's textile factory also received the help of Chu Man's husband. Today you help yourself, it's also helping me. At this time, a voice rang out, Chu Man is here. Chu Man and a fat man walked in. She spoke very arrogantly. Hello, Yiro, we're here. The person she was with was Sun Feng, the young master of the Sun family in Santai City. Yiro saw the two and quickly ran over. Xiao Man, young master Feng, you two are finally here. Sunli also came forward to flatter. That's right, we are waiting for you, Xiao Man. Xingyang asked Baola softly, that girl is Chu Man, your mortal enemy. Her face fell and replied, that's right, And she's especially petty. I heard that she's always framing me these past few years. Chu Man came over to the two and greeted Bao La, long time no see. Bao La also kept the minimum politeness, long time no see. She said, let me introduce everyone, this is my husband, Sun Feng, the eldest young master of the Sun family. Everyone knows about the Sun family, right? This is the family that can cover the sky. With one hand in the garment industry of Santai City. Immediately, everyone present flattered, Xiao Man and young Master Feng, really a perfect match. Yes, it's our past life's blessing to see young Master Sun today. Suddenly, Xing Yang's laughter attracted everyone's attention. Yiro asked, what are you laughing at? He laughed while holding his stomach. Sorry, I just heard the sentence covering the sky with one hand and couldn't help it. It sounds too childish. After speaking, his tone became serious. Oh, have everyone gathered? Since everyone is here, I want to ask a question. Jin Yang showed his overwhelming momentum. What is that immoral thing that is always secretly hindering my girlfriend from finding a job? Are you tired of living? His words made Sun Li and Yiro widen their eyes. Sun Feng also looked at him in disbelief. A moment later, along with everyone's laughter, Chu Man spoke. Bao La, your boyfriend is not good. Doesn't he really know what the status of the Sun family is in Santai City? Some people echoed and flattered. Young Master Sun is much stronger than him in terms of temperament. Does he have the face to say that? She said with disdain. Bao La, what kind of man did you find? What are you bragging about? I haven't said it yet. Looking at this guy's flustered appearance, you will suffer in this life. Bao La was angry. My boyfriend is my person, you don't need to worry. Chu Man said, can't worry, now the work is not stable and the boyfriend is not good, otherwise I will introduce you to a job. Her face became vicious, being a security guard or nanny, anyway, it only takes a word from my husband. Sun Feng also spoke, this is easy, the sales department of the company just happens to be short of a director. If this friend is willing, I can arrange it for him. It seemed that he was enthusiastic, but in his head he thought, although Man doesn't like this girl, she is really very beautiful, if I can get her, it will be a big profit. Sun Feng's eyes were greedy. I give you a basic salary of 5% of the profit, with separate commissions, what do you think? The other girls were surprised. Young Master Sun is so generous. He said arrogantly, living in this world can't only care about yourself, you have to think about the people around you. 5% of the profit each month. It should be enough for 2 people to eat and drink. If you are lucky, there is still a surplus. But if you want to earn a little more, I have to see the ability of the 2 of you. As he spoke, his fat arm also touched Bao La's. Jin Yang reached out and hugged her. His eyes were full of anger. Hundreds of millions of income every month, coming to you is not a brain problem. Thank you for your kindness, we have something to do, let's go first. Chu Man flew into a rage when she saw this. Stop, you don't know what's good for you. Giving you a job and you don't accept it, what do you think you are, still an income of hundreds of millions? Bragging still has a script. She pointed her finger at Cheng Bao La. With a domineering attitude, Cheng Bao La, I want you to kneel down in front of me now and shout 100 times I am a cheap person. After shouting I can let you go. If you don't, from today onwards, I guarantee you can't find a job. Xingyang asked softly, you just let her bully you like this? Unexpectedly, Sun Feng said bluntly, being my woman, she can want anything. He drooled over her, anyway, she's just a woman, as long as she listens to me in bed, I will fulfill all her wishes. Xingyang put his hand into his coat, with a cold tone, I don't like people who do whatever they want, so I decided to let her receive some education. He took the phone and called, and didn't forget to warn, you dare to frame my wife, then you have to pay the price. In the company, Chen Hao Hai clasped his hands and shouted, have you heard clearly, Mr. Su wants to find a woman named Chu Man. I want all the information about her in 5 minutes. He was angry. Who is it, who dares to make things difficult for Mr. Su? This is even more uncomfortable than hitting me in the face. Switching the scene to Xingyang, Chu Man arrogantly shouted, so what? She pointed her finger at his face and cursed, taking out a broken phone to act in front of me. Have you watched too many domineering president movies? Very like the appearance of making me pay the price later. Xingyang sneered. Interesting, the good show has just begun. In the next second, his phone rang. Chu Man, female, 25 years old, ID number is 412, from the 2nd year of college to now, the hotel registration history is 1,128 times. Chu Man and her husband's faces became ugly. The voice of the notification continued. The companions are 52 different people, aged from 28 to 64. The more he said, the more the disgusting past of her was known to everyone. There were 34 times with more than 2 men together. Xinjiang exclaimed, amazing, really a good field, no matter how much you plow, you can't damage it. Chu Man was ashamed and angry. You're talking nonsense, it's fake, you're slandering me. I want to hire a lawyer to sue you, he said again. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Immediately, information about her was released again. In March last year, she was diagnosed with syphilis. It was cured in May, but in September she was infected again. 6 miscarriages in 3 years. Until last year, the most hotel room rental history was 86 times. The most recent was yesterday. The room was a waterbed ocean love. From 1 p.m. to 9 p.m., there were several people in turn. Sun Feng's face at this time could no longer be described. Xinjiang also emphasized, in addition, there is someone named Sun Jian inside. I don't know if you know him. Sun Feng gritted his teeth. It's my father. Chu Man shouted, shut up, don't say anymore, don't say anymore. In the next second, she was pushed hard to the ground by Sun Feng. Chu Man's face was dazed. Husband. She put on a pitiful appearance. It's not like that, you listen to my explanation. But Sun Feng didn't know how to cherish the flower, shouting loudly, explain what? He was saying while physically affecting her, explain why you played with dozens of men like that. Sun Feng roared angrily, yesterday afternoon, didn't you say you were going for plastic surgery, Haicheng Hotel, right? Those men, right? The onlookers were wide-eyed and mouth agape. Chu Man cried and begged, I was wrong, husband, don't hit me anymore. Sun Feng was willing to stop at this time. He turned to scold Xinjiang again, you dog, you have successfully angered me. But Ben Xiao is only fake married to this broken thing, I have never touched her. His eyes were full of red veins. It's all because of this poor bastard. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Sun Feng arrogantly said loudly, this cheap thing will be dealt with tomorrow. By then I will find a new young mistress for the Sun family. His eyes were still fixed on Qingbao La. In his heart he made up his mind. Today I must play this poor bastard to death, to snatch the girl next to him. Thinking of this, he felt excited and clenched his fist. If I can get her, it's worth it. Xinjiang unexpectedly went in front of him. Seeing you being cuckolded dozens of times, I thought you were very pitiful, but now it seems that it's right to die. Sun Feng was still stubborn. Oh, the pitiful one is you. What if you find out some material? I can turn the situation around with one phone call. He then sneered, then what are you waiting for? Call quickly. In his heart he thought, wait until you know that the 4 heroes of Yahai are all my little brothers. What will your reaction be? Sun Feng actually took out his phone to call. Hello, check all the information about a person for me. His name is Xinjiang. A stammering voice rang out inside the phone. Young master, there are so many people named Xinjiang. Who do you want to check? Check them all, don't miss one. At this time, he realized the problem. This kid clearly only said the name of that slut, and could find out her secret. If I say more information, wouldn't I be losing to this kid? Unexpectedly, Xinjiang seemed to read his mind, directly saw the ID card and said, let me reduce the difficulty for you. This is my ID number. It will be faster to check according to the ID number. Sun Feng took it unceremoniously. Oh, then don't blame me. A few minutes later, he arrogantly held up his phone and said, how is it? Is the speed very fast? Let me reveal your secrets, hee. Xinjiang casually waved his hand. Okay. If you don't press accept, the other side will hang up. Sun Feng snorted coldly. Today I will make you have nowhere to escape. Inside the phone, a voice rang out. Is that you, young master? Sun Feng ordered. Yeah, speak. The person stammered, young master, the higher-ups said. We can't disclose this person's information, and told us to know our place. They implied I'm not qualified to snoop around in high-level departments. These words left him dumbfounded. Xinjiang smiled without smiling and asked, what's wrong? So deflated? Weren't you supposed to find out in a few minutes? In his heart, he sank into contemplation. The higher-ups refused to disclose my identity? Based on Chen Haohai's status, they shouldn't be able to do this. Could it be that someone has noticed me? Sun Feng suddenly clutched his chest, looking pained. Damn it. Iro worriedly rushed over. Young Master Sun, are you okay? Let me help you over there to rest. She glanced at Shu Man, who was lowering her head. not daring to speak. In her heart, she calculated, Zhu Man will be quickly driven away. The position of young mistress of the Sun family will be vacant. If I can seize this opportunity to fill that void, it would be great. Yiro made up her mind. It's time to show some tricks and become the top candidate for the position of young mistress of the Sun family. She changed her attitude and scolded Bao La, I kindly invited you to my birthday party, but you indulged your boyfriend in humiliating young Master Sun. You've disappointed me too much. You're not welcome here. I don't want to see you again in the future. Bao La was stunned. Yiro, you want us to leave? Yiro put on an authoritative air and said, Not you too, then who else? You offended young Master Sun, which is offending me and our Li family. After today, the Li family and everyone standing here will be irreconcilable with you. Hearing this, Bao La understood. Don't worry, if we weren't such close friends before, I wouldn't have come here today. After today, we'll go our separate ways, and keep our distance. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, Oh my, President Tang, why are you here? Tang Ying appeared, carrying a small gift box. I accepted an invitation to attend a friend's birthday party. I hope I'm not too late. Seeing Tang Ying's appearance, everyone around buzzed with excitement. Tang Ying? Am I seeing things? Why is she here? She's the real mogul in the fashion industry in Sandai City. In front of her, the Sun family wouldn't dare fart. Someone cautiously asked, could it be that she came to celebrate Li Yiro's birthday? Tang Ying thought to herself, although she told me to give the gift on her behalf, I have to keep it vague for now. Later, I'll give the gift first and then introduce who it's from. I'm sure that will help her gain face, right? Xingyang also understood her intention and told Xing Baola, keep a smiling face, don't let Tang Ying notice anything is wrong. Just let her give the gift first, and then we'll see. I don't want to bother with those people because you are simple, but I am not easy to deal with. He whispered later, I'll let them know what it means to regret being late. Tang Ying followed her plan and went to Yiro. Hello, Miss Li. She very professionally handed over the gift, saying, I'm representing a mysterious guest to give you this birthday gift. Along with her wishes, happy birthday. The gift box was also opened, revealing a delicately carved gold ingot. Yiro asked in surprise, I wonder who that mysterious guest is? Would I have the honor of getting to know them? She secretly speculated, what kind of status must someone have to have Tang Ying give a gift on their behalf? Among the people here, even Sun Feng might not be able to do that. Yiro made up her mind, no matter what, I have to befriend that person. If that person is a man, then I can conveniently get together with him. Thinking this, she quickly reached out to receive the gift. In her mind, she seemed to see a happy future. Wouldn't that be? Before she could think further, and before she could touch the gift, Zheng Yang's voice rang out, Tang Ying. He ordered, take the golden phoenix back. They don't deserve it. He said indifferently, later, I'll give them a chicken. That'll do. Sun Li immediately angrily shouted, you poor wretch. How dare you call President Tang by her name? What does Yiro's golden phoenix have to do with you two? What are you? Yiro also said darkly, Cheng Bao La, you offended young Master Sun earlier, and now you still want to ruin my birthday party? Today, President Tang came to celebrate my birthday. I don't want her to be upset because of you two. She pointed directly at the two of them. I don't want to say it a third time. I invite you two to leave immediately. In her mind, she was secretly delighted. Now, I've become close with Tang Ying. Based on her connections, I'll be able to develop in the fashion industry sooner or later. The more she thought about it, the happier Yiro felt. By then, even Sun Feng might have to bow down to me. The others in the hall also spoke up in unison. You two pieces of trash, get out. Don't spoil President Tang's mood. Where did this kid come from? So annoying. Tang Ying then ran to the two of them. Young Master Su, Bao La, what's going on? She worriedly asked, did I do something wrong? Immediately, everyone's expression changed. Yiro hurried over and said, President Tang, are you talking to them? Not them, could it be you? Sun Li also chimed in, President Tang, what do you mean? Could it be that you know them? That's impossible. Clearly, they are just people from the bottom of society. She said coldly, I gave this golden phoenix on behalf of Bao Lao. According to you, do I know them or not? Yiro stammered in shock, how could this be? Sweating, she still dared not believe it and asked again, President Tang, Surely you're joking with us, right? Xinjiang spoke up, don't waste your breath on them. Didn't you hear the host telling us to get out? Tang Ying enthusiastically ran to Bao La. Let's go, Bao La. Only then did Yi Ro feel startled. Tang Ying and Bao La are so close? Could it be? She felt regret and thought, Tang Ying was really called here by Qing Bao La, and even brought the golden phoenix to celebrate my birthday. Yi Ro tried to call her name, don't go, Bao La. However, 2 bodyguards suddenly appeared and blocked her path. Yi Ro desperately yelled, Bao La, I was wrong. We are still good sisters. Please don't blame me, okay? Bao La looked sad. Ask yourself, are we sisters? I have never offended you before, and I have even treated you carefully and cautiously, but how have you treated me? Xinjiang coldly announced, to those who have ever bullied Bao La, I'll give you 2 hours to immediately get your whole family out of Sandai City. He threatened without restraint, after today, if I ever see you in Sandai City again. Yi Ro collapsed to the ground, crying out in her heart, 2 hours isn't enough for us to liquidate the assets in our home, and there will be a series of contract violations. This person, for a little anger for Qing Bao La, wants to force us to death. At this point, she still couldn't understand who they had offended. After walking a distance, Xinjiang happily patted Bao La's but innocently. All right, it's all over. Tang Ying looked at the 2 teasing each other again and sighed. Bao La is still young. Today and the previous incident are just a drizzle compared to what I went through that year. She thought to herself, but young Master Su is sheltering her from the rain, so she won't have to suffer grievances in the future. A moment later, Xinjiang spoke again. Oh yeah, Sister Tang, I've thought about the feng shui layout you mentioned before. Later, let's schedule a meeting with Chairman Qing to dismantle that plot of land. He thought to himself, I have to think of a way to deal with Bao La, otherwise she'll suspect where my money comes from. What about a feng shui master? That way, I can also explain our relationship to outsiders. Tang Ying smiled brightly and said, then thank you, young Master Su. I'll transfer the expenses to you later. In her mind, she was startled. I almost forgot about this. It's good to compensate young Master Su. Seeing Tang Ying leave, Qing Bao La dared to speak up. Xinjiang. She shyly said, thank you for today. Who knew that Xinjiang would want to tease her at this time, huh? What did you say? The wind is too strong, I can't hear you clearly. Bao La pinched his ear and scolded, you scoundrel! Isn't it enough that you bully me? You're even secretly learning feng shui or something, right? No wonder Tang Ying is so respectful to you. So you're learning how to scam people. Suddenly Xinjiang asked, hey, didn't you want to open a healthy food store before? I'll invest with the money I scammed, and you'll put in the effort. What do you think? In his heart, he tiredly sighed. Only by saying this will she believe it. Sigh, I have to help her and think of a way for her to accept it. Finally, I can feel the sorrow of the rich. Bao La replied, open it, then open it, but I'll say it first, this is money you scammed. Even if I lose money, I won't feel like my soul is condemned. He of course happily agreed, okay, if you lose money, then condemn me. On the surface he said that, but in reality, he was thinking, the richest man in the world is standing in front of you. Bao La was happy, it's a wonder if I lose money. You said that yourself. If you lose money, don't come to me for compensation. Early the next morning, Bao La was full of energy, and pulled him out onto the street. The first step in opening a store is to find a location and then decorate. Xinjiang yawned and muttered, Big sister, what time is it? She then coaxed, Aya, now you're my big investor. I'll go buy you some water. Help me look at the location, okay? Helpless, he had to listen, no problem. A moment later, the real estate director appeared and greeted them. Hello, sir, what can I help you with? Xinjiang spoke up, I want to rent a shop. He replied, no problem. I'll find the most professional real estate consultant to assist you. The real estate director then ordered the girl next to him, Xiaoya, you go advise these 2 guests. Who knew that her attitude would be arrogant? Director, I already said. I only serve high-quality customers. Xinjiang was stunned. Only serve high-quality customers? The people around whispered, there she goes again. I heard that at her previous brokerage firm, she only served high-quality customers. It seems she also used to serve male customers, but only if they were high-quality men that she liked. The real estate director was also surprised. Xiaoya, you? Xinjiang directly said, Everyone is the same. If you don't want to, then change people. When did you leave? Xiaoya still maintained a cold face and assessed him. He's just like all the other men, also a pretender. On the surface, he says everyone is the same, but isn't he secretly trying to attract my attention? I've seen many people who try to appear magnanimous to attract my attention. I won't serve such a disgusting person. At this time, Bala held a can of water in front of him and asked, "Which one do you want?" Immediately, everyone around teased. I thought she wanted to pursue him, but unexpectedly, he already has someone. Look at his girlfriend and then look at this one. It's really a fatal blow. Look at that girl, that's what you call a beauty, that's what you call high quality. The real estate director spoke up. Alright, Xiaoya, if you can't serve, then step aside. Kala, you serve the guests. Yes, director. Kala led the two into a raw building and said, according to your needs, this building has a super large area of 538 square meters, with a total of 2 floors. She presented, it's very suitable for opening a high-end restaurant. Moreover, the landlord is in urgent need of money and can rent or sell. Baola then said, it's good, but it's a little expensive. Xinjiang directly waved his hand, this area is very reasonable. Money is not a problem. At this time, a man appeared. He spoke up, are you here to see the house? He scratched his head and introduced himself. I am the owner of this house, surnamed Zhao. Originally, I intended to use this house, but something happened suddenly to my family. Now I need money urgently. If you two want it, the price is very fair. You can also buy it if you want. Xinjiang was dubious, this is. Kala quickly whispered into his ear to explain, Zhao's son is seriously ill. The special medicine costs more than 10 yuan per dose. And a total of 4 doses are needed, plus hospital fees and all kinds of tests. Now he has almost used up all his capital. He sighed, also a person with a hard life. Xinjiang spoke up, if that's the case, then we. Suddenly, Xiaoya's voice rang out again, wait a minute. She led a foreigner over and said, Brother Zhao, we're also here to see the house. Brother Zhao, why don't you consider it? Hearing this, he immediately turned around, you two wait a moment. I'm serving guests. I'll go to you after they rent, or decide not to. Xiaoya disagreed and wanted to continue speaking, but Peter. However, the man directly stepped forward. Oh, it's okay. He went to Bao La. Hello, beautiful lady. Very happy to meet you. I wonder if I have the honor of getting to know you. In his heart, he thought, her figure and appearance are truly perfect. Peter reached out to touch her hand, wondering in his mind, I wonder if she will be fascinated by my gentlemanly demeanor when I kiss the back of her hand. Who knew that Bao La would only reach out her hand to wave at him? Hi. Peter froze, it's okay. She felt strange and asked Xinjiang, I greeted him, why did he say it's okay? He must have a problem with his head, right? Xiaoya then stepped forward and said, that's why I said, Mr. Peter wants to perform a hand-kissing ceremony for you. If you have culture, then you should cooperate a little. That's why I say people from the bottom of society are so troublesome, they don't know any etiquette. Xinjiang also didn't give in, retorting, if you don't know, then learn more. Don't think that everything is self-evident. A hand-kissing ceremony is for married ladies. For unmarried girls, it's molestation. He asked back, are we impolite or are you uncivilized? Xiaoya was speechless. Peter interrupted again, it's okay. I don't know if this beautiful girl is satisfied with this shop. He put on a look of being rich. I've looked at it, and I like this shop very much. I don't think I need to see other shops. This place is very suitable. Qing Baolao then spoke up, sorry, we also like this shop. He then sidled closer to her, if that's the case, then I'm willing to yield to you. Contending with such a beautiful girl is really too ungentlemanly. Xinjiang and Baolao were really speechless. Does this guy not know what order is? Didn't you hear what Brother Zhao said earlier? Is this building in your name? Why are you acting like we want to steal your stuff? Again, he pretended, I don't know if you have negotiated the rent. If you find the rent too expensive. These words made both of them freeze, unable to speak. Seeing this, Peter quickly explained, the meaning of my words is to buy this, and then rent it to you. Of course, the price will definitely satisfy you. Brother Zhao then ran over and asked, you're serious? Xiaoya began to praise, Mr. Peter's father has interior design companies in the country, and in England, owning assets of hundreds of yuan. Brother Zhao then turned to Xingyang and said, Brother, you know my situation. I really have no choice. If he buys it, then I have to consider them first. He then said, But I didn't say that I don't intend to buy it. He was stunned, huh? You also want to buy? Xingyang asked back, Didn't you say that this building can be rented or sold? Originally, I intended to buy it outright. Brother Zhao then happily said, So that's how it is. If you too want to buy it, then I'll sell it to Su. Who knew that Xiaoya would interrupt again? Fair auction. Whoever offers the highest price gets it, right, Brother Zhao? Xingyang readily agreed, okay. Peter also joined in to show off to the beauty, I also agree. Peter raised one hand to face level, smiled brightly, although whoever offers the highest price gets it, I still have to ask you a question first. What is the selling price of your house? Brother Zhao bowed his head and replied, If you really want to buy it, then the price is 15 yuan. If I didn't need money urgently, I would have bought it for 17 yuan. Peter pushed up his glasses with one hand and raised one hand to stop Brother Zhao. Stop. He replied, Okay. Peter pondered, although my father only gave me money to rent this shop. Under the magnificent street, he was still contemplating and calculating, but if I persuade him for a while, my father will also agree. Moreover, this place can be sold for 18 yuan. I must get it. Peter rested his chin on his hand, thinking, and then spoke up, Your price is very reasonable. I'll pay 15.5 yuan. He smiled and replied, Pay half first, and the rest mortgage. Peter was secretly calculating, buy this shop, and then sign a cheap rental contract with her. As long as she agrees, then I will naturally have the opportunity to get close to her and finally conquer her. Then Peter approached Xingyang and reached out his hand, saying, Hey, what's your name? It's your turn. He coughed lightly and then spoke, Okay, I'll pay. Before he could finish speaking, Bao La ran over and grabbed his arm, quickly apologizing. The next second, she quickly pulled him out, saying as they walked, We have something to discuss, we'll talk about it later. She said to herself, It seems like he's too excited. I have to persuade him. Bao La shouted loudly, Is your brain waterlogged? Then she stood and questioned Xingyang, Why did you agree to auction with him just to open a shop for me? She put her hands on her hips and continued to ask, And you want to buy this house? You can't spend money like that. He reached out and pinched her cheek, smiling brightly and saying, As long as this house is mine, then you will become my tenant. Bao La clenched her hands, looking angry. Xingyang smiled and asked, Perhaps that guy who pretends to be a foreigner has this intention, right? Hearing this, Bao La confusingly made an S sound. Then Xingyang put his hand on Bao La's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I know my limits. Moreover, I said I want to buy this house not entirely for you. I'm preparing to offer a high price to scare them away. Xingyang put his arm around Bao La and strolled down the street, offer a high price and scare that foreign devil away. Then he and Bao La went inside. Sorry, we kept everyone waiting for a long time. We decided to continue the auction. The people around were a little surprised. All of them stood still and looked at them. Peter frowned, tense and unable to speak. Then he quickly regained his composure and spoke up, It's okay, but you, how much money are you planning to pay? Xingyang, still with his arm around Bao La, offered the price, I'll pay. He hesitated and then raised one finger in front of him, continuing to say, 100 yuan. Hearing the price, Brother Zhao, along with Kala and Xiaoya, were a little surprised. All three of them gaped. Peter suddenly sighed and then called, Hey, what's your name? He smiled mockingly, looked at Xingyang and Bao La, If you can't play, then please don't make a fool of me. There's no need to do that in front of your girlfriend. He continued, Oh yeah, what's the saying in your country? He reached out and adjusted his glasses, looking disdainful, and then said, Oh yeah, it's biting off more than you can chew, right? Seeing this, Xiaoya added ridicule, I'm telling you, don't be too embarrassing for us locals, okay? You open your mouth and offer 100 yuan. Do you think that's your toilet paper? Xingyang laughed loudly and took out his wallet with the other hand. Meeting a foreigner is an unprovoked grovel. He reached out and took out 100 yuan, and then asked, Who exactly is embarrassing the locals? Xingyang was recalling a few days ago when he was cleaning the house and found several hundred yuan that he had hidden before. Now that he thought about it, that action was really too smart. He was again self-admiring, otherwise, I couldn't directly slap this fake Western devil in the face. He held the 100 yuan in front of him, and asked softly, "Is this enough to pay for a one-time purchase of this entire house?" 100 yuan, again. All three people, Brother Zhao, Ka Le, and Xiaoya, were surprised again. Xiaoya tense, thinking for more than half of all assets, exceeding 1,000 yuan in paper money only found after review. Brother Zhao also speculated, the money in the wallet seems to be more than 100 yuan. Maybe this little brother is some kind of super rich. Bao La saw everyone silent for too long, and then asked, "Why are you all standing still? Is it that the price is too low?" Jin Yang understood and hurriedly stopped Bao La. "Hey Bao La, wait a while before you continue to bid." He put his wallet into his pocket. "Can't let Bao La see this amount of money." Then Jin Yang turned to Peter and asked, "Peter An, you are a high-quality person, why you to continue to bid?" Beneath Peter's feet was a puddle of water, perhaps caused by the stress, causing him to sweat so much that it formed a puddle. He just shouted out a price of 100 yuan. He wants to use the money to smash me to death. After a long period of deliberation, he praised Jin Yang. "Indeed, you are very wealthy." Peter reluctantly clapped. "However, spending money like this will sooner or later squander all your parents' capital. I won't bid any more, you win. Moreover." Speaking of this, he continued to calculate, "Well, I can't mess with this kind of person, but it doesn't mean I lost." Peter turned to ask, "I raised the price to this point. I don't know how this brother intends to thank me." Brother Zhao was a little stunned and hesitantly replied, I. Xing Yang scratched his head, puzzled. Is this guy crazy? He can't compete in money, so he starts pretending to be a master of life? Then he continued, "In your eyes, 100 yuan is a large sum of money, but for me, it's just pocket money. I don't know what other purpose this serves. Want to use your capital to challenge my pocket change? Your vision has already been displayed there." Xing Yang's words made Peter and Xiaoya gape. Xing Yang opened his wallet again, took out 100 yuan, and continued the exchange. Moreover, this amount of 100 yuan. In the next second, he reached out and grabbed Brother Zhao's hand, continuing to say, "Not only to buy the house, but also for Brother Zhao's 2 children." Brother Zhao was startled. "Brother, what do you mean?" Xing Yang turned to Kala and asked, "This saleswoman said earlier that your 2 children are seriously ill and need to buy special medicine. If it's more than 10 yuan per dose, then 100 yuan is definitely still a surplus, enough for the children to receive treatment later." She replied, "Yes, that's right." Xing Yang held Brother Zhao's hand again, his face full of goodwill. "So this is my little sincerity. I hope Brother Zhao doesn't dislike it." Hearing this, Brother Zhao hurriedly knelt down. "Brother, you." Brother Zhao kept thanking him. "Brother, thank you, thank you." At the same time, Xing Yang supported him with both hands. "Brother Zhao, please stand up quickly." Suddenly, a blue screen appeared before his eyes, along with some kind of notification. Xing Yang cursed under his breath. "Damn it, scamming me for points? I'm doing good deeds, and moreover, I have 10,000 yuan in profit a month. How can I spend it all if I don't think of a way?" Peter smiled awkwardly. "I hope this homeowner can also thank me a little." He still pretended that he had just helped someone receive something good, but in his heart, he secretly cursed, "Damn it, I didn't expect the homeowner's family to be having this problem." He kept calculating, "I can't let the benefits and reputation all fall into that boy's hands, I have to think of a way." A second later, he spoke up. "After all, if I hadn't bid, he wouldn't have angrily raised the price to 100 yuan. I think I still have a little contribution." Xing Yang frowned and said coldly, "You really don't need face, do you? Are you saying that because you want to share a little of the credit?" Then he turned away and walked towards Peter, still preaching, "How much I pay has nothing to do with you. Even if I paid 50 yuan, do you think you could afford to pay? Even stealing credit is done so grandly. Is this the style of the upper class?" Peter panicked and could only utter you. He thought in fear, a person who can easily pull out 100 yuan is not someone that I, or even my family, can provoke. Today, I won't entangle with him anymore. I'll think of a way to regain my face later. So he turned his head and ran away, shouting as he ran, "Excuse me." Seeing this, Xiaoya also ran after him, calling, "Mr. Peter, wait for me." Xing Yang turned to exchange with Ka Le. "All right, next we'll discuss the matter of buying the house. Can you be responsible for this, miss? I'll cover the brokerage fee for Brother Zhao." Hearing this, Ka Le's eyes lit up and she quickly replied, Okay. Please follow me back." Brother Zhao spoke up. Brother, thank you so much. Visit my 2 children later. I want them to thank you in person. Xingyang smiled and replied, no need, we still have things to do. We have to leave after we finish the purchase contract. Baola and Xingyang were strolling back, and she suddenly sighed in relief. Finally, we rented the shop. Then she turned to ask him, oh yeah, how much is the rent? Xingyang asked, why, do you want to pay together? Then he thought to himself, I can't tell Baola yet that I bought this house. Baola complained, we agreed that you would invest, and we would start trying to make money. Xingyang teased, what are you preparing to do? Or go see feng shui? You can earn a lot of money that way. Baola swung a fist towards Xingyang, shouting, you're a swindler. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Xingyang put his hand up to block. Actually, this is Zhou Yu beating Huang Gai. Suddenly, looking to the other side, a woman with long red hair appeared before Xingyang's eyes. He exclaimed in his heart, that's... He secretly speculated, that person is... Because he was so focused on looking at that woman, he stopped abruptly, causing Baola, who was walking, to bump straight into him. Baola spoke up and asked, are you alright? Why did you suddenly stop? Immediately, Xingyang hurriedly ran off. I have something to do, go back first. She was stunned. Where do you want to go? While running, Xingyang recalled the image of the woman just now, and he thought to himself, impossible, that person is no more, they died that year. Running towards the road that the woman went on, how could that person appear? Xingyang raised his hand to stop. His eyes were full of tears, and he called out, Mom. But in the next second, the woman took a run up and sprinted forward, dashing away like the wind. Xingyang was stunned and sighed, so fast, my body has been enhanced through the system, and my total points have reached 1,600 points. He also took a run up to chase after her, but he suddenly realized that he still couldn't catch up with that person. Xingyang wondered, what is that person's background? He chased after her to a dead end, and then shouted, you can't escape anymore. The woman still didn't turn her head, and he suggested, turn around and let me see your face. Immediately, that red-haired woman took a run up and jumped in a zigzag pattern up the tall building. Xingyang was surprised, how is that possible? He stood there stunned, looking at the wall and the remaining smoke and dust. Is this a movement that a human can make? Suddenly he saw a camera above. Xingyang took a stack of money, brought it to the control room, slammed it on the table, and demanded, I want the surveillance video from your back alley. He looked straight at the person sitting at the computer and ordered, immediately copy a copy for me. The employee saw him off, walked slowly. He lowered his body, if you need my assistance, just say so. The employee's eyes were still watching to see if Xingyang had gone far. In the next second, he reached into his pocket and took out his phone. He picked up the phone and called someone, then recounted what had just happened. Director, the person you told me to pay attention to earlier came here and took a surveillance video. The other end of the line said something, and he replied, understood. The sky was blue today, and a voice came from a tall building, I'll send the video to you. The image of the mysterious woman from earlier reappeared, along with someone saying, recently, you've been monitoring Xingyang. The woman sitting in the chair looked up at the large screen and said, this is the footage taken by our hotel. The girl continued to present, moreover, my subordinates contacted me and said that Xingyang just bought this video. Hua Shan, hearing this, asked back, listening to your tone, you know her? Xiaoman, holding a stack of files, put them on the table and presented, I used to be very interested in this mysterious organization and have also researched her. Xiaoman brought the materials to him. If I'm not mistaken, she should be a member of the Guardian Sword. He clasped his hands and curiously asked, Guardian Sword? Then Hua Shan picked up those materials and looked through them, and Xiaoman continued to explain, it's an ancient Jianghu organization, although they are considered protectors. The specific nature is unclear. They attack in the dark and in the open, and have offended countless people, so I suspect. I haven't been able to investigate Xingyang's information for a long time. Could it be that the Guardian Sword is protecting him? Moreover, this woman and Xingyang. Could they have blood ties? Xiaoman, speaking to this point, was also the moment when he turned to the page with the photo of the woman and Xingyang. If this is true, I believe that many big forces will not miss the opportunity to be able to control the Guardian Sword. She continued. Yiming also spoke up, then it's simple. Call someone to block his path and see if that sword association will come to save him. Xiaoman replied, the idea is correct. Hesitating, she continued, but we want to use a borrowed knife to kill, and we must prevent the guardian's sword from retaliating. It's best to let Xingyang conflict with others. And we secretly collect evidence. Hua Shan opened a pack of cigarettes, instructing, this matter must not be leaked to the outside. Bringing the cigarette to his mouth, he continued, otherwise, not only will we risk being retaliated against by the guardian's sword. Lighting the cigarette, smoke rising, Hua Shan added, if Xingyang is a member of the guardian's sword, then I believe that many forces will compete to buy this information. Perhaps the price they offer can help us take a step to the sky. Seeing change, Xingyang was informing Bao La, I'm going back to my hometown for a trip, I'll be back in a few days. You take care of the recruitment and decoration of the restaurant. Bao La, seeing that something was wrong, asked again, are you sure you're going back to handle work? He seemed to have memorized her nagging, immediately interrupting. Not to hang out with a little fairy, right? Where did a little fairy come from? I just asked how high to arrange an assistant for me. Bao La replied, go ahead. I'm busy decorating the store. Bao La's voice rang out on the phone, don't look for me for anything. He turned to Yu Rong and said this girl was suppressed for several years before, she must have held back a lot of resentment. Right. Now she can finally let loose. Hearing this, Yu Rong replied, doing what you want to do makes your spirit different. Brother Su. She continued, may I ask where we are going this time? Xingyang looked at the peaceful scenery and thought, my hometown. The car was driving on a winding road, approaching a fork in the road. Xingyang thought in his heart, my hometown, the year I went to another province for college not long. Yu Rong focused on driving, and he was still thinking, I heard that it's very prosperous now. I don't know what it looks like now. However, this time I'm going back to investigate matters related to my mother. I won't stay too long. Suddenly, the car was blocked by a group of large, fat people. Yu Rong spoke up, how developed the hometown is has little to do with us now. Xingyang took a gold coin and put it in the hand of the large, fat woman, asking, I remember there's no toll station here? She took the gold coin and replied, toll fee, 5 li, alright, go ahead. Then she secretly calculated to get more money. I didn't expect giving money to be so easy. Looks like he's a money spender. I'll report it to the person behind later so they don't show mercy. Su Rong blurted out a sentence, Boss Su, their husbands don't seem to be very formal. Xingyang laughed mockingly and replied confidently, be confident and omit the seem to be. They are thugs relying on this being a tourist area to make a living based on this. Suddenly, the car stopped. Xingyang was surprised. In front of them was the large, fat woman, leading the way, with a number of people holding sticks behind her. Yu Rong asked Boss Su what to do. Xingyang casually replied, haha, they see me as a fat sheep to slaughter. He ordered Yu Rong, stop the car, I want to see what games they want to play. When Xingyang's car stopped, an arrogant woman stepped forward and said, boy, coming to visit? She straightforwardly made a condition, toll fee 8 li. Yu Rong, sitting in the car, was shocked to hear this and shouted 8 li? You're even more insidious than you were with us just now. Just sit still in the car. He argued with her, did I say I came to travel? The woman didn't care about what he said at all. She stood outside the car door, constantly yelling, you say it's not, then it's not. If you enter the tourist area, you have to buy a ticket, pay the money, otherwise don't even think about going. Seeing that she was too unreasonable, Xingyang quickly opened the car door and stepped down. It seems like there are quite a few people gathered here, but today I just want to go through. What then? She didn't say much, but pointed to a blood stain on the road and threatened, see that? You're not the first one who didn't cooperate, but you have to leave something here. Otherwise you can call 10 or 20 people. If I shout louder, I can call half the village. Do you want to try? The thug standing there was itching to do something, holding a stick and coming forward, and loudly said, why say so much? He held an iron rod, using all his strength, aiming straight at Xingyang, and ridiculed, one hit and it'll be quiet. Not only was he not afraid, but he rolled his eyes, reached out his hand to teach him a lesson, and said, without listening to an explanation, you just hit me on the head. While attacking, Xingyang loudly shouted, violent people like you really don't take human life seriously. The thug cried out in pain at this time, Aaa. He still used his hand to grab his head tightly and continued, if that's the case. Xingyang kicked the thug's leg, and with a fatal kick, he shouted, then I don't need to show mercy. The woman panicked and retreated backwards, then shouted, "Murder! Someone come here!" It was really robbing while crying wolf. A group of thugs ran crazily with weapons, cursing, "Damn it, you dare to attack! Damn it, you dare to hurt my brothers!" This is not about Ately anymore. The two men from before rushed to attack Xinjiang, but he dodged too easily. After a while, the two loud-mouthed men from before had fallen at Xinjiang's feet. The matter didn't stop there. A group of tall, fat, thin people appeared, and the bald head leading the way looked bold and loudly said, "What's the matter?" The bald head came forward with a sickle and loudly ordered, "Brothers, kill him and then take his money, sell the car, and throw him down the mountain." Xinjiang glared back, cranking his hand to warm up, and said with a stern voice, "Tired of living?" Then the sounds of fighting echoed through the mountains and the earth. Xinjiang alone handled the thugs. Yurong, sitting in the car, was a little panicked. She tremblingly took out her phone, calling while worried, "This is bad. If it escalates, then Boss Su will definitely suffer. I have to report it to Boss Chen right away." Just then, Xinjiang got in the car, with a friendly face, saying, "All right, let's go." Yurong was still panicking. She asked with concern, "You, Brother Su, are you okay?" Xinjiang, sitting in the car, said friendly and confidently, "What could happen? Even double that number of people couldn't do anything to me, don't worry. They only broke some bones. They'll be fine in a few months." The woman, at this time, angrily pointed her finger straight at his car and shouted and cursed, "Not paying money and still beating people, and you want to leave? If you have the guts, then run me over, otherwise don't even think about leaving today." Yurong was the driver, so she was a little scared and turned to speak. "Brother Su, this," he replied firmly, "just drive, I'll take responsibility for anything." Yurong noticed the anger in him and was a little restless and worried, thinking, in this appearance of Brother Su, "It's fortunate that I'm driving." She controlled the car straight towards her while thinking, if it were him, then there might be a murder today. Quickly, the big wheels rushed over, running over the woman's feet, causing her to cry loudly and curse secretly, "This bastard wants to run me over." Yurong drove away quickly, leaving the woman and the thugs lying on the road. Another group of people came and said with a stern voice, "Not only beating people, but also driving a car to run people over. Is there any law left? People, surround this car. If you don't give us an explanation, then don't even think about leaving." Xinjiang slowly stepped out of the car and asked the group of people, "What explanation do you want?" They quickly pointed their fingers straight at him and loudly cursed, "This is a tourist area. If you casually enter, you have to pay money, and you've injured people. You pay a dime and when you're done, we'll let you go, otherwise I'll call the police." As soon as he saw this group of them, Xinjiang immediately thought that he could tell that he practiced martial arts and was not easy to deal with, to see if he could scare him. Xinjiang sighed and replied, "A dime?" After saying that, he pondered, "If it were before, I could have said that I wouldn't give you anything, but now people really only need a dime." He stood there, looking at them with judgmental eyes, and said bluntly, "Today, even if there were 10 times more of you, I would dare to cripple you. I'd rather give the money to the hospital than give it to you." Xinjiang looked at the group of tall, strong people and threatened in a stern voice, "Not only do I want to beat you cripples, but I also want to accuse you of endangering social order. Playing you to death." Xinjiang was still standing there. He challenged the thugs, "Now, whoever is not convinced, step forward." Seeing that he was too arrogant, the thugs roared madly, "Damn it, I've never seen anyone so arrogant, beat him to death. At most, the law is difficult to punish." "That's right, charge." Then a huge wooden stick came rushing over with the speed of an arrow. The man leading the thugs quickly took a hit, his jawbone a little deformed, and he fell to the ground. Just then, Yun Fei's underling came over, his face sullenly and angrily asking, "Whose pants aren't pulled up, exposing that thing outside?" He sternly and loudly scolded the thugs, "Daring to cause trouble in my territory. Do you think my brothers are inferior?" One of the thugs, seeing Yun Fei's underling's attitude was strange, came forward to tell the story. "Brotherly, it's like this." He didn't hesitate, but directly hit him on the head with a stick and shouted, "Did I let you speak?" After dealing with Yun Fei's underling, he slowly walked to Xinjiang. He politely bowed his head and said softly, "Young Master Su, you've been startled. We are the people sent by Brother Qi to protect you." Hearing this, he glanced at Yurong, who was sitting in the car, and thought, "Brother Qi, Yun Fei, it must have been Lin Yurong who reported it to them." This girl is really smart. No wonder how I sent her to follow me. Xinjiang pulled open the car door. He turned his head and said to Yun Fei's underling, investigate for me. How many thugs are blocking the road to collect fees? Round them up and break their legs for me. He carefully instructed. They have been rampant for so long. They have already made their money back. For the rest of their lives, they can just sit in a wheelchair. Yun Fei's underling nodded to acknowledge the order. Understood, I'll take care of it in one day. As soon as his car started, Yun Fei's underling quickly went to teach the thugs a lesson. They were beaten to a pulp. Ah, save me. I was wrong, let me go. In the car, Yurong drove while sighing. That scared me. Fortunately, the group of people in black suits arrived in time. That's right, fortunately I know how to fight a little. I was able to buy time until they arrived. Xinjiang looked at her figure and clicked his tongue in admiration. Even I'm fascinated by this figure and appearance. If there were a few lecherous guys in that group, TSK. She shyly smiled and replied, Brother Su, you're just teasing people. He also blushed and smiled awkwardly, and then replied, haha, I'm just imagining, don't take it seriously. Arriving in front of a somewhat somber and dark house, Yurong, seeing this, asked Brother Su, is the building in front of us our destination? He looked around and nodded yes. Yurong saw that Xinjiang was a little sad, full of thoughts, and asked with concern, Brother Su, what's wrong? He shook his head to deny it, nothing, it's just that I suddenly remembered some troubles that I need to deal with, so I'm a little depressed. Yurong, seeing his tall and strong appearance, felt a little sympathy, thinking that even Brother Su felt it was difficult. Could it be that that person was a big shot? Xinjiang ran into the house excitedly and said, Brother, I'm back. After excitedly saying a sentence, he paused and thought, he has always opposed my pursuit of business. And even said to cut off contact with me? He walked forward, looking straight at his face, and thought, but after all, we are blood brothers, surely he won't kick me out, right? Xinjiang thoughtfully took out the gift he had prepared. He gave it to Li Qiu and said, this is a gift I bought for you and my sister-in-law, don't dislike it. He took the gift and replied, yeah, I know. Then Li Qiu suddenly loudly hit him a few times and scolded, this kid, not knowing how to carry things for his wife, if you make her angry and leave, I'll beat you. Xinjiang didn't know what to say and hesitantly replied, yes, I'll pay attention. Yurong shyly spoke up to explain, you misunderstood, I'm not Brother Su's girlfriend. However, he didn't care about those explanations. Li Qiu called out loudly into the house, Bai Ha, come out quickly, the bastard is back. Xinjiang, seeing that he was still greeting him normally from behind, thought, judging from his appearance, he must not be angry with me anymore, right? That's good too. It's convenient for me to ask him clearly about Mom's matter. A young and beautiful woman stepped out, her eyes eagerly saying, second son is back? This is Bai Ha, Su Li Qiu's wife. She pushed Li Qiu to the side and directly went to Yurong and said, oh, bringing your girlfriend home without saying a word in advance. I haven't prepared anything. The house isn't even cleaned. How do you want people to think about our house? Yurong sighed helplessly and replied, sister-in-law, I'm really not. Before she could say another word, Bai Ha immediately grabbed Yurong's hand and eagerly said, don't stand outside, come into the house and sit with me. Just leave the other things to your brothers to handle. Time passed, and the scenery around that place was nothing short of peaceful and beautiful. Li Qiu at this time straightforwardly asked Xinjiang, speak, what are you here for this time? Did something happen again? Xinjiang hesitantly replied, brother, you think too little of me. After a while, he seriously said, it's just that I have something to say. Xinjiang bluntly said, I saw Mom. Hearing Mom, Li Qiu also gaped in surprise and asked, what did you say? The scenery of the sky reappeared, white clouds and blue sky, truly a poetic scene. After telling the story for a while, Xinjiang concluded, that's the story, although I got the surveillance video, I still haven't found out the background of that woman. Xinjiang was a little suspicious and turned to Li Qiu saying, brother, do you have anything related to Mom and Dad that you're hiding from me? He didn't say anything immediately but turned around, gently replying with a short sentence, wait for me for a moment. Looking at Li Qiu's expression, Xinjiang seemed to understand, judging from his appearance, he must be hiding something from me. After a while, he saw Li Qiu come out and suspected, I just don't know if this little clue can be used to investigate news about Mom. He gently handed him a ring and said, look at this. Xinjiang picked up the ring to look at it, and Li Qiu started telling the story, this ring, I've never seen it before. After Mom and Dad passed away, I found it in Mom's jewelry box. Looking at the ring, there was also a sword carved on it, looking very mysterious. Li Qiu then continued, there's one more thing I have to tell you. He associated the image of a man. This man had a slightly scary appearance. Li Qiu recounted, the cremation of Mom and Dad was taken care of by a man who claimed to be a friend of Mom and Dad. He raised his hand and pointed to his face, then added, this man has a surgical scar on his right eyebrow. Xinjiang at this time was a little puzzled, so he asked, brother, do you know how Mom cut me off? He also detailed the story. At that time, she stepped lightly on the wall and jumped up more than 4 or 5 meters. This skill is either a fool or a martial arts master. He imagined every move again and recounted, this skill is either a fool or a martial arts master. If you say she doesn't have any power, I don't believe it. Hearing this, Li Qiu was a little startled and said with wide eyes, what? Xinjiang sighed and smiled softly. He put away the ring and added, for now, don't worry about this. I'll be responsible for investigating to the end. Hearing that he had this intention, Li Qiu stopped him and asked, what ability do you have now? What are you going to use to investigate their whereabouts? Your small company has already gone bankrupt. Right. Think again, find a job and do it well. Seeing his concern, Xinjiang was secretly delighted. He walked and put his arm around Li Qiu, saying, brother, I know you're worried about me, so you're so sharp-tongued. Don't worry, I earn a lot of money now. I'll transfer a sum of money to you later so you can enjoy yourself. Li Qiu was confused and retorted, who's worried about you with your small jobs? Maybe you'll lose your job someday, and you'll end up on the streets. Don't even think about coming back here to inherit my breakfast stall. Xinjiang smiled and replied, yes, that stall is reserved for my future nephew. I don't dare to steal it. He at this time suddenly remembered something and said, oh yeah, I'll transfer 500 to you to renovate the house, and buy a car for you to drive tomorrow. Li Qiu at first heard the bragging smell of him, and then replied rudely, keep bragging, you only have 5 yuan at most, and you're bragging about 500 yuan. A moment later, his phone suddenly received a notification. Zifubo received a transfer of 500 yuan. Scene changed to the next day. Xinjiang enthusiastically looked at the new car and praised, brother, this car is good, use this to go shopping later, don't use your tricycle anymore. Not only does it save effort, but it's also safer. Li Qiu carried things into the house, and then said a loving, familiar greeting, Bai Ha, I'm back. Bai Ha and Yurong came out of the house. Bai Ha's face was uneasy and a little stiff, saying, Xinjiang, you've worked hard, just leave this small matter to your sister-in-law and brother to do. It's rare for you to come back, rest, tell Yurong to go out and take a walk, you don't need to stay at home all the time. Saying that, he saw Bai Ha gently carrying things in with an uncomfortable expression. Xinjiang quickly looked at Yurong and asked, what happened? Why is my sister-in-law's complexion so bad? She also sadly confided, just now, Sister Bai Ha received a call, saying that her relatives wanted to come to her to resolve some work matters. Just at this moment, someone came in loudly calling, Bai Ha, are you home? This person was Xinjiang's aunt. When she saw him here, she was surprised and said, oh, isn't this Xinjiang? How long has it been? He only slightly turned his head to look and said, second aunt. She went to Xinjiang with a smile and cared about him, saying, it's good to be back, I'll go greet Bai Ha first, you also come in quickly. I have something to discuss with you two brothers. Her son, Chen Xian, had shifty eyes, and looked at Yurong with a lascivious expression and a face full of intentions. She quickly covered up the things that shouldn't be looked at, and Yurong tried to ask, Brother Su, are they Sister Bai Ha's relatives? Xinjiang nodded and replied, yes, they are my sister-in-law's second aunt and cousin, but the feelings aren't great. He looked at the situation in the house and recounted, sister-in-law's father died early. At that time, the second aunt's family not only didn't provide assistance but also robbed the fields of her family, and then, my sister-in-law married my brother. Obviously my family had already given it to my sister-in-law's mother, but they still shamelessly came to ask for it again. Xinjiang looked boredly at Chen Xian playing on his phone and sighed, and that son, Chen Xian, not only is he lazy, ignorant and incompetent, but he's also addicted to gambling. In short, I don't believe they're just here to visit relatives. Xin Yangzan revealed a money-grubbing look. She slammed the table and loudly said, Li Chiu, Bai Ha, now my second aunt's family is having some difficulties. Can you two help with this matter? Li Chiu sat there and stammered this matter. Xin Yang, hearing this conversation, clicked his tongue and calmly said, I thought you came to talk about old times. She still shamelessly smiled and replied, I came to talk about old times, but isn't my family having some trouble? Just in time. I'm asking you two brothers to think of a way to help my family. Recognizing her implicit meaning, Xin Yang asked straightforwardly, Speak, what's the matter? Xin Yangzan didn't hesitate and went straight to the point, saying, It's like this, a few days ago, Aunt Wang introduced a boyfriend to Xinz. They get along very well. But my family has no house and no car, and Xinz has no job. Wouldn't that delay other people? After hearing this, he just smiled lightly. It really is delaying other people. Not finished, she slapped her thigh with satisfaction and added, So I'm thinking, can you guys think of a way to help? Xin Yangzan quickly went straight to the next main point. You see, Li Chiu and Bai Ha are living very well now, and Xin Yang has also opened a company and must have saved a lot of money. Can you lend my aunt some temporarily? The eager, greedy expression on her face appeared, smiling loudly. My family doesn't need much, 2 houses enough, what do you think? Bai Ha angrily stood up and asked second aunt, Why are you like this? She angrily thought, the money that the second aunt's family borrowed before hasn't been repaid yet, and now Chen Xin is still addicted to gambling. Even if Xin Yang earns a lot of money now, how can I tell Li Chiu to lend them money? Seeing this resistance of hers, the second aunt was shocked, angrily pointing her finger straight at Bai Ha and blaming, Hey yo, Bai Ha, we are a family. I have never cut off Chen Xin's food and drink. Since childhood, he just wants to get married and then start a business. What's wrong with asking you to borrow some money? Xin Yang stood there and listened, and said and thought that the second aunt was right. Getting married and building a house 2 houses and 5 is enough for a banquet. Plus some odds and ends, a temporary count is 2 houses. At this time, he cunningly made a condition, I'll lend your family 4 years, 5 without interest, pay it back in 5 years, how about that? Hearing such a good deal, Chen Xin was surprised and happily asked, Really? The second aunt was complacent. She smiled to herself in satisfaction because she had gotten a bargain, and then her eyes lit up. Her greed still had not dissipated and she put forward another request. I said, Xin Yang, you opened a big company and you can't count all the money you earn. Why are you calculating so carefully? That's so distant. Just as she finished speaking, she had a little calculation in her stomach. Xin Yang can say it so easily. There must be a lot of money left over. I have to cheat something. Hearing this, he gently reached out and pulled out the chair and bluntly replied, Whether you can count all the money or not, it's my money. Xin Yang gently sat down on the chair and continued, Second aunt doesn't need to worry. Just as he was talking, he thought triumphantly, Want to play, right? So I'll play with you to see what you're up to. Seeing that she didn't get the answer she wanted, she then went on to say profoundly, There's money. But Xinz still doesn't have a job, so he has to start a business after he gets married. As she spoke, the second aunt pointed to her beloved son Chen Xin and straightforwardly said, Why don't you arrange for him to be a finance staff member at your company? This position is more reliable with family members, don't you know that? He eagerly nodded, That's right, brother Xin Yang, I can do it. Hearing this condition, Xin Yang bluntly criticized, Chen Xin, you still can't fluently count from 1 to 100, are you kidding me? Hearing this, he was not only not ashamed, but instead, he said with pride, If I don't know, I can learn. What did you know when you started your business? Who doesn't go up 1 step at a time? Chen Xin had a dirty thought as soon as he finished speaking, Xin Yang is so rich, if I work as a financial officer at his company, wouldn't I be rich? Chen Xin shamelessly went close to him and continued, Moreover, it's a family company. I can also learn, just ask the sister next to you to teach me, wouldn't that be alright? He stared at Yurong with a perverted gaze and thought, and these sisters, you can tell at a glance that they are Xin Yang's secretaries. If I can conquer her, then it will be too much. This mixed breed Xin Yang is really lucky, but in the end, it will definitely all belong to me. When he saw Chen Xion's hand reaching close to Yurong, Xin Yang quickly grabbed his dirty arm. Xin Yang then used force to push Chen Xion away and said without mincing words, Every month, my company deals with hundreds of dollars, can your brain reach it? You're not good looking, and your dreams are so beautiful. I don't need you as a financial officer. The second aunt went to help him up, and she turned sharply to Xinjiang to blame. What, Xinjiang? Could it be that the words of an elder don't work? You don't want to arrange a job for your family member? She argued. Besides, you make so much money every month, and you only give 4 years to your brother for his marriage? Hearing this, he laughed dismissively and mocked. Now, I won't give 4 years and 5 anymore because I find you guys unpleasant. Chen Xian was furious at this time. He stood hiding behind the second aunt and cursed at him. Hey, you surnamed Su, what do you mean? Xinjiang didn't say much but directly shouted, my meaning is that you two get out of here immediately. If you dare to show up at my house again, I'll break your legs so you can beg for the rest of your lives. Seeing his resolute attitude, the second aunt was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and said, good, very good, you're very good. After speaking, she and Chen Xian angrily walked out of the house. As they walked, she didn't forget to turn her head and say, let me see how you clean up this mess. The second aunt quickly stood in the middle of the yard of the Liqiu family, and shouted to the sky, someone, come here, the 2 brothers of the Su family and Chen Baiha are 3 ungrateful people. She also maliciously added fuel to the fire, and blamed the Xinjiang brothers for not wanting her because they had some money, and had no need for her. People passing by all looked annoyed and didn't care about what she said. The second aunt was still standing there, shouting loudly, forgetting who worked hard to raise them. When I got old I got married to their family, they didn't know how to be grateful at all. Xinjiang and Liqiu at this time stepped out of the house. He laughed dismissively and mocked them. If you can't get money, you want to play the trick of rolling around and eating. If today I let you take a single silver hair, then I'm not called Xinjiang. Very quickly after that, a dozen people had gathered in front of the Liqiu family and were whispering, what happened? What happened to the Su brothers? Wu Li took her son and cried in front of the Su family. Oh, she saw that the 2 brothers had money, so she wanted to be their mother or something. Suddenly a white car came and stopped behind the crowd who were standing and watching the story. When the person who stepped out of the white car was Village Chief Xiao, everyone was surprised and sighed, oh my god, isn't this County Chief Xiao? Why did County Chief Xiao come here? And hey, it seems that County Chief Xiao came to look for the brothers of the Su family. Did the 2 brothers do something terrible? Village Chief Xiao went to Xinjiang and showed some courtesy, saying with respect, welcome Boss Su to Hua County. Hua County feels very proud to have a young entrepreneur like you. He smiled embarrassedly and replied, County Chief Xiao is too kind. The second aunt was still standing there, constantly criticizing and cursing Xinjiang. Young entrepreneur my ass, what if he found them to borrow some money? They even kicked my son and I out. We worked hard to raise his sister, and he got married to their family. They didn't know how to be grateful at all. She angrily scolded, but the county chief still won't do justice for people like us. Baiha couldn't bear it at this time. She angrily raised her voice and scolded, second aunt, you are slandering people. Before, you found our family to borrow money. Did we ever not give it to you? Have you paid back a single coin? At this time, my brother wanted to give you 4 years, 5, enough for your family to buy a car and a house. And you two still thought it was too little. Seeing that Baiha was about to say all the foul and despicable things, the second aunt involuntarily shouted, can't let this despicable thing say everything, or else I can't do it. Xinjiang suddenly rushed to attack her, causing her to fall flat on the ground before she understood what was happening. Xinjiang brushed his hands a few times and said bluntly, what's the hurry? Are you afraid that my sister-in-law will tell the truth? Chen Xian took a big rock and rushed forward, shouting, you dare to hit my mom, I'll fight you. Before he could do anything, Xinjiang kicked him one kick. Before long, he was lying flat on the floor, his face swollen, looking really miserable. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xinjiang told Baiha's sister-in-law, you haven't finished speaking just now, say it all now. He looked towards the second aunt and her son and said proudly, let me see who dares to make a scene. Baiha took all his courage and said everything. Xinjiang has already agreed to lend money, but she still wants to arrange for her son to work as a finance staff member at Xinjiang's company. Does she know how virtuous her son is? Is she asking him to help? Is she asking him to suck blood? She began to tell old stories. The second aunt was listening with her head bowed. After my father died, you robbed more than 10 acres of my family's land. You're still not ashamed to say you raised me. I married Li Qiu. You secretly went to Xinjiang to ask for dowry money again. What are you relying on? She was out of control. frantically shouting at her face, "You've done so many things, and now you're still playing the trick of lying down and causing trouble. Do you want to drive my family to death before you're willing to stop?" Li Qiu saw this and went to stop her, and gently said, all right, Bai Ha, everyone is watching." Xingyang at this time turned to Village Chief Xiao and said, "I'm so sorry, my family matter has made you laugh. If you're here, then I'll also announce something." He politely replied, "Boss Su, please speak." He took out a banknote from his wallet and said softly, "Hua County is where I was born and raised, but now many repair devices can't keep up with the times. Not to mention schools and hospitals, even the road we walk on is damaged." After speaking, Xingyang gave the high-value banknote, and continued, "This 100 yuan is what my brother and I donated to Hua County, which is considered a way for my brothers to thank Hua County." Village Chief Xiao took the banknote. He suddenly had some doubts. "Originally, I only heard that someone solved the problem of thugs blocking the road to collect fees in Hua County. I wanted to come and see who Boss Su was. I didn't expect him to be willing to invest in Hua County to renovate devices. This is a conscientious businessman." After a while, he announced loudly, "I promise everyone that I will make good use of this money. This money will all be used to build Hua County. The account books will be publicly disclosed. Everyone can rest assured." Seeing his positive actions, everyone was grateful and hailed him. "Xingyang is great. Thank you, Boss Su. Thank you, County Chief Zhao. Great, great." The second ant at this time went to Chen Xian and asked with concern, "Xian Z, are you still okay?" He glared at him and thought resentfully, "Damn Xingyang, why is he so lucky? I want his money, and I want his woman, I want it right now." Yun Fei's underling spoke up to announce, "Boss Su, we just received some inside information, roughly." Xingyang heard this and seriously replied, "Okay, I know." At this time, Yurong went to him and softly called, "Brother Su, Sister Bai Ha is done cooking and called you over there." He nodded and replied, "I know, I still have something to deal with." Suddenly, someone outside the door shouted loudly and aggressively, "Which bastard is Xingyang?" A tall, strong man stomped over, loudly sarcastically saying, "With money, you forget your poor relatives immediately. You don't know what it means to be grateful, right?" Brother Hu kicked the door open. Next to him was Chen Xian. Chen Xian angrily pointed to Xingyang and said resentfully, "It's him. He opened such a big company. He made a lot of money but didn't lend me a dime. Not only did he not lend me money, he also hit me." Yurong fearfully stood cautiously behind Xingyang, and he stood there listening to him complain, "Brother Hu, today he can easily take out 100 yuan, there must still be several 100,000 on him. Look at the girl behind him. Today it's worth it no matter what big crime you commit." Li Qiu, hearing the noise, came over and threatened with a stick, "Who dares to touch my brother?" Bai Ha was not easy to bully. She angrily pointed at Chen Xian and scolded, "Chen Xian, do you still have any conscience? You dare to do this?" Brother Hu confusingly turned to him and asked with a terrifying voice, "Chen Xian, didn't you tell me to teach Xingyang a lesson? What happened?" He saw his unstable state and kept wondering, does this guy's head have any problems? If he does what he says, then I won't just be going to the police station and be locked up for a few days. Chen Xian lost control. He snatched the iron rod from Brother Hu's hand and boldly said, "What are you afraid of?" He swung the rod and rushed forward, shouting madly, "If you kill someone, bury them, wouldn't no one know?" Xingyang quickly reached out to stop Chen Xian's actions, and he said annoyed, "I'm not arguing with you now." He tightened Chen Xian's arm and asked with a stern voice, "You're still not afraid, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xingyang rushed to Chen Xian and continued, "Do you still remember what I said before? As long as you dare to show up at my house." He kicked with all his strength between Chen Xian's legs and shouted, "Then I'll break your legs." Thus, the two eggs between his legs seemed to shatter, painfully breaking. Chen Xian was in pain, so painful that he couldn't speak, and his face was covered with sweat. Brother Hu and the others saw the scene and immediately held each other in the middle and exclaimed, "It looks like it hurts a lot, it really hurts." Chen Xian lay on the ground, holding his lower body tightly. His third leg was also a leg. At this time, someone came to speak loudly to order, "Kneel down, all of you, damn it, dare to come to Boss Su to cause trouble." It was Yun Fei's underling. He angrily asked with a stern voice, "Do you believe that I'll mince you guys?" Those people were terrified. Brotherly. Brother Hu, Chen Xian and the thugs were scared and sat down. Yun Fei's underling shouted loudly, "Boss Su, Are these people here to cause trouble with you? What can these worms cause? But thank you for informing me. He turned to Xinjiang and seriously asked, do you want to send them to jail? I'll find some work for them to be in jail for a few years. He stood there looking at them, his face seriously shaking his head and replying, no need, there's food and drink in jail, that's too nice for them, moreover. My sister-in-law only has this one cousin, he can still be saved. Hearing this, Chen Xian anxiously jumped up to beg, that's right, you can be saved, boss Xinjiang, consider me as a fart and let me go. Xinjiang gently went to him, looking at him and saying, this kid has strong bones, and he likes to eat and do nothing, arrange a job for him. He also made a request to Yun Fei's underlings, in addition, add 2 babysitters for him, the money will be deducted from my account. He wondered, arrange a babysitter? Is this a punishment? Xinjiang sat down next to Chen Xian, his hand gently patted his face a few times and said, during this time, Hahua County will be rebuilt, then arrange for him to go to the construction site to do the most tiring and dirty work. The 2 babysitters will be responsible for watching him. If he dares to be lazy, then hit him. If you find him annoying, then also hit him. His face was pale. Xinjiang still didn't forget to instruct him. If you dare to smoke, gamble, or play with your phone, hit him every time you see it, 1 hit for 30 minutes. As long as it doesn't affect the work, after this construction site is finished, then switch to the next place for at least 10 years or more. At this time, Li Qiu, Bai Ha and Yu Rong were just standing there smiling. Xinjiang still carefully instructed him, anyway, I have money, I can afford to hire a babysitter. I don't care when he can finish the renovation. Wait for me to remember, and see that he's finished the renovation, then I'll let him go. After carefully instructing in such detail, he quickly ordered, all right, take him away. Chen Xian was taken away. His face was scared and he kept begging, Boss Xinjiang, I was wrong, I don't need anything anymore, let me go. Yun Fei's underlings went to Brother Hu and asked Boss Su, what about the others? He glared at them and ordered, go to jail for a while, and after you get out of jail, if you're still like this, then find an opportunity to deal with them. Brother Hu was scared, he stood up and stammered, I'll go to confess now, I promise to change. Xinjiang sighed and replied, get out of here. Brother Hu and the others ran away. Yes, we'll get out of here right away. He went to Li Qiu and sighed, all right, the problem now is considered resolved. Scene changed to a few days later. She was driving the car carrying him. On the way, he softly called, Yu Rong, you've worked very well these past few days. After I go back, I'll talk to Chen Hao Hai to see if he can arrange for you to work under me. She drove while saying calmly, yes, thank you, Brother Su. Yu Rong at this time was a little flushed. She was thoughtful. These past few days working with Boss Su, I've gained his trust. If I can take another step in the future, then the harvest will definitely be many times greater than now. Suddenly, someone drove a motorcycle quickly across the road, right in front of Yu Rong's driving view. She quickly braked, but the collision still happened. The person on the motorcycle suddenly fell out of the car. After a while, it stopped. His car had a hole in the front, and the motorcycle and the person were also seriously injured. Yu Rong held the steering wheel tightly and breathed worriedly. Xinjiang saw this and just sighed, is this the legendary road demon? He annoyed patted his head a few times and said, why can't it be quiet for a while? Scene changed to the nearby police station. Xinjiang was standing and talking to the police officer. He was recounting the incident just now. Later, Xinjiang went to comfort Yu Rong, it's okay, that kind of sudden rush to the road, even the gods can't avoid it. Fortunately, that kid only broke his right leg. It didn't cause a murder. We can negotiate it out. She was still worried and turned to ask the police officer, comrade, after all, I was the one who hit someone, can I visit the patient? He was surprised for a moment and replied, huh? Xinjiang spoke up to help Yu Rong, comrade, please be lenient, my people are about to cry. Hearing his previous sentence, she was embarrassed and thought, my people, Boss Su, he. Suddenly a quarrel came from outside the door, visit? What are you visiting for? Did I agree? A couple came over and pointed directly at Yu Rong and scolded, is it you, you lowly thing, who drove and hit my son? Today I have to kill you. Is it great to have a broken car? Pay me money. The police officer tried to stop them. What are you doing? This is a hospital, what are you making noise about? And you want them to pay you money, what are you relying on for them to pay you money? Hearing pay money, he snapped. Relying on what? Relying on the fact that she hit my son. You're asking me what I'm relying on? He pointed to Yu Rong and resolutely said, I not only want her to pay me money, but I also want to go to court to sue her and put her in jail. At this time, Xingyang suddenly gently rubbed her head and comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. He went to the couple and said, originally, I was thinking that if their attitude of admitting their mistake was good, I could pay their medical expenses for them. But now it seems that I can not only save this money but also take the opportunity to promote justice. The man shouted to the police officer, because of them, my son broke his leg, shouldn't I settle the score with them? There's no justice, the people's police don't even stand up to help the people. The police officer again revealed a cold expression, settle the score? I think the ones who should settle the score are the two of you. The one who bears full responsibility is also your son. He said, he doesn't have a driver's license, doesn't abide by traffic rules, and endangers public traffic safety, which constitutes a crime. The man was again determined to ask for trouble. I don't care whose responsibility it is, he hit my son, so he has to take responsibility. Xingyang and Yu Rong were stunned listening to him continue. Anyway, a big car hitting a small car means the responsibility lies with the big car. This is stipulated by law. He wondered, which fantasy world is this legal regulation from? The woman also lost control and wanted to rush to hit someone. My son has been hit to this extent, why are you just speaking up for them? The injured is the most important. Do you still care whose responsibility it is? The police officer tried to explain to them, the injured is the most important. Let me tell you, it would be good if your son was killed. He came out of that road next to the river. If they had to avoid him and hit a big car, what would happen? Could you pay for it? The more he spoke, the angrier his tone became. Do you know how many people are still lying in the hospital because of people like your son? The two of them saw that his aura was so strong, and they obediently lowered their heads. The police officer coldly said, you want them to compensate? Okay, you compensate those injured people first. And then we'll talk. Having said that, he turned back to the two Xingyang and said, the matter here has been handled. You two go first. He politely replied, yes, thank you for your trouble. The police officer told the two couples again, now you know about your precious son. What were you doing before? Why didn't you teach him properly? As if afraid that the two couples still hadn't understood the problem, the police officer continued to shout. Obviously, they didn't need to take responsibility. But they still took him to the hospital immediately. Are you two still trying to extort money from them? On the other side, Lin Yurong and Xingyang, after leaving the police station, fell into a state of contemplation. He touched her shoulder lightly to comfort her. This matter is over. It's not your fault. You don't need to be like this. Xingyang couldn't help but hug Lin Yurong. Encountering something like this, your mood will definitely not be good, and it's not early now. He suggested, let's go eat, then find a hotel to stay, and also let you calm down. Her voice lightly rang out, okay. But when they saw the room in front of them, the two of them were stunned. Xingyang cried out in his mind, I just wanted to find a hotel for the night. The room was sweet, full of the taste of love, and he sighed, what is this? He recalled the suggestive appearance and words of the receptionist, I'm sorry, we only have one room left today. How about you two stay together? After all, you two are that, right? At this time, Xingyang really understood her intention, and cried out in his heart, that what? Did the hotel receptionist misunderstand? Lin Yurong spoke embarrassedly, you boss Su, why don't you sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa, okay? He decisively lay down on the sofa and said, a young man like me is fine with being temporary. You freshen up and rest early, you still have to continue on your way tomorrow. She blushed again, then can I take a shower? These words made Xingyang's face freeze. He didn't dare to look at her for longer. Yes, of course, just be casual. The sound of the shower was turned on. Lin Yurong comfortably showered under the clear water. Xingyang's face was flushed. This girl is really too dangerous. Moreover, I drank alcohol when I ate just now, if I can't control myself. Just thinking of this, Qing Bao'La's fierce appearance appeared in his mind. Just try not being able to control yourself. At this time, Lin Yurong also finished showering and came out. She was wearing a thin shirt, shyly drying her hair and calling Boss Su. Xingyang quickly waved his hand, go to sleep quickly. After that, the room was quickly turned off. In the dark night, Lin Yurong lay on the large bed, and Jin Yang was also very properly lying on the sofa. She was still unable to sleep. Her heart was full of thoughts. This time, I followed Boss Su to work. I caused him so much trouble. Boss Su not only didn't blame me, but also kept comforting me. How should I repay him? Lin Yurong couldn't help but sit up. Boss Su, are you asleep? Jin Yang also spoke up. Not yet. She unexpectedly crawled over to him, her tone seductive. Boss Su, are you cold? Suddenly, her body rang out with an ambiguous sound. Lin Yurong was startled. What is that sound? She swallowed. Boss Su has helped me with so many things, but I haven't been able to repay him at all. The only thing that can be used to repay him is that thing, right? Jin Yang also heard the sound and looked over. What's wrong with you? He only saw Lin Yurong tightly wrapped herself in the quilt like a silkworm cocoon, and Jin Yang was stunned. What is this girl playing? In the next second, she suddenly pounced on him. Immediately, the whole room rang out with ambiguous sounds. Lin Yurong lay on the bed, her whole body trembled and asked, You, Boss Su, are you still cold? Jin Yang was covered in sweat from the constant exercise, not cold anymore. The next day, Lin Yurong asked him, Boss Su, we're going back to Sandai City. Where do you want to go next? Jin Yang held the steering wheel and replied, let me think. She saw this and thought, after what happened last night, being embarrassed the whole way, I have to say something to soothe him. Suddenly Jin Yang coughed and said, ahem, that Miss Lin's body flexibility is good, right? Her face turned red. What body flexibility? Boss Su, what do you mean? Could it be that you want to do that in the car? In broad daylight? Boss Su, I've misjudged you. He laughed and teased, Hey, did you misunderstand something? Jin Yang spoke up, alright, I won't tease you anymore. I don't know how that girl Bao Lei's restaurant is decorated, let's go see it. Lin Yurong obediently replied, yes, I know. At the healthy eating restaurant. Qing Baola saw his car arrive and ran out. This scoundrel is finally back. In the next second, her eyes suddenly widened. Xing Yang and Lin Yurong simultaneously stepped out of the car. Cheng Baola, filled with anger, shouted, Didn't you go back to your hometown to handle work? So what, you also brought an unmarried wife back from your hometown? He was startled and waved his hands. Hey, let me explain. No, not explain. At Qing Bao Lei's restaurant. Xing Yang was busy coaxing her. He kept explaining, Yurong is a secretary arranged by Chen Hao Hai. Don't think too much. Qing Baola puffed out her cheeks. Humph, this has nothing to do with me. Suddenly she thought, that's so weird, why do I have a feeling of jealousy? This scene was also entirely captured by Lin Yurong. She stood alone in the distance, and also understood in her heart, how could Boss Su and I possibly have a chance to progress further? Lin Yurong turned her head and left, thinking to herself, being Boss Su's assistant is already very good for me, I can't be greedy. On the other side, Jin Yang was still having fun with Cheng Baola. These past few days, you've decorated the house beautifully, aren't you taking me for a tour? He went around and examined it, and kept praising, that's good, you shouldn't be a chef, you should be a designer, she happily said, hi, when I was in college. I was thinking about how to decorate it. Jin Yang asked curiously, now that everything has been handled properly, when are you planning to open? Qing Baola raised her finger to count and replied, it's still early, today you still have to accept the cleanliness, and haven't found a chef and service staff. A big boss like you still hasn't named it. Xing Yang then pinched her cheek and teased, you were already thinking about how to decorate it when you were in college, why didn't you think of a name at the same time? She angrily replied, hey, isn't that so you can participate? Take your hand off me. At this time, there was a voice outside, is anyone here? A man who looked very young who stepped into the store, are you two the owners here? We are from the sanitation management, here to accept the sanitation problem. Cheng Baola then ran out to greet them, welcome, we are all the owners here. That person was the senior supervisor Zhang, he said coldly, must be is, must not be is not, what is the meaning of all is? Xing Yang then went up to ask back, does the law stipulate that a restaurant cannot have two owners? He thought, from the look of this guy, I'm afraid he's here to cause trouble. Supervisor Zhang still maintained a frowning attitude, little comrade, your attitude is very problematic, however, we need to put our work first, I won't argue with you anymore. He curled his lips, his words full of implied meaning, don't worry, I'll definitely deal with it fairly and properly examine it. Qing Baola, seeing their appearance, was suspicious, I feel like these people are here to do something bad. Xinjiang spoke directly. Be confident, remove the word feel, they are here to do something bad. I'll go out and make a call, you keep an eye out a little. He guessed, I offended the Zhao family before, it's not ruled out that these people were called by the Zhao family to make things difficult for me. He went out and signaled for Lin Yurong to go inside, and he picked up the phone to make a call. He had been in this industry for many years, and he asked him to find relevant leaders to deal with him. Xinjiang spoke up, Chen Suxing, it's me. After a while, he sighed again, what a pity, Chen Suxing doesn't belong to the Special Intelligence Agency. I can't find out if this Mediterranean has anything to do with the Zhao family. It seems that I still have to find some suitable people to establish a new intelligence department so as not to fall into a passive position. Inside, Supervisor Zhang was making things difficult for Cheng Baola again. Humph, your restaurant doesn't meet the sanitation standards, don't open it. He also deliberately framed her. I found a lot of rats and cockroaches, is your place a restaurant or a zoo? Cheng Baola angrily said, impossible, our kitchen is completely closed, and we haven't transferred the ingredients in, how could there be rats and cockroaches? Supervisor Zhang proudly replied, whether there is a possibility, that's up to me to decide, understand? I say you have it, then you have it, what can you do? While speaking, he put pen to paper. Xinjiang came back in time, and he shouted, don't rush to a conclusion. He threatened, it's not easy to climb to the position of senior supervisor. If you're dismissed, it won't be easy to support your family, right? Supervisor Zhang went to him and asked back, are you threatening me? Xinjiang again said, just a reminder, so you can die a little easier. He laughed mockingly, let me die a little easier, you're really humorous. Now I'm writing a review opinion, what can you do to me? Supervisor Zhang then directly signed the record with the two words unqualified. He was still proud. I am a senior supervisor, and the superiors have to listen to my opinion to proceed with punishment. He clearly showed satisfaction and mocked Xinjiang. Could it be that the superiors will personally come here for your small restaurant? What can you do if I write it now? At this time, a voice suddenly rang out, what do you want me to do? Director Li stepped in and asked coldly, Supervisor Zhang, you're really great, really good. Supervisor Zhang immediately cowered, Director Li. Why did you come here in person? He took back the record and replied, of course, I came to admire how you, a senior supervisor, work. Having said that, Director Li again expressed his apologies to Xinjiang. Young Master Su, sorry to trouble you, he said casually, just be yourself. He immediately showed his professionalism, and holding the evaluation form, Director Li carefully looked around. What came into his eyes was neat kitchen equipment, and everything was arranged neatly. Director Li angrily said, Supervisor Zhang, it seems that you're good at doing things differently from others. I want to ask you a little. Where is there a place here that is substandard? Where is there a place that is unsafe and unsanitary? He stammered this, He directly interrupted him. If you can see things that others can't see, sitting in this position is a waste of talent. Director Li seriously said, you find another position, our small temple can't hold a great god like you. These words made him directly sit down on the ground. Xinjiang unexpectedly spoke up, Director Li, I think this matter is not that simple. He thought, isn't this just framing? Don't think I don't know this trick. He pointed at his face and recounted, just now, this supervisor threatened me and said that if I didn't give him money, he wouldn't let me go and would tell the family behind him to kill me. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Xinjiang secretly calculated, this is a good opportunity to investigate whether the Zhao family is involved. I can't kill them, but I can delay them for a while. Supervisor Zhang pleaded innocently, where is it? I didn't say that, this is framing. However, Director Li didn't listen to him, and he turned around to thank Xinjiang. Thank you for your enthusiastic accusation, we will investigate fairly, the sanitation of the restaurant is completely up to standard. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can call me, he also politely replied, then thank you Director Li. Later, Chen Suxing reported back to him the information he had collected. Boss Su, our people followed that Supervisor Zhang and found that he indeed went to meet someone from the Zhao family. Xinjiang then said, okay, make an appointment, let's talk specifically. When he and Lin Yurong arrived at the agreed place, just after getting out of the car, Xinjiang suddenly stopped, and she wondered, Boss Su, what's wrong? He then said that bodyguard's figure is a little different, in that posture, it must be a habit formed over many years, he must have been in the army, and not just any army. only to see 3 young men with the appearance of thugs smoking and swaggering towards the bodyguard. He immediately stopped them. "Gentlemen, no smoking inside." The bald man, seeing this, became annoyed and slapped him hard in the face. "Damn it, I'm being too polite to you." The bodyguard still said sternly, "If you want to come in to eat, please put out your cigarette first." Who knew that the bald man would reply calmly, "Okay, this is the rule of the restaurant. Of course, we will abide by it." Having said that, he deliberately pressed the cigarette close to the bodyguard's eye, and said, "But I can't find an ashtray, so I'll have to wrong you." He was still serious and said, "Sir, please abide by the rules of our hotel." At this time, a hand reached out to grab the bald man's arm. Xinjiang coldly asked, "What kind of family taught you? Did the adults at home not teach you?" Xinjiang tightened his grip on the bald man's hand and asked, "Oh, whose child is this? Aren't the adults in your family managing you?" He angrily said, "Damn you, let go of me, or I'll kill you." The blond man next to him also shouted, "Who are you? Let go of him immediately." Xinjiang was not afraid. On the contrary, he tightened his grip on the other hand, and directly stuck the cigarette into his head. "It's not good to smoke in public. It's better to put out the cigarette." The bald man hugged his head and shouted, "You damn bastard, you like to mind other people's business, right? Okay, you wait for me, and that bodyguard, too, if I don't twist your heads off. Then my name is written backward." The bodyguard, seeing this, told him, "Sir, I've implicated you, leave quickly." Who knew that the bald man wouldn't let go? He threatened, "Leave? Leave your head, you dare to mess with me. No one should even think about leaving. Today I have to break your arms and legs and cut your tongues off." Xinjiang didn't say anything and reached out to him. The bald man's face turned pale, and he was easily grabbed by the neck. Xinjiang lifted him up and warned, "It's a civilized society now, can't you talk nicely? You have to speak rudely, the people you called haven't even come yet. And you're already acting arrogantly in front of me? Who gave you the audacity?" Feeling that his life was threatened, he trembled. I was wrong, I won't do it again." In his eyes, Xinjiang's appearance was very scary. This person really wanted to kill him. The person he called hasn't arrived yet. He had to admit defeat first, wait a moment and deal with him. In the next second, the blond man next to him called out, they're here, the people are here." As soon as he saw the 2 people stepping out of the car, Xinjiang recognized them, Chen Suxing, Qi Yunfei. He said calmly, "Are they the people these kids called?" The 2 who went with the bald man rushed out, Uncle Qi, it's so good that you're here," the blond man snitched. "That's right, second young master was bullied, you have to stand up for him." Qi Yunfei directly brushed the 2 of them away. Xinjiang on this side also released the bald man, giving him a way to live. He sat down, breathing heavily. But in his mind, he still wanted to eliminate Xinjiang, although Qi Yunfei wasn't called by me. But based on the relationship between the 2 families, he will definitely not ignore this matter. This mixed breed and that bodyguard, today they are definitely dead. Everyone present surrounded the 2 of them. Chen Suxing unexpectedly went forward and bowed to Xinjiang, and solemnly called, "Young Master Su." Qi Yunfei. All 3 of them gaped, bowing to that kid? Xinjiang ordered unceremoniously, "Chen Suxing, follow me in. Qi Yunfei, you guys stay outside. These kids want to call people to deal with me, you guys welcome them." Qi Yunfei replied, "I know, young Master Su." Chen Suxing took the opportunity to ask, "Young Master Su, those kids are?" He directly admitted, "I was meddling in their business, they wanted to break my arms and legs and cut my tongue off." These words made him furious. Damn it, daring to cause trouble with young Master Su, are they tired of living? Qi Yunfei, break their arms and legs and cut their tongues off. And the people they called, they can't be spared either. All 3 of them trembled and huddled together, unable to speak. Later, another white car came. The man wearing a bright red shirt stepped out of the car, his attitude arrogant. "Damn it, which blind person dares to cause trouble with Lin's second young master? Let me see if I can skin him alive. Tear down his bones?" Speaking of this, he realized the murderous gaze of the bodyguard was watching him. Qi Yunfei stepped forward and spoke, "How coincidental." He showed an intimidating aura and said, "I was wondering when you guys would come." The underling of the man trembled. Yes, it's too coincidental." Xinjiang on the other side was curious. Just now, they were calling what Lin's second young master? Chen Suxing replied, is the second young master of the Sanlin Pharmaceutical Company. He told him, his older brother used to cause trouble with you. Although we haven't found the key evidence, the evidence in hand is enough to put them in jail. Do you need to? Xingyang interrupted him. He reminded, the people of the Sanlin Pharmaceutical Company all have the same virtue. But if they fart, they have to fart to death. Then he ordered, continue to collect evidence, no need to rush, there will be opportunities. Walking to the bodyguard, he patted him on the shoulder and praised, you were great. He pondered, following the direction he left. Outside, the three thugs were severely punished by Qi Yunfei. They shouted miserably, please don't, Uncle Qi, let us go, we won't dare to do it again, spare us, spare us. Inside the restaurant, Chen Suxing spoke, young Master Su, rest assured, we will definitely handle the matter related to the Zhao family properly. And as for those kids just now, Qi Yunfei just taught them a lesson and sent them to me. Xingyang picked up the food and said, about the matter of those kids, you can just look at it and take care of it. He said, I believe you can handle it properly. Seeing him ponder without answering, Xingyang took the initiative to ask, what's wrong? Is there any difficulty? Chen Suxing quickly said, no, just a small matter, we can handle it. Hearing this, he changed the subject, oh yeah, the information of that bodyguard just now, arrange it a bit and send it to me. He immediately agreed, young Master Su. Rest assured, I will contact the hotel manager now and ask him to send the information about that bodyguard. Xingyang recalled his appearance when he was bullied by those thugs, and couldn't help but sigh, that bodyguard doesn't seem like an ordinary person. He was even more certain about his previous guess, he must have trained in the army. He looked at his image on his phone, and in his heart he sighed, I didn't expect that I was planning to establish subordinates, and then I would meet such a talented person. I can't let him run away. When night fell, the bodyguard that Xingyang met in the morning was also step by step returning home. He and Lin Yurong hid in the dark corner, she said softly, after leaving the hotel, I've been following this bodyguard. I don't know what you're thinking, I see that other than being a bodyguard. He's just a shipper who earns money by running errands, he's nothing special. Xingyang said again, then you don't know, I dare to encounter that bodyguard, so his origin isn't simple. After a while, he then told her, let's go, don't lose track. Lin Yurong hurriedly stood up, hey, wait for me. After taking a few steps, Lin Yurong was again stunned, where is he? Why can't I see him anymore? Xingyang then said, it's not that we lost track, but that he cut us off. He spoke, I didn't say anything wrong, my friends in the dark. At this time, 5 or 6 strong men came out. Who are you? Why are you following Mu Xing? Xingyang sighed, so that person's name is Mu Xing. Xingyang and Yurong came to an alley and were surrounded by a group of people in black vests. Mu Xing came in front of the two of them. Mu Xing slightly frowned and asked, why are you following me? Xingyang replied with a mocking look, just curious, anyone who is easy to follow, is surrounded by you halfway. He raised his hands to both sides as if to say that they were innocent. Mu Yong glanced at the bodyguard next to him, it's okay. I encountered some trouble at the entrance of the hotel this morning, and he helped me out. Xingyang at this time was very happy and asked, it was hard to follow you here, I'm a little thirsty, can I ask for a glass of water to drink? Seeing that the bodyguards around him were still looking at him suspiciously, he considered, are these guys still wary of me? Or should I try to take the initiative to get close? Mu Xing hesitated to reply this. Suddenly a voice called out from the distant door, Mu Zi, are you guys back? Open the door. Mu Xing's foster mother was wearing a white apron, standing in front of the door scolding, what are you doing standing here? Why don't you come in and eat? Then she looked over and saw that Xingyang and the assistant were also there. She asked, are those two your friends? Quickly tell them to come in and sit down. Then she scolded Mu Xing, your friends are coming and you didn't tell your mother in advance, the house isn't even cleaned. Mu Xing softly told Xingyang and the assistant, well then, come up and sit for a while. 1448. When all three were seated in the house, Mu Xing's foster mother took out orange juice and invited them to drink, and then whispered, are you two also comrades of Mu Zi? Xingyang quickly replied, we just met today. 1449. Inside the kitchen was a bunch of bodyguards from just now, some cutting meat, some stir-frying vegetables, and the voice of Mu Xing's mother could be heard, haha, then you guys can talk. She continued, I still have something to do, so I won't bother you guys anymore. On this side, 2 bodyguards were helping her clean the house, one airing the mosquito net, one airing the blanket. She went into a small room. On the bed was Xiao Meng sleeping soundly. She held the little girl's hand and looked sadly. Returning to the living room, Mu Xing then introduced, "My name is Mu Xing. Thank you for what happened this morning. If there's anything you need from my brothers and me, just say it." Jin Yang was a little surprised, thinking, this way of talking is so straightforward. He thought something, then laughed to himself. Is he planning to settle things with us decisively? Then he asked Mu Xing, "Can't we chat for a few words first?" Then he called out to Mu Xing's mother and asked, "Auntie, are these all your children?" She replied, "Haha, that's right, that's right." She put her hand on Mu Xing's head and stroked it, then continued, "Their son saved them on the battlefield, but he lost his life." Her hand still on Mu Xing's head, her eyes kind, she carefully explained, "In order to repay him, these kids ran here to be my sons." The sky was blue, clothes were neatly hung on the clothesline, under the eaves of the old house. Listening to her say, "As a result, my son and I have been bothered by them until now." Sigh. Yu Rong helped her sit down on the chair and softly asked, "Auntie, what's wrong with him?" She sadly replied, "Muscle atrophy suddenly started when he was 16 years old." Jin Yang then added, "Auntie, medicine to cure this disease isn't expensive for me." Jin Yang suddenly remembered Brother Zhao, sitting smoking a cigarette in the corner, distressed and sad. Brother Zhao's family selling their house to us is also considered well off. But because of their child also suffering from this disease, all the capital in the house has been squeezed dry. The scene of the old and desolate house appeared before his eyes, causing Jin Yang to be even more worried. So this girl has always been in this situation. No matter what, I must help. Then he made a suggestion to her. "If you don't mind, I can help everyone. Consider it making friends with Mu Xing." Mu Xing unexpectedly asked back, "Really?" Suddenly Mu Xing's mother stood up straight, her face angry. Yu Rong also stood up in panic. She loudly said, "You have money, that's your business. But I don't allow them to make friends with friends like that. I invite you two to leave." Her hand pointed towards the door. She was still very angry, "Because I don't want them to end up involving themselves for my son and me." Then she called Mu Xing, "See them off, Mu Xing, see them off." He hurriedly stood up to stop his mother. Jin Yang bowed his head to the ground and softly said, "Auntie, I know you're worried about them." Mu Xing's mother was still very angry, but Jin Yang ignored it and continued to present, "But have you ever thought that this place may not be the most suitable place for them? If you have been soldiers, even if you take off your hats, you must not have lost the enthusiasm to help the people solve their difficulties, right?" He loudly presented, "Today Mu Xing met a wealthy young master. His family has a pharmaceutical company. I don't know how many people they have harmed." Mu Xing was also gradually losing patience. He frowned, gritted his teeth. But Jin Yang still didn't stop. "I want to deal with them, but because I'm lacking capable people like Mu Xing and his group, I still haven't found evidence." As he spoke, he strode towards the door. "Now, I can not only help your daughter treat her illness, but also help Mu Xing and his group to develop their talents for society." Suddenly he stopped and softly said, "I'll stop here. I hope everyone can consider it a little." Then he strode out. "Wait a minute," Mu Xing's voice rang out in the house. "As long as you can cure my sister," he continued. The mother looked surprised, covering her face and crying out, "Mu Xing, you guys." Mu Xing hurriedly reassured his mother, "Mom, Xiao Meng is Qi Zhaoxiong's sister, in order to cure her." The 2 bodyguards in the kitchen, hearing him reassure her, frowned uncomfortably. "We even thought about doing illegal things." Mu Xing made a suggestion to his mother, "If you don't want to see us fall into despair, then please agree." She covered her face and sobbed, it's me who implicated you." Mu Xing and one of the bodyguards patted her shoulder. Mu Xing comforted, "It's nothing, we volunteered to do it, rest assured, we'll take good care of ourselves." On this side, Jin Yang and Yu Rong seemed a little surprised because their mother-son feelings were really too deep. Yu Rong picked up the phone and called someone. "Hello, please arrange an ambulance to come here, I have a patient here." Under the clear blue sky, modern high-rise buildings lined up, creating a vibrant but also peaceful city scene. The buildings with square designs, the main color tone is light gray mixed with a few shiny glass buildings, which stand out under the gentle sunlight. On the background of the sky, clusters of white clouds floated slowly, as if adding more softness to the vast space. All in all, it creates a lively but also slightly serene, quiet painting of a modern city. Xingyang stood in the small alley listening to the phone. It was Yu Rong calling to report the situation to him. Boss Su, Xiao Ming has been admitted to the hospital smoothly. Xingyang replied, I know, go back and arrange accommodation for the auntie. There's nothing to do tonight, I'll go back first. Yu Rong asked, do you need me to take you back? Xingyang replied while turning to walk out, no need. Then he continued, Bao La is still waiting for me to go home for dinner tonight. It's not convenient for you to follow along. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his head. His eyes showed a clear slyness. He softly asked, could it be that you're planning to follow me here to cover us with a blanket? Like last night? Xingyang's face showed teasing, and Yu Rong annoyed replied, Boss Su, you're so annoying. Xingyang stepped out and saw that Mu Xing and his brothers were lined up in a long line, solemnly raising their hands to salute. He pondered, I didn't expect that in a blink of an eye. I would recruit a few retired Special Forces soldiers as my subordinates, Special Reconnaissance Forces of the Southwest 32nd District, Mu Xing. His hand held the phone, and his eyes looked towards the indefinite, his mouth softly smiling, although I don't know much about their previous agency, but hearing the title. It must be very top-notch, right? Stuffing the phone into the inner pocket of his jacket, standing under the alley, while secretly thinking and smiling brightly, it seems that in no time, I can establish a small intelligence organization. That belongs to me, by then, whether it's inquiring about my mother's matter or dealing with the Zhao family. I won't be too passive. Suddenly, the blue screen of the system reappeared with a notification, and he cursed under his breath, damn it, this broken system likes to play surprises on me so much. Xingyang was stunned. Before, the system only had one function to strengthen the system's comprehensive attributes. Now there's finally some new medicine. It can definitely be used by others. Right. Mu Xing's group, other than reconnaissance, their other skills aren't necessarily strong. These kinds of medicine will definitely be suitable for them. I still have to test their loyalty first before deciding. Moreover, one bottle of this medicine needs hundreds of points. Wouldn't it be better for me to save the points to increase my comprehensive attributes? Having finished his train of thought, he immediately opened the system. The system showed the notification. The host is suspected of earning points with bad intentions, so you understand. This made him even more angry. This scam system only knows how to deduct my points. I must save points. Suddenly Mu Xing stepped forward and said, the others told me that Xiao Meng has started to receive treatment, thank you. He then asked, but what exactly do you want us to do? Hearing this, Xingyang then asked back, what's wrong? Didn't you say you would follow me to work? Are you going back on your word? Mu Xing replied, I need to be responsible for my brothers. Hearing this, Xingyang put his hand on Mu Xing's shoulder and said, I'll tell you the specifics of what to do tomorrow. Today, arrange things properly for your sister first. Tomorrow, you guys ask for leave, then come to me to register. I'll tell you the details. As he spoke, he turned to leave. Rest assured, the work I want you to do is not highly dangerous, and of course it's not something against your conscience. I guarantee you can make money comfortably and feel at ease. And so he walked away. Mu Xing's foster mother kept standing and watching the two of them. At Su Xingyang and Qing Bao La's house, Bao La was sitting with her chin propped up, as if waiting for something to come. Suddenly she smiled brightly and called Xingyang. Xingyang pushed the door open and said, oh, are you waiting for me to come home for dinner? Bao La pretended to be sulky. Who's waiting for you? I was working overtime today, so I just got back. Why did you come back? Didn't you eat outside with that big-breasted chick? Hearing this, Xingyang then comforted her. What big-breasted chick? She has a name and a proper surname. You're too jealous, even saving on eating. Bao La didn't listen and was resolute. I'm not your girlfriend, what am I jealous of? Besides, you're a swindler and hired an assistant. Obviously you have no good intentions. Suddenly, she slipped slightly and fell into Xingyang's arms. The two's eyes met. Then she gently put a sweet kiss on his lips. When finished, Bao La stood up quickly. Then, blushing, she ran into the room. I'm going back to my room to sleep. This made Xingyang surprised. He smiled satisfactorily and said, is this stamping to recognize the relationship between the two sides? In the future, she can be jealous in an upright manner, right? Bao La heard from inside and shouted loudly, what nonsense are you thinking about? Remember to wash the dishes after you eat. Early the next morning, at the base of the Flying Eagle investigation team. Yurong introduced, Boss Su, the Flying Eagle investigation team has been assembled completely. Please lead us with instructions. Xingyang, hearing this, quickly replied, from today onwards, the company officially hires you to establish an investigation squad. Your first investigation mission is aimed at the Lin family of the Sanlin Pharmaceutical Company and the Zhao family of the Huanan restaurant. Today, you can list out a list of needs and give it to my assistant, Lin Yurong. Remember, the equipment you need doesn't have to be the most expensive, but it must be the best kind. He continued, your monthly salary is 5 points, there will be bonuses on holidays, there are 4 days off a month, that's it. Hearing this, they unexpectedly asked, so much? He waved his hand and said, it's good if you don't think it's too little. Then he took out a banknote and said, here's 1 yuan, you buy a house near here for the auntie and her daughter, usually you can also live there, whenever you need to, you can take care of them. One of the soldiers in the team took it and replied, thank you, Boss Su. No, thank you, boss. At this time, Yurong came and whispered, Boss Su, Ji Yunfei is here. Okay, I'll go meet him, then let him go to the Muxing group to get acquainted. In that room, Yunfei said with a bruised face, Boss Su, you're looking for me? Seeing this appearance, Xingyang and Yurong couldn't help but be surprised. Then they couldn't help but laugh. Xingyang spoke up, hey, you were so majestic yesterday, why did you become like this today? Did your big brother hit you? Yunfei lowered his head and stammered. Just a little competition with people from the martial arts world. Xingyang seriously said, the martial arts world, tell me more about it. Yunfei then replied, the martial arts world of Sandai City consists of many kinds of martial arts. Among them, there are some traditional martial arts lineages. Everyone has high martial arts skills. I heard that among them, there is also a division of realms, the higher you go, the more powerful you are. Also because the strength of them is unclear, even we can't provoke them casually. Listening to these words, Xingyang went close to Yunfei and whispered, if that's the case, then have you ever heard of a woman named Lu Huilan? He then replied, I've never heard of it, but I'm not too familiar with the martial arts world of Sandai City, maybe someone in the world has heard of it. He thought, although Lu Huilan is my mother's name, but she's been messing around outside, maybe she'll use a fake name. Judging from her skill, she must also be related to martial arts. Having finished thinking, Xingyang spoke, alright, go greet my brothers who I just recruited, then take me to find the person who hit you. Yunfei, hearing this, then said, Boss Su, those martial arts families only talk with force, if you go there then. But he turned around and left, saying coldly, rest assured, this time I'm not going there to cause trouble, but if they don't know what's good for them, then I don't mind taking back some face for you. There, inside the room, there was discussion between two people. Martial Arts Exchange Association, Boss Su. In the past, the city of Sandai would hold a martial arts exchange every month. Before, it was just small scale. Recently, I don't know if something happened, those small families that had never shown up before are now coming out to breathe. The person who hit me was the young master of the Sun family, not necessarily the strongest in the city of Sandai, but he can be considered a big shot. Yunfei followed behind and said, Boss Su, what you're doing is too risky. Or should I call someone? Xingyang also replied, what are you thinking? I'm just coming to hear the news. Do you think I'm here to fight? Yes, I know. Coming here, he suddenly took something out of his pocket and thought, if there's a war with the Sun family, then of course I'm not afraid of them. But if you get scratched, get injured, how will you do business? To ensure safety, I still have to call a few people to wait in the vicinity. At this time, Xingyang was going to the training place. People at this time were constantly practicing martial arts with each other. Those decisive kicks were extremely powerful. Xingyang turned to say, according to you, martial arts are so skillful, why do you still let people like Niu Chunxing impersonate and cheat? Yunfei replied, in fact, those martial arts families tacitly acknowledge and even support those people to a certain extent. Hearing this, Xingyang smiled and said with satisfaction, I understand, the main thing is that those big families don't want to show up, so those fake masters become the best cover. But at this time, Yunfei went over and pointed, Boss Su, that's that young man. Is that the young man in the middle of that group of people? That's right, his surname is Sun, his ability is definitely around the realm of power, small success. He then asked, realm of power, Is that the kind of ability they have? Yun Fei didn't hesitate to reply, that's right, realm of power is just the lowest level realm. But in these realms, it is also divided into elementary Rin, ordinary, small success, great success. Coming here, he sighed and said, although I am not a martial artist, but if I consider it seriously, I also belong to the realm of power, ordinary level, yesterday. If I hadn't fought with others before and exhausted too much, I wouldn't have lost so badly. Xinjiang spoke, oh, then there's nothing to worry about. Young Master Sun, someone is looking for you. A young man in the group of martial arts practice spoke up, isn't that person behind Qi Yun Fei, whom young Master Sun beat so badly yesterday? Could it be that Qi Yun Fei admired him and called someone to maintain his glorious appearance? Cheng Yi said excitedly, I don't know who told me yesterday. Qi Yun Fei has a powerful force behind him that will find someone to avenge him. I didn't expect this kind of trash. One punch from me can knock him down. Suddenly everyone laughed. That's right, young Master Sun is powerful. Suddenly Zhang Yao's face darkened as she looked at them. Xinjiang went over and said, excuse me, is this young Master Sun? Suddenly Qingyi stood up and said, I know you. The boss of Qi Yun Fei, right? I heard that under your instructions, the Sanlin Pharmaceutical Company was suppressed by Qi Yun Fei to the point where it couldn't lift its head. You've taught the second-generation ancestor of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals twice in a row. Do you feel very good? Or do you think I'm the same as those two second-generation ancestors, and want to step on me? At this time Zhang Yao shouted, Sun Qingyi, please stop for a moment. Can you let me read quietly for a while, please? Qingyi then turned to question her, Yao Yao, you've seen it too, he's here to cause trouble, I'm just responding, moreover, you see, he's taking this opportunity to approach you. He pretends to chat with us, pretends to have no interest in you, and then starts to show his financial ability. In the end, isn't it still to approach you? Then what's the difference between him and those silly second-generation ancestors before? Hearing this, Xinjiang was helpless. This guy's imagination is really rich, but don't drag me out to talk, okay? Yao Yao angrily closed the book and loudly, enough. Sun Qingyi, you don't need to show off in front of me, so what if you have the ability? Arbitrarily bullying others will only make me hate you more. What are you still doing here? Why don't you leave quickly? Chengyi wouldn't accept it, and shouted, you're not allowed to go. Zhang Yao, seeing this, angrily left first, okay, young Master Sun, please feel free, I'm leaving. That Chengyi was enraged and angrily, getting his teeth and cursed in his heart, damn it, this girl's family power is not as good as the Sun family, yet she dares to gesticulate in front of me. If my dad didn't force me to live in harmony with her, I would have forced her a long time ago. He shouted loudly, stop right there. His hand was shaking at this time, that's it, today I have to let her know what's up. Suddenly, that guy spoke to stop him, Sister Yao Yao, calm down a little, young Master Sun didn't mean anything bad, that's right, why bother affecting your relationship with young Master Sun? Because of this matter. Zhang Yao gritted her teeth and scolded, Sun Qingyi, you really make me feel very nauseous. Hearing this, he was so angry that his face darkened. Zhang Yao, I have been very kind to you, don't be ungrateful. Seeing the tense situation, Xinjiang spoke up, you two have misunderstood, I have no intention towards her at all, I just wanted to confirm young Master Sun's identity. Because I have something to ask your father. Hearing this, Zhang Yao unexpectedly thought, this person has a problem? Doesn't he understand the current situation? Chengyi is currently boiling with anger. And he's still adding fuel to the fire. Isn't this courting death? And that Qingyi angrily thought, it's all because of him, if not for him, I wouldn't have been humiliated in front of Zhang Yao and in front of everyone. Suddenly he bowed his head before Xinjiang and said, what identity do you want to confirm? Why confirm my identity? Then confirm it at the hospital. He punched him in the face without a word. Zhang Yao next to him shouted, Sun Qingyi, stop. Young Master Su. It was because of him that Zhang Yao had lost face in front of everyone. If I didn't make him pay the price, how could I continue to mess around here? But Qingyi didn't expect that his punch didn't hit Xinjiang at all. He continued to throw a series of powerful punches. But all of them were dodged by Xinjiang. Suddenly he bent down and swept his feet, causing him to fall on the floor. Then he said vaguely, what do you want to do? Xinjiang, his face full of anger, warned, I came here very politely, humbly asking if you were young Master Sun. But you wanted to attack me? As he spoke, he stepped on his feet. I asked you if you were young master son, asking repeatedly. I said I was looking for your dad for something, didn't you understand? Witnessing this scene, Yunfei was also surprised. No wonder Boss Su told me to deal with the kid from the Lin family. If he personally took action, then the Lin family would be cut off. Xingyang grabbed Chingyi's collar and asked, Talk to me. He fearfully stammered, Understood, understood. He then raised his hand and said, I've already hit you, what's the point of understanding now? Now can your dad discuss things properly with me? Just as he finished speaking, he slapped him so hard that his teeth fell out. Even if he agrees to talk, would I dare to believe it, huh? Damn it, he beat him up for a while. Finally calmed down, although I know saying it is useless. But I still have to advise you one thing. Don't think about avenging me unless you want the entire Sun family to be buried with you. Having said that, he turned and left coldly. Suddenly Zhang Yao ran over and called, Wait! What are you doing here? Zhang Yao panted and replied, You crippled Sun Qingyi, the Sun family won't let you go. You crippled Sun Qingyi, the Sun family won't let you go. Recently, the Sun family has a master of outer force reaching the realm of power. If he takes action, you won't have a chance to win. Yunfei next to him spoke, Rough strength is the first level realm in power. Xingyang, hearing this, asked back, So what? She continued, There will be a martial arts tournament soon. I hope you can represent the Zhang family faction and appear. If you do that, the Zhang family can protect you. Xingyang, hearing this, then turned and left, boring, The Sun family doesn't intend to let me go. Do you think I can't fight them? But you still want me to join your house? Are your family willing to fight the Sun family? Because you don't want to marry the Sun family, you deliberately pull in their enemies, right? He turned his head and said, In that case, the Sun family won't accept you, your family also won't force you to marry them anymore. These words made Zhang Yao think, Sure enough, my thinking is too naive? Could it be that I can only be a marriage tool for the family? Suddenly Xingyang spoke, however. The martial arts tournament you mentioned, will there be many families participating? Hearing these words, she suddenly became excited and replied, That's right, I can feel that you are stronger than Sun Qingyi, not just one realm. Although I don't underestimate you, but you also think too highly of yourself. In each family, there are quite a few masters. Xingyang waved his hand, Okay, I agree to this matter. But he pondered, If there are quite a few families participating in this tournament, then I won't lose anything by participating a bit. Maybe among them, there may be someone who knows clues about my mother. By then, contact me first. I'll join the Zhang family faction. Okay. A gentleman's word is as good as a bond. On the way to leave, Yunfei asked Boss Su, You're really hiding your skills, I didn't expect you to be a master. Xingyang laughed softly and replied, You think too highly of me. I don't know martial arts. He looked at his phone and then spoke, Is Auntie Lin here? Park here, that's right. Okay. When he got out of the car, Yunfei didn't forget to say, I'll wait for you here. If you have any instructions, just tell me. Walking inside, suddenly someone waved and called him, Old Su, here. Aunt Lin next to him said, Yang Zi, I'm sorry to trouble you. Originally, I was planning to cook for you too. Wu Zi kept saying he wanted to eat out, what a waste. Xingyang sat down opposite them and said, What are you tired of? Also, I heard that he went to work in a big company. This time we must let him spend his own money. Zhang Wu, hearing this, hurriedly interrupted, Since when do I? Seeing Xingyang give a signal, he also chimed in, Yes, 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 Mom, just rest assured and eat. He thought, Zhang Wu's ability isn't bad, and he's also a brother. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll arrange a position for him. That kid turned to care for his mother. Mom, try this. Suddenly Xingyang noticed the kid. That kid also stood up immediately. Then he finished a glass of water in one gulp. Then unexpectedly spat it on the person of Zhang Wu's mother. Seeing this, Zhang Wu angrily shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Can you manage your son? The kid's father then slammed the table and shouted, What the hell are you shouting? If you have the guts, shout again and see. Unable to bear it, Xingyang spoke up, Your son spat water on us, aren't you going to manage him? But he gnashed his teeth and cursed back, How I teach my son is. It's none of your business. Having said that, he raised his hand to strike him. But Xingyang quickly grabbed his hand. Then twisted it around. Then pressed his head down, causing him to shout, Pain, pain, pain. Xingyang smiled and said, With this appearance, what are you being arrogant about? If it weren't for being afraid of scaring Aunt Lin, I would have broken your hand. Suddenly, the restaurant manager came over. Gentlemen, what's the matter? Xinjiang quickly told them what they had done. His son spat water on our hot pot, and also spat on my aunt. They don't teach their son properly, and they also want to hit me. The kid's mother shouted even more wildly. She loudly said, "So what if he spat a few mouthfuls of water on you? It's normal for children to spit water, you damn busybodies, are only you clean?" At this time, he then told Zhang Wu, you take Aunt Lin away first. The kid's mother kept blaming him. You scared my son to cry, you have to take responsibility and compensate us. But he still maintained a calm smile, thinking, dare to be arrogant with me? Do you think I don't dare to hit women? I don't hit women, but there are plenty of ways to deal with you. Outside, Aunt Lin worriedly said, "Oh dear, Xinjiang, don't be impulsive." Zhang Wu then reassured her, "Mom, rest assured, old Su has his limits." Outside at this time, many people surrounded the two of them. Zhang Wu unexpectedly said, This is. Inside the restaurant, the kid's father questioned him, "You let those two go first, what do you want to do? You don't appreciate the face I'm giving you, right?" "That's right," other people's words contained subtle saliva. "You mean that you don't have to deal with it? What are you being picky about? What kind of overbearing behavior are you doing? Are you not a baby? Are you an emperor or something? You can't stand being spit on a few times?" Unable to stand it, Yunfei dumped all the dishes on that woman's face. Everyone there who witnessed it was surprised. She then fell to the floor. Just then, Yunfei came over. Seeing this, the man roared, "Chi Yunfei is respectful to this kid? Does that mean he's a hidden big boss?" You. Yunfei went over and bowed to him and said, "Master, I'm really sorry, this is a negligence of our restaurant, don't fight here." He also replied softly, "Rest assured. I just want to teach them a lesson, otherwise they won't know how to teach their children. Their son spat water on my hot pot, and they also said it's nothing. If that's the case, then let them drink all the hot pot while it's still hot. I know, I will definitely deal with it properly." Having said that, the two of them were beaten up. Don't, master, we were wrong." Outside, Aunt Lin hurriedly asked him, "Xinjiang, what happened just now?" "Aunt Lin, rest assured. A few sensible brothers came just now, and helped us reconcile." Hearing this, she was relieved and said, That's good. Zhang Wu next to him also spoke up, "That's right, old Su, I asked you out here because I wanted to talk to you about something. Take a look at this." Xinjiang suddenly unexpectedly asked back, "What's going on?" "At Xiaji House Company, Tianyu Automobile." Su Xing spoke, "Old Si, didn't you tell young Master Su that Huainan Automobile entered Sandai City and wanted to acquire your company? Right now, Huainan Automobile is not only poaching your technical staff, cutting off your engine resources, but also wants to use public opinion to suppress you. Zhihao rubbed his head and said tiredly, "Keep this matter a secret for now. If it's just because of this that young Master Su thinks his subordinates are not capable enough, I'm afraid." Suddenly, Sheng Yang pushed the door open and said, "Afraid of what? Tianyu Automobile was established not long ago, the technical aspects are not proficient, and the foundation is still quite lacking. Is it something to be ashamed of that powerful enterprises from other regions like Huainan Automobile are coming to suppress it?" Su Xing then stood up and said, "Young Master Su, Old Si is also very anxious. We all said that you wouldn't blame him, but he doesn't believe it." Okay. Are you trying to shut me up?" He sat leisurely on the chair and said seriously, "What's the current situation? Tell me clearly." Xia Jihao spoke, "The people from Huainan Automobile intend to negotiate the acquisition of our Tianyu. They should be arriving soon." He hurriedly replied, "Right now, the biggest advantage of the other side is that you are lacking engine development technology, right? I heard that the previous partner and the technical staff you recruited have all been poached." Xia Jihao lowered his head and sadly said, "That's right. Originally I intended to rely on them to solve the problem of the scarcity of car engines, but I didn't expect Huainan Automobile to have targeted this point for a long time and proceeded to intercept us. Do you have any ways to respond?" Speaking of this, he suddenly thought Xia Jihao has always tried his best to build Sandai City's automobiles to the outside market. I'm afraid he has touched the interests of Huainan Automobile. The same industry is an enemy. Encountering this kind of thing is really inevitable. Su Xing spoke, "Young Master Su, before you gave us a sum of money, The boss also intended to set aside a small amount for Old C to save the day, as long as we can find a new engine supplier. We can definitely rise again. But the other side probably won't give you too much time, right? Xia Zhihao also said, Young Master Su, this is a phone call from my secretary. The representatives from Huainan Automobile have probably arrived. Tell them to come in, I also want to meet them. Suddenly, Jack Larry walked in, smiling brightly. Hello? Hearing the voice, he frowned and thought, Huainan Automobile is a joint venture with foreign countries. The key senior executives are not locals. I didn't expect that a foreign devil came to negotiate with us. Jack Larry sat down on the chair and said, Let's start. Next to him was his secretary, and she spoke to introduce. Let me introduce to you three. This is the person in charge of the Yunhai region of our Huainan company, Jack Larry. Right now, Mr. Jack has decided to give your company an opportunity. I hope you will know what to do. Xingyang smiled and turned to ask, What kind of opportunity do you want to give us? She loudly said, Agree to our acquisition conditions, that's all. Jack Larry thought, It seems that this young man is the big boss behind Tianyu Automobile. What are the benefits? You still want benefits? She pointed directly and said, The benefit is that you don't need to go bankrupt. Having said that, she then thought, The benefit is that we won't deal with you anymore. Let you get out of here in a glorious way. The atmosphere at this time became tense. Xingyang softly laughed and said, Do you think that poaching a few people, cutting off our engine supply, and writing a few articles will make us doomed? Hearing this, the secretary angrily shouted, If you had some sense, you wouldn't be so drunk like this. Hey, I don't know what you're talking about. Not letting them continue, he then stood up and said, Whether you know it or not, it doesn't matter to me. What I want to say is, no matter what tricks you use, I can deal with them, but you may not be able to handle my tricks. Hearing this, the secretary angrily pointed her finger straight at him and questioned, Who are you calling I? Mr. Jack has assets of tens of millions and is in charge of Chinese and foreign joint ventures. Even the government leaders of the city have to say good things to him. Watch your rude and stupid mouth. But she didn't know that Su Xing sitting next to her had already started to burst into flames. The last sentence of hers. Say it again and see. Seeing his scary eyes made her fear and fall down. Jack Larry stood up and spoke, This man, we don't admire your spirit of preferring death to submission. Ah no, speaking your way, probably empty face and living in crime. I'm eager to compete with you. Having said that, the two of them left. Xingyang at this time finally sighed and said, Xia Zhihao, how many cars and engines do you currently have in stock? He then replied basically, There is no stock left. Moreover, we also have an order that hasn't been delivered, and we may violate the contract. He bowed his head and thought for a while, then said, It seems that we have to grasp the technology of manufacturing engines. Where did you buy the engines from before? I ordered them from the person in charge of the engine factory. I want to meet them. Xia Zhihao continued, That's right, we had a partner before, but they have shares of Huainan, I'm afraid. Xingyang replied, That is, Huainan Company is suppressing you in this matter, and they are helping. As long as you have the engine manufacturing technology, then all the problems will be solved easily. Besides, there are some things you have to deal with properly. After Xingyang left, Zhihao discussed with Su Xing, These arrangements of young Master Su sound a bit exaggerated and unreal. But I don't know why. I feel that he can definitely solve the current problem. That's right, should I transfer the company to young Master Su now? Do you think young Master Su will care about these things? Young Master Su doesn't care is one thing, but whether you express your attitude is another thing. Just try it. Moreover, other than Tianyu Automobile in your hands, there's nothing to express your loyalty with. Young Master Su helped us so much, I also have to express my sincerity, right? The sky at this time was very clear. Xingyang said helplessly, What are you doing? Yurong pointed and introduced Boss Su. Look quickly, they bought a lot of new things. Seeing this, he then thought, I only told them to buy new equipment in the afternoon, and they've already bought it? As expected of the elite in the army, the work efficiency is really fast. At this time, Mu Xing came to report the situation. Report, boss, we've bought the items used in the initial stage, it cost a lot of money. Hearing this, he smiled and replied, I said, Don't be afraid of spending money. There's no need to save like this and buy second-hand equipment. Boss, you misunderstood, this is the most expensive. Actually, this is it can be used through to achieve the specific effect lies in. Cha-cha. I don't understand, Is he chanting scriptures? Xingyang said, even so, you don't need to. You roam next to him, said Boss Su. You misunderstood. I heard that there are only 3 or 4 of these things in Sannai City, so the Mu Xing group had to spend a lot of money to buy it from the black market. It costs 1 yuan and 3. Oh, I know. Hearing this, Xingyang could only cry, thinking, I thought it cost a lot of money. It turns out it's only this much. How many points is this? I hope the host pays attention to quality and strictly prohibits the use of illegal means to obtain points. Yurong suddenly brought a stack of papers and said, Boss Su, this is our quotation list. The total cost is 21 yuan, 3 house, and 8 points. Too expensive. This response is still calm. WeChat payment 21.38 yuan. She left smiling and replied, thank you, boss, I'm going to pay the Mu Xing group. Congratulations, you spent 21.38 yuan and received 2,138 points. Dog system, it's good that you have some conscience. This time you didn't deduct my points. The system board announced, great host, if you have received so many points, why not buy new things to your heart's content? Coming here, he curled his lips and said, that's right, I just received more than 2,000 points. I can exchange for that item. I declare once again, your department is extremely important to Brother Su. Don't worry about spending money. Yurong stepped forward and said, the money you spend is just the tip of the iceberg for Brother Su. But you are very important to him. Do you all know? She became more and more enthusiastic. Don't think about saving money for Brother Su. What's more important to him is how much your abilities can do for him. The soldiers stood silently listening to her. What you need to consider is, if Brother Su gives you an important task, can you handle it? Now you should secretly accumulate strength, be ready for battle, and wait until Brother Su needs you. You must complete the task excellently and surprise him, repay him. Hearing this, Xingyang could only smile foolishly. This girl, used to work in marketing or research successful theories? Then she turned around and said, Brother Su. Xingyang patted her head and praised, my little girl, cheering before the battle. She smiled happily and replied, doing so well is all thanks to Brother Su's good teaching. Zhao Yang, come here. Zhao Yang immediately shouted upon receiving the order, reporting to Commander Su, members of the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team, Xin Zhao Yang reporting in. Relax a bit, I have something to give you. Yurong looked at him and asked, Brother Su, what is this? He smiled and replied, this is the research result of a friend who studies biological engineering. It can enhance the abilities of the user. Dao Tai Refinement Potion, costs 300 points to buy. According to my friend's introduction, this can enhance and modernize item transfer techniques. Then he placed the potion in Zhao Yang's hand. Then he instructed, try the effect and see how it is. If it's useful, I'll ask my friend to prepare a few more bottles. With just this one bottle, the amount isn't even equal to a cup of tea. Can it enhance my skills? But Commander Su doesn't need to take this out to deceive me. Trying it won't hurt. Cutting off his thoughts, Zhao Yang immediately drank it all in one gulp. Then he suddenly said, this is... Suddenly he ran away quickly. Everyone there witnessed it and kept exclaiming, holy crap, my wallet is gone, me too, my wallet too, me too. Zhao Yang scratched his head and said, it seems that this thing is very effective, but how did you feel just now? I felt a little dizzy, and then suddenly I had a lot more skills related to this. Suddenly an arm was placed on his shoulder, so... A teammate glared at Zhao Yang and said in a terrifying voice, you used us as training subjects? He said fearfully, well, let me explain. After saying that, a scream rang out. The next day, at the Haiqing Hotel, Xingyang shook hands with Chairman Chen and said, this is Chairman Chen, right? He smiled and replied, honored, this must be Chairman Su. He said with a smile, in front of you, I wouldn't dare call myself chairman, we are still looking to you for a living. Hearing this, Ji Hao and Sa Xing were stunned and thought, is this the Commander Su we know? Yesterday he even dared to mock the people of Huanan Motors. Why is he so friendly today? Xingyang continued, Chairman Chen, I'm quite straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. I want to buy your engine manufacturing technology, name your price. Chairman Chen then said, Chairman Su, if you want Tianyu Motors to continue to exist, there is actually a simpler way. Continue to accept the acquisition from Huanan Motors. Wouldn't that solve everything? 3,000, he said, surprising him. Xingyang leisurely picked up his teacup and sipped it, then said, finding an engine manufacturer that suits us is only a matter of time. It's just that I'm too lazy to look for one. Anyway, my time is limited. Chairman Chen interrupted. I'm sorry, having money is not very useful to me. Once again, he offered another large number, 4,000. He angrily slammed the teacup on the table. No matter how much you bid, it's useless. Do you think I've never seen money before? Pointing and shouting, you better accept the conditions of Huanan Motors, otherwise. But he cried secretly in his heart, although this price is double the usual price, Huanan Motors is not easy to offend. 6,000, a large sum of money slammed directly into his face. Xinjiang said smugly, Chairman Chen, the price of engine manufacturing technology of the same level as your company is only 2,500. The price I'm offering now is enough to express my sincerity. Right? He said. Chairman Su is joking. Huanan Motors is my company's partner. We are brothers in life and death, we must. Suddenly Xinjiang stood up and sighed. What a pity, we could have made a fortune together. Goodbye, add more money. But deep down he felt extremely regretful. Add another 2,000. Why don't you add 2,000? Add another 2,000 and I'll nod. At this time, the three of them left. Xia Jihao, Chen Shaoxing. Let's go. Yes, Commander Su. He guessed right. They really wouldn't sell. They wouldn't easily offend Huanan Group. Xinjiang stretched himself and replied, Don't sell, then don't sell anymore. Save money and spend it ourselves. Isn't that good? In the next few days, you guys inquire about the news of the person in charge of other engine manufacturers, and then give it to Mu Xing. Also, start preparing the engine manufacturing workshop. First organize the production line. Soon, we will be extremely busy. After getting in the car, Yurong was already waiting for him. She asked, Brother Su, where are we going next? He happily replied, Let's visit Bao Lao. Today the restaurant is putting up a sign. Let's see if we can help with anything. Standing in front of the restaurant, she said, What to eat here? Xinjiang smiled and asked, What's wrong with you? Yurong said shyly, I want to eat salad. He said happily, You must have misunderstood. The food here is not the weight loss food you think it is. At this time, Bao La's image appeared, lecturing him. The food that the little girl Bao La cooks is like a combination of Western and Chinese cuisine. Thinking of this, he immediately changed his mind. Forget it, you can taste it yourself later. I'm not very familiar with it either. Suddenly, a puppy was baring its teeth at everyone. Two beautiful girls came out and waved their hands to greet. Hello fans, Yo-Yo and I have arrived at Beiqing Park. Hello my loves. Confused, Yurong asked, Who are they? I remember they are quite influential food idols in this area, with quite a few fans online. Yang held a live streaming stick and said to the fans, The healthy food restaurant behind us will open in 2 days, and they invited us to evaluate it. I heard that they are very sincere. Yurong looked at them and continued, Because they both do live mukbangs in this area, most of the fans are locals. Now it's the world of short video platforms anyway. The advertising effect through online idols is more effective than distributing flyers. Suddenly the puppy of the two of them rushed towards a little girl. It ran in circles, making the little girl very scared and hug her mother tightly. The mother saw this and drove the puppy away. Go away. Whose dog is this? Is there anyone? Suddenly the puppy lunged and bit the little girl's leg. The little girl screamed in pain. Mommy, it hurts. The mother hurriedly hit the puppy. Let go of me quickly. Let go. Suddenly, Yo-Yo, the live streaming idol, pushed the mother away. Damn, why is this bitch hitting my yaya? The mother staggered and collapsed. She held the puppy in her arms and said with a smile, Yaya, don't be afraid, mommy is here. The mother angrily turned around and scolded, You take the dog out without a leash. My daughter was bitten by it. You are being unreasonable. Hearing this, she rudely shouted, So what if it bites her? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear your daughter scream first? If she hadn't screamed, would my yaya have bitten her? At this time, Xinjiang appeared, grabbing her, and throwing her far away with force. Seeing this, Yang angrily pointed and shouted, Damn, who are you, looking for trouble? Do you know who I am? Xinjiang said with a cold face, That's right, I'm minding other people's business, so what? An online idol dares to hit a pregnant woman in the middle of the street, and thinks that reporting your name can scare people? At this time, the puppy of the two of them continued to rush out, Yaya, come back, trying to bite Xinjiang. But Xinjiang grabbed it. Although I don't hate dogs, I don't like the kind of beast that bites people as soon as it opens its mouth. From the moment it opens its mouth to bite people, it should be beaten to death on the spot, regardless of size. After saying that, he threw it away with force. Yurong stood watching. The mother and daughter were also less frightened at this time. The two online idol girls looked at him blankly. Jin Yang dusted his hands and said, "You two, kneel down, kowtow and apologize to the mother and daughter, and then take out 2 cents of money, and I'll let you get lost. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to regret for the rest of your lives." Yang, she began to feel scared, and hurriedly bowed her head and said, Compensation is okay, but don't even think about apologizing." "Very well." After receiving the money, he raised his voice, "It seems that you are prepared to regret for the rest of your lives. Maybe that dog is sick." Then he threw the coin to Yurong and said, "Quickly take the mother and daughter to get vaccinated." Yes. After taking the mother and daughter away, he went to the two online idol girls and said, "Now it's time to get back to business." Yang frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" "This matter has been resolved, what else do you want?" "What's wrong? What happened?" At this time, Bao La was running quickly towards him. She wondered, "Jin Yang, what's wrong?" Yang pointed directly at Jin Yang's face and asked Bao La, "Do you know him?" Bao La replied, "He is the boss of our restaurant, everyone is." Immediately the two of them angrily scolded, "Just now your boss made me kneel down and kowtow to others, damn it, I thought you were some kind of capable person. It turns out you are just the owner of a small restaurant. Damn it, you still want us to promote for you? If I don't make you bankrupt and discredited, I'll eat shit upside down. Just wait, you have offended someone you can't afford to offend." After saying that, she sped away. Bao La then breathed a sigh of relief. Then she turned around and asked, "Tell me, what happened?" After hearing the story he told, she burst into anger. "I'm so angry. I thought the two of them at least had some reputation in this area. If I had known they were such strange people, I would have torn them apart right there. And you let them go like that? Why didn't you call the police to expose them?" Jin Yang leisurely opened a can of Coke and replied, "If I expose them now, they will be covered up by the platforms, and then do public relations work, which won't cause any waves at all. So it's not interesting." But she kept questioning him, "You only know how to play." Suddenly arriving here, Bao La sighed, "What should I do now? Can't find online idols anymore, wouldn't it be changing to distributing offline flyers?" Seeing her suddenly sad, he went over and said with a smile, "Then that's so outdated, moreover, don't you know some famous idols?" Bao La frowned and said, "Famous idols? Who? Are you kidding me?" Tang Ying is the queen of clothing in Sanya City, a frequent guest on the cover of fashion magazines. If she is invited here, she can crush the two online idols immediately. If one person is not enough, then add my old boss Lin Zuxian. The fit between the gym club and our restaurant is so high that there is no need to say it, right? Jin Yang said with a smile, "Moreover, the two online idols are people from the Queta platform, which just happens to be the mortal enemy of Chen Suoxing's Dewa platform. If it doesn't work, I'll ask Chen Suoxing to send stars and online idols under his command to support you. Although there are no A-list stars, there are still a few B and C-list stars." Hearing this, she patted her head and said, "Okay, the people have been found, let me think about it, how to promote it." Jin Yang looked at her and thought to himself, "This silly girl, opening a business for the first time, has no experience in many things. But if you can push from behind, you can still find a way yourself. Such a trivial matter, thinking for so long and still haven't found a solution, you're like an idiot, really, be confident." Suddenly Bao La poked her finger straight into Jin Yang's face and shouted, "Remove the word like." A few days later, at the Eat to Get Skinny restaurant opening, a girl shouted happily after enjoying the food here, "The food in this restaurant is so delicious. Moreover, it also combines less fat and low calories. I can eat this kind of food for as long as I want." Bao La looked out from inside the restaurant and thought to herself, "Today is the first day of the restaurant's opening. Those two online idol girls will definitely come, right?" She remembered Jin Yang and wondered, "That Jin Yang told me not to worry about anything. Does he really have a way to solve this?" That morning, Yo and Yang came to Bao La's restaurant to continue live streaming. "My loves, we have arrived at this restaurant now. You can see that the decoration here is quite pretty. There are many delicious dishes on the table." Yo said while live streaming, "These dishes smell very fragrant. It seems like they are using essential oils. Let's try them." After taking a bite, her face changed. "There must be essential oils in this. Although it looks very beautiful, I'm too familiar with this smell. There is the smell of roasted duck on the sidewalk, so fragrant that it's greasy." Yang next to her heard this and also moved her chopsticks. It's not that exaggerated, let me try it. After taking a bite, she criticized, it's true that essential oils have been added. This dish is also the same. Their words attracted everyone's attention. And this dish too. Bao inside heard this and was furious. You are the one who added essential oils. Your whole family added essential oils. My ingredients are all fresh. Why would I need to process them as randomly as your face? Suddenly, Yo-Yo picked out a strange object from the food. There is even hair in the food. This is too much. I can't pretend anymore. I will return all the bookings to the owner of this restaurant. Next to her, Yan Yang pretended to have a stomach ache and trembled non-stop. Then she suddenly fell down. She pretended to faint in front of everyone. Yan Yang. Everyone there looked at the two of them. What's wrong with you? My stomach hurts so much. There must be something wrong with the food just now. The next day, the images of the two of them were posted on the newspaper. That's good. At the headquarters of Queta Video, I didn't expect you to find a doctor to make fake medical records of food poisoning for you. Ma Ji smiled smugly and said, in recent days, major websites have been seeding by us. Now the popularity of our platform is increasing sharply. Next, I will arrange a lawyer to contact the two of you. You prepare the evidence. If this battle is won spectacularly, maybe your fans can reach millions. Director of Queta's short video, Ma Ji. Yan Yang said, thank you Director Ma, we will try our best. After saying that, she thought, originally, I only planned to smear the restaurant. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. It's really killing two birds with one stone. He leisurely lit a cigarette and thought to himself, how much benefit these two idols will get. Let's not talk about it for the time being. Prosecution can not only increase the popularity of this case to a new level, but also show the platform's protection and care for content creators, and play a controversial role. The day after tomorrow. Everyone surrounded Jin Yang for an interview. Chairman Su, do you have anything to say about this matter? The other owner of the restaurant has not yet shown up. Is it because of a guilty conscience? Reporters continued to ask him questions. Now Yan Yang and Yo-Yo are planning to sue our restaurant. How do you plan to respond? Xingyang stammered, about this, Yan Yang and Yo-Yo are here. Yan Yang appeared at this time with a smug look. The lawyer presented the documents and said, Chairman Su, my client has now sued you. This is the court summons. Xingyang still replied calmly, don't worry, I will definitely bring a lawyer on time. Yan Yang stepped forward and said, you don't need to hire a lawyer, after all, you have no chance of winning, just wait for bankruptcy and discredit. Xingyang said with a smile, you have prepared for so long, how can I fail your intentions? I will definitely find the best lawyer and sue you to death. His words surprised the two of them. How can he be so calm? Could it be that he has obtained some evidence? Yo-Yo angrily shouted, sue us? What are you relying on? We will sue you, damn it, you short-sighted idiot, be careful you don't even know how you die. I advise you not to find a lawyer, at least you can save some money, otherwise be careful you can't even afford a coffin. Xingyang just smiled lightly and said, in the end, who is the one who doesn't even know how they will die will soon be revealed. At this time, there was constant discussion on social media. Unscrupulous restaurants have business licenses. When will the issue of food safety be taken seriously? Food idols go to explore restaurants, but unexpectedly hit a toxic restaurant. Yan Yang and Yo-Yo work together, and will never let this immoral restaurant go. The Queta platform clearly expresses its attitude on the poisoning of the idol, supporting Yan Yang, saying that the two online idols are justice. Then you have to watch this video before continuing. Then a cartoon image of the puppy of the two of them biting someone else was shown. In addition, there is an image of Yo-Yo stepping on the mother's leg. Finally, there is an image of Xingyang stepping forward to help the mother and daughter. Not finished, there is a video about the crimes of the two of them. Don't rush, take your time, there is still a part after that. In the video is an image of Yan Yang laughing gleefully with her plan. Did I act well as food poisoning? This time, all the blame is on that restaurant, they are dead. My uncle is the director of the gastroenterology department of the hospital, and later he will make fake documents and upload them to the platform. It will be difficult for them to turn over. As long as these information are posted online, the ignorant netizens will not distinguish between true and false. They will only frantically spit on that restaurant like idiots, until they crush that restaurant. Comment A, whoever says the video is cut and pasted, don't come out. Comment B, come out and add 1. Comment C, come out and add one comment. D. Your master is scolding you for being stupid. Why don't you come out and receive the award? And also the conversation between the two of them and Director Ma. The platform will pay for hiring lawyers for you. The amount of compensation when suing them is not important. The important thing is the attitude of the platform. At that time, the popularity will increase, and you can also add a lot of fans. In order to make profits for themselves, they let dogs bite people, and even plan to kick pregnant women. These kinds of trash should be beaten to death. Why didn't Boss Sue bring a knife and give her a stab to vent his anger? How much karma did their ancestors create to be able to give birth to this kind of offspring? Ancestors, why didn't I throw the parents of these two away that year? At the headquarters of Dugwa Video of Chen Suoxing bowed his head and said, Chairman Su, the previous 3 videos have caused a sensation. Do we need to continue posting the following videos? Xinjiang replied with a satisfied smile, maintain the opening frequency, posting 2 videos a day, but remember this, the board of directors of the video must pin it on your platform and strictly prohibit it from being leaked out. I not only want to increase the download of your apps, but also want the opponent not to have any views. Suoxing said seriously, of course, thanks to these videos, the download of our apps has increased 17 times in just one night, but we haven't blurred the image of the other party. What if they turn around and sue us for infringing on privacy? Xinjiang replied softly, if you infringe on privacy, you will compensate, 1 yuan or 5 yuan. I want to sue them for complete exposure. What does it matter if I compensate them a little money, damn it? At the headquarters of Ma Ji's office, he shouted angrily, one day, in just one day, we have lost 10 million users. Ma Ji's office, the company's stock is still falling sharply. What the hell is the public relations department doing? Isn't it possible to ease public opinion in one day? Sir, the administration on the other side has a very big prejudice against you. What should we do now? What else can we do? Stabilize the situation and then continue. Suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. Come in. The lawyer came over and said, hello Mr. Ma, I represent my client, Ms. Qingbao La. The Quaidu platform is suspected of being involved in defaming my client. Currently, Ms. Qingbao La has sued your company. Please come to court within the time indicated on the summons. Participate in the proceedings on time. Every word she said made him even more stunned. He interrupted, wait, I was deceived. The ones who should be sued should be those 2 idols. I want to meet your client. I want to ask for private mediation. The lawyer replied, before I came here, Ms. Qingbao La expressed her attitude very clearly. She absolutely does not accept private mediation. In addition, anyone who participates in fabricating defamation, she will pursue it to the end. Those bastards are back. Yo and Yang Yang began to panic. Now they still want to sue us. Why didn't I notice there was a camera? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Yan Yang angrily threw the phone at Yo and scolded, is it my fault? If it weren't for that damn dog, would this have happened? Yo gritted her teeth angrily and said, you dare to scold Jia? I'll fight you. Then the 2 of them rushed at each other and fought. Damn it, you still dare to say that damn dog? I'll kill you. Suddenly, Xinjiang's lawyer came in, delivered a report, and announced, hello, I am Ms. Bao Qing LA's entrusted lawyer. You 2 deliberately spread false information, which has damaged the reputation of my client. This is the summons from the court, please receive it. Notice, the Quaidu platform and Ms. Qin Yang, online name Yang, Ms. Sun Yu, online name Yo, are suspected of being involved in fabrication and defamation. The evidence is conclusive. The XX People's Court sentenced the company and employees. The content is as follows. The Quaidu Entertainment platform compensates the plaintiff. Ms. Qingbao La, 3.5 yuan. Ms. Qin Yang is sentenced to 11 months in prison, and compensates the plaintiff 1 yuan. Ms. Sun Yu is sentenced to 18 months in prison, and compensates the plaintiff 1.2 yuan. In front of Bao LA's restaurant, the number of customers is increasing. They lined up to get inside. Bao La happily stretched herself and said, finally, everything is resolved. Then she turned to ask Yurong, by the way, why can't I see that Xinjiang? Yurong, do you know where he is now? Yurong smiled shyly and replied, you mean Brother Su? It seems he is watching a big show. At the monitoring room, at the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team, Mu Xing said, sir, after all, this is Zhao Yang's first time carrying out a mission. Perhaps, it will still take some time. Xinjiang leaned back in his chair and replied, It doesn't matter if it takes a little more time, I'm just worried about whether he will be discovered, after all. I promise your aunt not to put you in danger. After saying that, he thought, although the enhanced medicine can improve Jin Zhaoyang's stealing skills, the other party's security system may not be able to do anything to him. If his appearance is recorded by the camera, I don't know if I can protect him. At this time, the system panel appeared. Host, rest assured, the reagent of this system is very guaranteed in quality. You are just worrying unnecessarily. This broken system. If it was so reliable, would it cut my points so much? Suddenly someone came to report, Sir, Brother Mu, Zhao Yang is back. Really? At the headquarters. Zhao Yang said with a sad face, Sir, I got the things back. Xinjiang smiled and said, This kid, you did a great job this time, take a rest, work harder, and get the items on the list in the next 2 days, and ensure the completion of the mission. He smiled with satisfaction and thought, Very good, as long as I have this thing. The problem on Xia Jihao's side will no longer be a problem. Xia Jihao said, Commander, that's? He replied, Inside this is the technical data of some engine manufacturers. You arranged for technical staff to quickly research and manufacture the latest engine. You were asked to find trustworthy technicians before. Did you find them? Jihao pointed to himself and smiled shyly. Here, can I do it? Hearing this, he patted his chest and said confidently, Commander, don't underestimate me. Technically, the kids in the company were all taught by me. You want me to find someone trustworthy. I can't think of anyone other than myself. Of course I don't underestimate you. Come on, drink this first, this is... He then explained, a biotechnology drug researched and developed by a friend of mine can improve your skills in technology and machinery. Specifically, you just drink it and you will know. Although Commander Su has a mysterious background, he won't harm us. Instead of hesitating, it's better to feel for yourself what is so magical about this thing. Without thinking much, he drank it all in one gulp. He felt surprised as soon as he finished drinking. This is... Xia Jihao's mind became dizzy. Xinjiang stood up and said, Within 7 days, combining the advantages of these engine manufacturing techniques, you not only have to create a new engine, but also establish a production line. Got it? Xia Jihao said loudly upon hearing the order, Commander Su, don't worry, I will definitely create a new engine. I won't let you down. That night, after returning home, he called little girl Bao La, Are you not back yet? You're back? The image of Bao La crawling on the ground was terrifying, causing him to scream in fear. But Bao La said softly at this time, Food, quickly cook for me, I'm starving to death. That night, finally, the two of them ate a full meal. He massaged her while saying, Finally alive, do you have to work so hard? I can't help it. Before the restaurant was hot because of those two scum online idols. Bao La said happily, plus Sister Tang and Chen Suoxing's artists promoting, now the restaurant is almost always crowded every day. What do you think, do I need to open another branch? At least it can divert some customers. Xinjiang looked at her and smiled and replied, I'm only responsible for paying the money, how to operate it is up to you. Enough, you don't care about anything, can you be a little responsible? All day long you either disappear without a trace or say sarcastic words, I'm so angry. Hey, hit you later, don't break the dishes. He washed the dishes while saying to her, I have other things to do, but I can still be your advisor. You tell me, what do you think, are you really planning to open a branch? Hearing this, Bao La replied, I'm just saying, after all, the restaurant has a reputation, but we still have to ensure the quality. About this, it's not just finding a chef and it's done. I didn't expect you to consider so much, I am very happy, again teasing you, I'll bite you to death. A few days later, Xia Jihao came to report to Xinjiang, Commander Su, our Tianyu engine has been released, attracting a shock from the outside. Now, our orders are soaring, and many companies have begun to look for us to cooperate. He said with tears of joy, I didn't expect I could create a car engine that opened a new era. This life is very worthwhile, calm down. Xinjiang also replied with satisfaction, after we overthrow Huanan Motors, we still have a long way to go. Suddenly the secretary outside knocked on the door and said, Chairman Su, Chairman Xia, people from Mengyang Engine said they want to see you too. Mengyang Engine, is Chairman Chen, the person I offered 6,000 yuan to? That person's company. Let's go, let's see what tricks they plan to play this time. Xinjiang sat opposite him. Ma Ji stepped forward and said, "You are General Su, right?" He sat down and said, "Last time, you offered 6,000 yuan to buy my company's engine manufacturing technology. My dad didn't agree. But maybe you don't know that this technology is in my hands, so my dad's decision doesn't count. Before, I went on a business trip and heard about this. I think this price is also suitable, so I decided to agree to your condition." Xinjiang slightly raised his teacup and glanced at him. "Condition? What condition?" At this time, he thought to himself, sure enough, Old Chen is too embarrassed to come, so he sent his son to see if he can discuss cooperation. And also showing an attitude of take it or leave it, trying to deceive me? Ma Ji said, "Of course, the condition is to spend 6,000 yuan to buy our technology. After all, your price is quite reasonable, if it weren't for my consideration of many years of cooperation with you. You think you can arbitrarily buy our technology? You must know that we manufacture pickup trucks and SUVs. Our engine technology in this field is number one. Moreover, now you are dealing with the suppression from Huanan Motors. I am willing to lend a helping hand. Speaking of which, you owe us a big favor." Hearing this, he smiled mischievously and asked, "Young Master Chen's favor is too big, I can't afford it," he said, wanting to vomit blood, "so you take the technology back, and let us live or die on our own." Angrily, he slammed the table and shouted, "Before you said you wanted to buy, but now I come here and you say you don't want to buy. What do you mean, are you playing me?" But Xinjiang still replied calmly, "When I needed the technology, you refused. Who can I blame?" Hearing this, he became even more angry. "You think the engine model you need to manufacture can be used? Now my technology is worth 6,000 yuan, and I won't sell it anymore. Wait until you fail. Huanan launches another fatal blow, then you just wait to die." Ji gritted his teeth and thought, I have said it so clearly, is it that he doesn't see the key, and understands more about the difficulty of manufacturing a new engine? Seeing his appearance, Xinjiang then said, "That's right, it's all because I didn't consider it carefully, I offended you." Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction and thought, "That's right. I don't believe that in this situation, you will still give up the technology that is delivered to your door." He continued, "If you don't sell it anymore." His words made him complacent and think success. "Then don't sell it anymore." As soon as Xinjiang's words came out, his face changed. Ma Ji gritted his teeth and listened to every word he said. "Originally, I was a little tempted. But aren't you not selling if I don't pay 6,000? I'm thinking that going back and forth is a waste of time, so let's just not sell it." He couldn't bear it and shouted loudly, "You surnamed Su, you're very good. We'll just wait and see." After saying that, he left in one breath. Ji Hao next to him saw this and said, "Chairman Su, now we only have 2 engine production lines, maybe we can produce 3,000 cars a week. But Huanan Motors has always suppressed us in terms of public opinion, what should we do next?" Xinjiang stood up and said, "Contact all departments in Santai City, tell them that Tian you can exchange a batch of new cars for them for free. In the future, as long as they exchange cars and distribute cars, we can give them a 40% discount. While walking, he instructed, we will use this discount and the above car exchange conditions to ensure that when taxi companies upgrade their cars, they only order our cars. With official certification and all the taxi cars in the city promoting us, this is the best way to advertise. At that time, do we still need to deal with the so-called public opinion? I understand, I will contact them now. Chairman Su is still very far-sighted. Okay, this matter is entirely entrusted to you, I'll go first." After getting out of the car, he turned to ask Yurong, "The work is done, let's find a place to eat. What do you want to eat?" Yurong replied shyly, "I don't know. I haven't eaten properly these days, I feel like I've lost weight." He looked at her and asked in panic, "Like this is lost weight?" Yurong heard this and wondered, "Chairman Su, do you have any suggestions?" Xinjiang scratched his head shyly and replied, "Then let's go to Bao'ele's restaurant and see whatever there is to eat. However, this business is too popular," she said. "I'll find a parking space." "I didn't expect it to be so difficult to find a parking space nearby. I have to drive to the cinema nearby," he said with a smile to Yurong. "That place is a park, it's normal that it's not convenient to park. Hurry up, I'm a little hungry." Suddenly the two of them looked back. A girl sitting in the back pointed and shouted loudly, Go, drive the car." Xinjiang and Yurong turned to look at her with a suspicious expression. "What's wrong? Is this girl crazy?" Suddenly a man came over and slammed the door and shouted, open the door for me. Have you made enough trouble? Come out for me, get lost, I don't want to see you. Xinjiang turned to say to the girl, I said, can the couple in love quarrel without affecting us? What kind of person is this? Eating a meal and encountering someone who came to make trouble. But the girl didn't listen and continued to point and order, are you deaf? I told you to drive the car. Helpless, the two of them were nodding in agreement with her request. Yurong had just inserted the key. Then suddenly Xinjiang grabbed the door handle. He opened the door and went down to face that man. He stepped out and called the girl, come down. But the girl didn't listen and kept shouting, I said again, drive the car for me. Then she smiled strangely and thought, what kind of big boss is he? Seeing Wu Shifan's appearance, isn't he scared to admit defeat on the spot? Helpless, he had to grab her hair. He pulled her down decisively. I told you to come down, didn't you hear? Let's go. The girl suddenly looked at Xinjiang. What's wrong with him? I have asked him for help, but he didn't respond at all. A beauty like me is not moved at all? Could it be that he thinks I can scold a woman? Suddenly her eyes lit up. When she saw the figure of Yurong, goddess, yes. The strange man just now put his arm around her shoulder and said, so goddess. Seeing this, the girl shouted. Then she pushed the man away. Then she ran to hit Xinjiang and cursed, damn it, no man is good. I can't let him go, otherwise the task that Ms. Zhao gave me will not be completed. I must make a big fuss about this today. The girl shouted loudly, you jerk, you were gentle with me yesterday. Today you turned your face in the blink of an eye. The man heard this and was angry. What did you say? Taking the opportunity, she shouted, he hit me just now, do you have a conscience? Hit me again, I will fight you today. Xinjiang smiled mockingly and said, you stinky woman, you are not ashamed to mention what happened last night. After saying that, he slapped her hard. This surprised Yurong, who was watching, as well as that strange man. Everyone around was gaping at his actions. Xinjiang looked at her with an angry expression and thought, is there something wrong with her head? Thinking I didn't realize this embarrassing scene was to make me and that stupid rich second generation clash? Isn't it better to admit that you are a whore, and also insist on framing me? If I don't cooperate a little, I'm sorry for your acting. He grabbed her clothes and said, last night I told you to serve us well. Damn it, you were crying and moaning, isn't it just Chen Xiao, Li Xiao, Wang Ge together, what are you telling me you can't stand? As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped her several times in a row, damn it, I still have to save my strength. Hitting her head makes me dizzy and tired. Why does this person act against common sense? Okay, now the Qin Shao group is furious. How am I going to explain to them? Suddenly another girl laughed mockingly. I understand, I didn't expect you to play so wildly, that's right, if you don't know them, why would you get into their car? Sun Xiao Xiao heard this and shouted, shut up for me. Suddenly the man came over and said, okay, let her go. Xinjiang glanced at him and asked, what do you want to do? Is this guy also thinking he is his opponent? He was grinding his teeth and saying word by word, I told you to let her go, don't you understand? The two people next to them kept shouting, that's right, brother, you must fight him to the end, don't admit defeat, young Master Wu, go on. At this time, Xinjiang still decisively made a move, if I don't let her go, what can you do? Seeing this, he angrily stepped forward, dare to provoke me, not giving me face, what do you mean by not giving me face? Obviously I'm looking down on you. The people next to them heard Xinjiang's challenging voice and thought, dare to provoke Wu Shifan like this, could it be that this kid also has strength behind him? But looking at the shabby car he drives, how much power can he have? He said here and suddenly turned and left, but did not forget to warn, okay, let me see how big your ability is. At this time, Yurong next to him said, Brother Su, do you need? Xinjiang dusted his hands and said, it's okay, it's just a rich second generation with a little money. I want to see who he can call. Mu Xing called, huh? At this time, the phone rang, hello sir, did you have an accident? Someone is harassing you in the parking lot? How do you know? Mu Xing's voice rang on the other side, we are still eavesdropping on news from the Zhao family, and found that Zhao Xiaoman is launching an action against you. The specific content is probably to make the Sir and a rich second generation of another family conflict, and use a knife to kill people? He picked up the document and read, it's not that simple, it seems that they want to see if someone you know will come to find you, thereby leading out the organization behind that person. Moreover, I have heard of this organization before. Their power is not ordinary. Xinjiang replied, here, it's not convenient to talk about the details over the phone now. Wait until I come back and I will tell you the specific things I know. I will go back to find you soon. Send me the information of these people who are harassing me first. He thought to himself, this Zhao Xiaoman, she really has the means. If I haven't recruited Mu Xing's group, I'm afraid I would have fallen for the trick. Moreover, I didn't expect her to know that I appeared here at this time and can also arrange people to ambush here in advance. Obviously a lot of effort has been spent. No matter what, now I have made enemies with these two people. Zhao Xiaoman's move is considered a success. Suddenly the young master spoke and called, hey you, Wu Dishao has called someone. If I were you, I would take the opportunity to deal with him to recover the cost. Xinjiang smiled and asked, call someone? At this time, Wu Shifan recognized that voice, the second young master of the Wu group. Plus the rich second generation of the Beijing real estate company. Who can he call? Xinjiang said triumphantly, the same trashy families, who dare to make trouble for their families outside. I'm waiting for your people to come here. Let's see how many bullets the family behind you can block for you. After he finished speaking, Wu Shifan thought, a phone call has been able to investigate our background. The ability of this person is probably not simple. The young master also said nervously, his appearance doesn't look like he is bragging. If we really mess with someone we shouldn't. Shifan gritted his teeth and said bitterly, I can't stay here now, at least before clarifying his identity. I can't act rashly. Then he said, I'll spare you today, just wait. At this time, Xiao Xiao was lying on the ground with injuries all over her body. He went over and said to her, get lost. She was frightened and quickly covered her face and ran away. What's going on? Didn't Miss Zhao say that he was just a useless person? Young Master Wu is so wary of him. I have offended him. Then wouldn't. Yurong said at this time, Brother Su, are we still going to eat? Xinjiang frowned and replied, no more eating. Let's go back to the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team. Returning to the room, he went to Mu Xing and said, Mu Xing, what exactly have you found out? He quickly replied after hearing this, Sir, please listen to this recording first, then we'll talk about the main points. It seems that the Zhao family believes that I am related to the Guardian Sword. Xinjiang held a stack of papers in his hand and asked, do you know anything about this organization? He replied, Sir, this is the specific information of the Guardian Sword that we have gathered. These materials are only circulated in the black market. Even Zhao Xiaoman doesn't have them. Sir, please take a look. As far as we know, the Guardian Sword is a mysterious Jianghu organization originating from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Among them, there are many experts, even some people with superb martial arts, surpassing the roof and ice wall. Superb martial arts, surpassing the roof and ice wall. Xinjiang frowned and said, that day, I wanted to chase a mysterious person near XX Street. After being cut off, I went to the hotel to ask for the camera video. Mu Xing replied, Sir, guess right, that hotel is also an industry of the Zhao family. Hearing this, he quickly plugged the USB into the computer and thought, that is, there is a high probability that Zhao Xiaoman has also watched that video and suspects that my mother is a member of the Guardian Sword. She is monitoring me. Could it be that she wants to deal with the Guardian Sword? So she thought of a way to lure the Guardian Sword out? The Guardian Sword was formerly called the Guardian Sword, almost established at the same time as the Heaven and Earth Society, but completely opposed to the Heaven and Earth Society. Among them, there are many experts and a wide range of employees, related to many fields. It is impossible to determine whether it belongs to the management of officials. He clicked on the file icon on the screen and thought, to be able to gather so many experts, the power of the Guardian Sword can be said to be too terrifying. However, the others are just auxiliary. The real strength of this organization is still martial arts. After investigating for so long, Mu Xing's group probably knows my mother's secret. But if you suspect someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't suspect them. There are some things that should be clarified sooner rather than later. Xinjiang pulled out a ring from his pocket and asked the two of them, do you know this? The token of the Guardian Sword also appeared in the information you gave me. The owner of this ring is named Lu Huilan, my mother. Hearing this, Mu Xing was surprised. He patted his chest loudly and said, I will definitely do my best to investigate this matter. Yu Rong also said, Brother Su, Zhao family definitely wants to find out the relationship between you and the Guardian Sword and then sell the information to other forces. What should we do? Xinjiang smiled and replied, as long as they don't find evidence, I'm temporarily safe. If they indirectly leak the information, then the Zhao family doesn't need to exist anymore. Zhao Xiaoman wants to sell this information to make a profit. Thinking of what he said, she was hesitant and thinking, who is calling me at this time? Yu Rong gently answered the phone, and the other end of the line cried, Auntie, I was cheated. What's wrong with you again? Are you looking for trouble? It's not that you don't have any, but I lost more than 3 yuan. I'm talking about the main points. Can you be serious? As soon as she heard it, she shouted, more than 3 yuan? Where did this money of yours come from? What exactly did you do? The other end of the line quickly replied, That's my lucky money and pocket money. It's not clear to say it over the phone. Please come and save me. Hearing these words, she burst into anger. I didn't expect my usually weak sister Lin to be so domineering at times. Women are inherently soft, and become strong as an ant. The ancients really didn't lie to me. Even so, she still said with a smile to Xinjiang, Brother Su. Xinjiang poked her cheek and said, I was also planning to go out for a walk to relax. Take me with you. Go meet your nephew and see what trouble the kid has caused. That morning, Yu Rong's nephew kept crying, Auntie, you're finally here. Yu Rong grabbed the head of the kid and lifted him up as soon as she arrived. Then threw him into the seat inside. Get in the car quickly, then explain the whole story to your uncle and aunt. If your parents find out, they will definitely beat your butt. The kid then asked, Uncle and aunt? Seeing this, Xinjiang turned to protect her. Hey, why are you angry with children? You can't spoil this brat, otherwise he will tear the house down. As soon as the kid saw him, he excitedly shouted, Auntie's husband. Hearing this, Yu Rong's face turned red with anger and questioned him. What is this kid talking about? Speak quickly, what exactly happened? The kid then trembled in fear. I saved a lot of money to buy an account of Honor of Kings, which has a lot of characters and a lot of skins. Who knew that after playing for less than 2 days the seller took back the account, so I went to the police uncles, and they told me to bring my parents to file a seal, but I didn't dare. The kid burst into tears and said the seller agreed in advance not to take it back. Where is the trust between people? Hearing this, Yu Rong pinched his cheek and said, This brat, can't you not play that trashy game? I told you before, if you are the top of the whole grade, I will let you play games. And you have discipline. Suddenly the kid said a sentence that stunned her. Auntie is jealous that my skills are good. What is just gold rank? Angrily, she slapped the kid's face down and hit him continuously. So what if you are good at studying? Can you be arrogant if you are good at studying? Who hasn't won the first place in the grade? So what if you are gold rank? I just usually play less games. Do you think everyone is addicted to the internet like you? Seeing this scene, Xinjiang turned to remind, Okay, children play games, there is no need to be so strict. Send the transaction history to me. I will investigate what the other party's identity is. Suddenly the phone rang. Who is it? He said with a somber face. Zhou? You sold an account of Honor of Kings before, right? I only give you one chance to return the account to me, otherwise I won't be happy. As soon as he answered the phone, the other end of the line said, Brother, if you still have money, then recharge your IQ. This is society. Learn to be smart in the future. Those 3 yuan are considered tuition. Then he hung up immediately after. Shenyang wondered, This is society? That's right, it's time for him to know what society is. School is over. A student looked at the phone and cursed, Idiot, all are failed gamers. Zhou, what is pretending to be a domineering president? Another classmate came over and said, Zhou, what are you doing? Look at your obscene smile, it's obvious that there is nothing good. Zhou then agreed, This bastard, it's you who is smiling obscenely. I just took back the account I sold a few days ago and earned a full 3 yuan. The student excitedly shouted. Holy crap, that's awesome, I have to try it later. Zhou whispered into the ear of his classmate and said, This matter is not over yet. Probably the buyer found my number on the app and said he wanted to take back the account. I told him that's how society is. I'm not his dad. I only have the responsibility to teach, not to spoil. It's true that only you are so shameless. However, I heard that this matter will be sentenced if it's over 2 yuan. Are you okay? Zhou said decisively, What's there to be afraid of? I have never heard of taking back a game account, and being sentenced. Moreover, I am still a minor and not yet at the age to consider the punishment. That guy is just scaring me, give him the guts, does he dare? Suddenly the homeroom teacher came over and called, Homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, right? She said with a serious face, someone is looking for you, come with me. A few minutes ago. Brother Su, it's not worth it, it's really not worth it. Xinjiang turned his head and replied, you are my person, if your family is bullied, I will definitely help you get back your face. After hearing this, Yurong's heart beat fast. Brother Su said I am his person? Even the kid excitedly shouted, Uncle is too domineering, too cool. The security guard came over and said, sorry, this is a school, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Xinjiang just raised his card, and the security guard bowed his head. I need to enter the school to discuss business with the school leader, please come in, sir. May I ask where the homeroom teacher is? As well as the homeroom teacher? Let me take you to find them. Homeroom teacher, right? I want to give feedback to you about this matter. Please ask the leader to give instructions. Currently. Zhou Ming thought with a fearful expression, what's going on? Is that man the person I cheated out of the account? In front of him was Xinjiang, looking at him with a serious expression. Could it be that that man is the one I cheated out of the account? No way, he chased him all the way to school. It seems that the homeroom teacher is still receiving him like a servant. The homeroom teacher spoke up, President Su, I want to ask a little, did Zhou Ming make any mistakes? He quickly replied, this matter? It's not big if you say it's not big. It's not small if you say it's not small. My nephew spent 3 yuan to buy a game account from Zhou Ming. As a result, before 2 days he took back the account. Originally, I wanted to arrange it properly, and told him to change back the account and I would let it go, but the student Zhou Ming said, I deserve to be cheated, and it's his ability to take back the account. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher shouted loudly, fraud, this is fraud, our school will definitely deal with it strictly, if you want to call the police, we will resolutely cooperate. Xinjiang sighed and said, it's not worth calling the police. But I hope Zhou Ming and my school can do these 3 things, that's fine. First, return the account. Second, tell his parents straightforwardly, tell them without any bias. Third, announce in front of the whole school to let everyone know that he is a fraudster. Hearing this, Zhou Ming knelt down and cried, Uncle, I was wrong, I will return the account to you, return the money, okay? If the whole school knows, then I won't be able to stay in school anymore. The homeroom teacher also spoke up at this time, President Su, this time your nephew didn't lose too much, moreover, he already knows his mistake, or don't inform the whole school. After all, he is a minor, doing so may leave a psychological shadow on him. Hearing this sentence, he frowned, a psychological shadow? Seeing his expression, she was afraid. Xinjiang stood up abruptly and said, I want him to be traumatized, so what? Wasn't he very proud? If I didn't find you today, would you still feel that you are very good? Now I tell you, you can try to take back the account to see if I can make you sit in prison. Hearing this, Zhou Ming howled and cried, I promise I won't commit it again, I won't dare again, I won't dare anymore. Uncle, don't send me to prison, I don't want to go to prison, uncle, please spare me. After finishing, Yurong looked at him and called, Brother Su. Are you being too serious doing this? Xinjiang then explained to her, whether it's serious or not, it depends on what this is for or who it's for, moreover, I have already said hello to the homeroom teacher before. I'm just scaring that kid, how to teach him specifically is clear in her heart. At this time, Yurong's nephew hid behind her and said, Auntie, uncle is too fierce, does uncle eat children? Yurong heard this and shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? If you call me nonsense again, be careful I tell your parents about today, but uncle is uncle. Helpless, he then spoke up, okay, everything has been resolved, do you want to go eat something? The kid then replied, I want to eat hot pot. Yurong heard this and glared and shouted, Brat, are you talking back again? The kid shouted in fear, Uncle, save me. At the food market, a mother was holding her child in her arms. At this time, the 3 of them also happened to come. He suddenly saw the 2 of them. Looking at that pitiful appearance, Xinjiang took out money from his wallet, then handed it to the mother and said, take it. The mother took it and kept looking at his back. Inside the restaurant, he spoke up, you 2 look at the menu, just order whatever you want to eat. The kid happily shouted along, long live uncle, I want to eat a lot of dishes. At this time I was so scared that I didn't dare to eat. Suddenly a figure appeared. It was the woman just now. He was surprised when he saw her. Then he asked, "Do you have something?" She said decisively, "I don't need money." Xingyang said softly, "You feel that I have money so I can arrange a job for you? In fact, you can casually find a restaurant to work part-time and wipe tables to earn money, right?" The woman replied, "Wiping tables can't raise my child. I have no way out. I beg you, I will do anything." "I can't help you too, you should find someone else." After saying that, he snapped his fingers to signal. After inviting the two of them to leave, he thought, "I'm not a philanthropist. I can't do something like asking for anything and agreeing to it. Suddenly running to find a job, and being so persistent. If you say that this woman doesn't have any hidden feelings, it's definitely impossible, but this method is also too obvious. But those opponents wouldn't think of such a retarded way, right?" That morning, a fat man happily shouted, "I told you. The food in this restaurant is not bad." Suddenly he stood up and pushed the chair and said, "I'm saving a seat first, you guys come here quickly." After finishing, he sat and smiled happily. Suddenly he bumped into Yurong, who was sitting next to him. Yurong said angrily, "Why are you bumping into people for no reason?" The fat man saw this and flirted, "It's also a beauty, just blocking the back of the chair a little bit, and you can't stand it anymore? Or sleep with me tonight, I guarantee you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow morning." She shouted angrily, You are really a hooligan." This has been noticed by Xingyang. But in front of him was still the woman and the beggar kid. He spoke up and asked, "Why are you here again? What exactly do you want to do?" The woman said softly, "I can't afford to raise my child, he's sick and costs a lot of money, so I have to beg you." He then said, "Let me see what you are capable of first. If you can convince Yurong, then I will give you a bite to eat." Hearing this, the woman stood up angrily, took the plate of food on the table. The fat man opposite him also smiled triumphantly and ordered, "Stand up." "What's wrong? Do you also want to be with me tonight?" But the woman had already raised the plate high. She slammed it on the fat man's head. Once again, she grabbed his head. Then she prepared to make a move. She decisively pressed his head into the boiling hot pot. This inevitably frightened Yurong. And all the people around as well. Suddenly there was a shout, "Let go, let go." Xingyang looked at the woman and thought, currently, although Mu Xing's group is good at exploring information, they lack the brutality when fighting head-on. This woman is ruthless enough, very suitable for building a combat team. This pit father system jumped out at this time. Could it be that it's going to cause trouble again? Suddenly the system panel appeared with a notification. He smiled triumphantly and thought, just had this thought and the system immediately opened a new part. Fortunately I didn't directly reject that woman, otherwise I would have lost a lot. Yurong covered the kid's eyes with one hand, and said, "Mr. Su, do you need to pull that woman back?" "Oh, that's right, otherwise someone will die." Suddenly he went over and grabbed the woman's hand. He spoke up and said, "Okay, enough. What is your name?" The woman then replied, Lu Kylie." He smiled and ordered, "Follow me, I'm hiring you." Kylie then bowed her head and replied, "Thank you, thank you, thank you. Take her and the child away first, and by the way, contact Haiqing Hotel to book a room for this mother and child, as well as a doctor." "I know." Inside the car, Xingyang glanced at her and said, "There are many people on the street, there must be more than just me who looks rich." Kylie replied, "In the dark, right?" This answer is mysterious enough. At this time, he suddenly thought, that's right, I was unknowingly invaded by the system. Then the career is getting bigger and bigger, and then I met this mother and child. In this process, I'm afraid that even novels wouldn't dare to write. At the large Haiqing Hotel, Suasheng brought the file and said, "Mr. Su, I have sent someone to investigate that woman. She used to be a prostitute in a karaoke bar. Later the child contracted a rare congenital disease related to blood clotting dysfunction, because of the child's illness. She has fallen to the current appearance." He looked at the file and thought, being a prostitute also means that the father of that child cannot be clearly traced. But as long as this disease can be treated, then for me, that is not a difficult problem. Then he gave the order, "Contact the doctor, arrange treatment for that child, the expenses are on me, but you must ensure the lives of the mother and child." "Mr. Su, don't worry, I will definitely do well." After finishing, he walked out. While looking at the phone, he thought, isn't Paula busy with the restaurant's affairs at this time? How can she have time to call me? "Xingyang, someone is looking for us to donate money, what should we do, what's the point of donating?" The next night, At the Qingbei Santai Hotel, the MC of the program began to read the announcement of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone to the charity night organized by the Nwan Yang Charity Association. Tonight, we have invited dignitaries from all walks of life to toast to charity together. The person standing on the red carpet is the old President Chen Suoshing of the Haiqing Hotel. Not only that, the recently popular Dugua video is also under his ownership. President Dong of Tinglong Real Estate has also arrived. It seems that tonight will definitely be a brilliant night. Suoshing thought to himself, if Mr. Su didn't insist on hiding behind the scenes, our little property would be nothing in front of him. Chan Ming next to him also thought, wait for the day when Su takes over the entire Santai city. You guys just wait to be scared out of your minds. Xingyang was also present. He said, I'm still really not used to this kind of situation. It's just a bunch of rich people getting together to eat and drink. There's nothing terrible about it. Yu Rong spoke up, Mr. Su. I have investigated the organization named Wanyang Charity Foundation. They are a relatively young funding foundation, and on the government's website, there are only a few long-term projects. Will it? Xingyang turned to stroke Bao La's cheek. He replied, originally, we can come or not come to these kinds of activities. But who made the restaurant's reputation too big, and they targeted us? If we don't participate, it is inevitable that people will leave behind a black material of not knowing how to repay society. Suddenly something happened. What's wrong? What kind of kid is driving like that? The woman who stepped out of the car scolded, do you know what kind of car this is? Don't you know to avoid it? Do you know that even a slight scratch is more money than you can earn in your entire life? The student who was hit stammered, I'm sorry. Jack Larry spoke up, forget it. Don't blame her anymore. Yes, I understand. The secretary pointed and scolded, did you hear that? Hurry up and thank the gentleman. Thank you, sir. Get lost, don't be an eyesore. Xingyang, standing beside, found it irritating. I thought Jack Larry was a kind person, but I didn't expect him to be someone who likes to use money to oppress people. He frowned and said, looking at that girl, she seems to be seriously injured. We can't delay her treatment. She quickly replied, I understand. But Mr. Su, are there any problems on your end? Suddenly, Bao La roared angrily, that foreigner is so hateful. I must tear him apart. Xingyang quickly stopped her, no, it's okay, I can still keep her for the time being. She turned to him and said, all right, I'll let you vent your anger when we get back. Can you do that? Don't worry, if it weren't for what just happened, he could still be jumping around for a few more days. But now, not so sure. After a discussion, the two went to a concert. Bala sighed, so boring. He raised his glass and said, even though you find it boring, they've been waiting for a long time. After all, for those unscrupulous merchants, tonight is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Then he took a sip and thought to himself, no matter what kind of business, charity is always an opportunity to whitewash oneself or enhance one's image. Normally, these merchants would have some dark secrets, so they naturally have to rely on times like these to cleanse themselves. A waiter came over with a bright smile and greeted them. Are you two the owners of the Jianfei restaurant? Just write down what you'd like to donate tonight here. He took it and thought, giving the donation device directly to the guests. This donation method is direct enough. But I heard that their donations are all public and transparent, so they probably won't play any tricks, right? Bala turned to Xingyang and whispered, hey, you big foodie, how much are you donating? He confidently raised 2 fingers and replied, this number. Upon hearing this, she was shocked by the amount he was donating, 200. You damn nouveau riche, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Not bad, you're starting to adapt to my spending habits. Suddenly, a message from Yurong arrived, Mr. Su, the diagnosis results for that girl are out. She has a fractured sternum. She's afraid her parents will worry. So she asked me to conceal her condition. Baolao gritted her teeth and said angrily, that girl is so seriously injured. I can't take it anymore. I must tear that foreigner apart tonight. Seeing her anger, he quickly patted her head and said, calm down, leave this to me. Suddenly, the MC announced, ladies and gentlemen. Next, please welcome Mr. Jack Larry of the Huanan Group. Jack Larry is the head of the Huanan Group in Sandai City. Speaking of which, something heartwarming just happened. Just now, Mr. Jack Larry's car was hit by a student, but Mr. Jack didn't ask her to pay a single cent. This kindness, this responsibility, truly makes us ashamed. Jack Larry said with satisfaction. Actually, I just did something very ordinary and didn't want to publicize it. The secretary next to him also said, usually, Mr. Jack likes to help others. Unfortunately, only I usually get to see it. But I feel that maybe we should share this story to warm everyone's hearts. Bao Lao frowned after hearing this and said, I can't stay here anymore. After speaking, she immediately stood up and left. It's a good thing this girl knows how to distinguish the situation and didn't immediately rush up to tear that Western devil apart. Xingyang watched her leave, thinking to himself, otherwise, tomorrow's headlines would be lively again. That night, Xingyang went to find Bao Lao but couldn't find her anywhere. Where did this girl run off to? Yu Rong has already driven to the hospital. Could she be planning to walk home? Suddenly, he saw something that surprised him. It turned out that Bao Lao was repeatedly smashing Jack Larry's car. Seeing this scene, Xingyang was stunned for a moment. This girl, she rushed out in such a hurry just to puncture other people's tires? He quickly went over to stop her. Go, go, go. If you break it you won't know what to do, let me do it. After speaking, he used scissors to stab the tires. It's deflating, it's starting to deflate. Let's go, hurry up and run. Bao Lao looked at his actions and said with a satisfied smile, That's right, little Yangzi, quickly take this empress away from this broken place. This servant obeys. On the way, he kept asking her, What's wrong? Are you still not over it? She remembered Jack Larry's frightening face. Then she frowned and said, I was already a little less angry. But when I think of that foreigner's face, I feel uncomfortable again. I'm hungry, I want to eat, I want to drink. Little Yangzi, quickly take me home and drink with me. Looking at her, Xingyang couldn't help but blush. Bao Lao just said to drink with him. He thought of the scene of the two of them being intimate. If a girl asks a boy to drink, isn't that what she means? Thinking of this, he couldn't stop smiling happily. Like this, I've passed my probation period and am ready to be officially hired. That night. Suddenly, Bao Lao angrily crushed the can in her hand. She shouted annoyedly, That stinky bastard. I'm so angry. Thinking about it, I shouldn't have just punctured his tires. Xingyang next to her comforted her, It's not early anymore, are you sleepy? Listening to him, she went to sleep soundly. Looking at her sleeping, Xingyang couldn't stop being amused. Could this girl be completely drunk? We still have to do serious work later. She whispered softly, Sleepy? Hearing this, Xingyang said joyfully, Standard answer. Inside the house. Xingyang helped her lie down. He pondered, looking at Bao Lao, she's about to fall asleep. Don't tell me that today will just end here. Damn it, I should have let this girl drink less. Suddenly, Bao Lao reached out and touched his cheek. Xingyang also moved his face closer to hers. But suddenly, she pushed him away unexpectedly. Xingyang had no choice but to sigh helplessly. I knew it would be like this. Ugh, I feel sick. Wait, let me find something to catch it for you. Oh no, my goddess image is ruined. What's ruined is the good opportunity tonight. The next morning, Bao Lao lay on the chair and said, I have a headache, I'll never drink again in the future. But Xingyang's face was very sad because of what happened last night. The fire he had been holding back for so long was extinguished by her vomit. Who is more miserable? Suddenly, the phone rang. Yu Rong, what's wrong? On the other end of the line, Yu Rong said in a flustered voice, Mr. Su, something happened. Yesterday we saw that damn bastard bullying that girl, but now they're in the news. Aya, these shameless people are so infuriating. I'll send a message to your phone now. News about Jack Larry was published. Bao Lao shouted angrily, What the heck? What media outlet is this? How can they publish such a conscienceless report? The article starts with a photo, and the whole thing is fabricated. Did they even watch the camera footage from that day? Xingyang calmly said, These photos are all cut from the video footage. How could they not have seen it? Juan and Motors probably stuffed money to the media to deliberately distort the news. Right? She rushed over and shook Xingyang, shouting, You big foodie, don't you have a lot of bad ideas? Hurry up and make a move. Ha, don't rush, let's take our time and see. Unable to sit still, he immediately stood up. Then he turned around and said, Oh, Yu Rong sent another article. Inside was a photo of him and Bao Lao last night. Bao Lao looked at the photo and said with amusement, So our tire puncturing from last night was also recorded. Then she changed her attitude and turned to Xingyang and scolded, You big foodie, what should we do now? You said to wait and see. 3,000, for weeks without weekends. Over on this side, after the news spread, Chen Hao Hai frowned and questioned, Mr. Su, have you seen the news? Do you need us to reduce the heat of this matter? Jiang Ming next to him also spoke up, I've investigated it. The one adding fuel to the fire is quite a video. It must be because of the online idol incident last time. Wanting to get revenge on you, Mr. Su. Even Su Xing angrily shouted, damn it, I'll find someone to chop up the author of that Quaida news. Xia Jihao was the same, Mr. Su, let's counterattack Huan Motors now. It's okay to be on the hot search, just let it be. But Jingyang replied very calmly, I've never been on the hot search before, it's quite exciting. Su Xing said no, it can't be that Mr. Su is saying angry words, and even finds it exciting. The voice on the other end of the line rang out, that's right, what's the situation outside right now? Su Xing stood up and said, right now, the Huanan group has expressed its attitude, condemning you, Mr. Su, and Ms. Bao La, but Jack Larry has expressed that he doesn't want to pursue the matter. Furthermore, the Zhao family is cooperating with several families to write a letter of apology to Jack Larry. The letter not only apologizes to Jack Larry, but also hopes that the other party won't have a biased view of our country because of this matter, affecting the friendly relations. Thinking of Jack Larry's cooperation with Xiaoman, Jingyang smiled faintly and replied, they say it's upright and above board, but in reality, they want to cooperate and squeeze us out, right? The problem is that this letter has already attracted a series of good reviews from netizens, and they've even started criticizing Jianfei restaurant. If we don't take action, I'm afraid it will affect Ms. Bao La's restaurant. Bao La panicked upon hearing the news, my restaurant, he said with sad eyes, I know, let them brag for a while first. Wait until the public opinion reaches its peak, then we'll make a sharp U-turn. Bao La worriedly said, do you have a way to resolve this matter, right? He reassured her, all right, I'll take action now to quell this matter. I originally planned to wait for this matter. Be good, this is a reward for you. After speaking, she kissed him sweetly on the cheek. Jingyang was stunned by this. Because of this. At Bao La's restaurant. Suddenly, a group of people walked in with expressions, let's learn a little about this sinister restaurant. Let's learn a little about this sinister restaurant. With this kind of boss, it would be difficult for this restaurant not to close down. Heaven and earth can't tolerate this sinister restaurant with low moral character. A customer inside the restaurant who was having a meal angrily turned around and scolded, can you stop it? I'm just trying to have a meal, but you've come here 800 times already. Is there something wrong with your head? The girl who was protesting said, Uncle, how can you talk like that? The customer continued to scold, that's how I talk, so what? Whether or not they punctured the tires has nothing to do with you. I came here to eat, and the boss's character has nothing to do with me. The protesters became even more enthusiastic upon hearing this. Food is like character, do you understand? How can people with their kind of character cook delicious food? That's right, his heart is filthy, and the food he cooks is also garbage. Another customer also spoke up indignantly, I'm telling you people, don't embarrass yourselves here anymore. Go watch the news. Everyone looks smart and bright, but I didn't expect you to be idiots. The girl who was protesting frowned upon hearing this and said, you old hag, who are you cursing? You people are all idiots. You're being exploited by this kind of boss to make dirty money, and you're even speaking up for them. The person next to her gently pulled her sleeve. She turned around and scolded, why are you pulling my sleeve? Look at this. It was a picture of a girl riding a bicycle on the road. Suddenly, a car rushed forward and hit the student. The secretary and Jack Larry stepped out. The customer smiled triumphantly at this time and said, just now, someone said that the boss of this restaurant has a sinister heart. Now let's see, who is more sinister? This angle, this appearance, hitting someone and still being arrogant and haughty, if I were there, I would have slapped him twice. Brother, don't just keep commenting, there's another video you haven't seen yet. I'm watching it now, the girl who helped the child into the car looks familiar. Only the girl looks familiar? Is there anything else? What the heck, isn't that the car of the restaurant boss? And that girl is? He sarcastically said, sure enough, without the video, there's no truth. So many netizens were tricked by those photos and turned around and around. What a bunch of idiots. At this time, everyone behind heard and started making a fuss. These young people even spent money to print flyers to smear others. I don't know what they're thinking. They started to discuss, ugly people always do bad things, they probably don't study well either, they're only good at some heretical tricks. The protest girl hurriedly ran away in embarrassment. The customer looked at her expression and said with satisfaction, young people, remember to keep your eyes open next time. You've been sold by others and are still counting money for them. Wait a minute, suddenly, she ran and bumped into Yurong. Yurong questioned, I've already recorded your actions as evidence. Jianfei Restaurant will not tolerate those who maliciously slander us. However many people there are, we'll calculate that many, we will not yield. Everyone saw Yurong and whispered, isn't she the secretary of the restaurant owner? She's the one who took the girl to the hospital in the video. What the heck? She's beautiful and cool, and kind. It's worth it to come here to eat today and meet a beauty. The protest girl was frightened and stammered, we're just students. At this time, Xinjiang curled his lips and smiled, students. When you were intending to smear us, you didn't look like students at all. When you were speaking up for foreigners and attacking our dignity and character. After causing this, you still want me to let you go. Too scared, the protest group ran away. Xinjiang turned to the people in the restaurant and said, thank you everyone for supporting our small shop, thank you everyone for believing in us. To express our gratitude. The customers who had spoken up for the restaurant earlier smiled and said, Boss Su is so generous, young man, you have a bright future. Yurong next to him said, Brother Su, now that we've released the video, what's the next step? The same old trick. Let Chen Suxing increase publicity on the Dubois video platform, but they're probably having a headache now. At Jack Larry's place, he swung his hand and hit the secretary, bitch. Who told you to talk about this with the budget fund? If it weren't for your own decision, things wouldn't be this chaotic. The secretary was slapped until her face turned red, and stammered, Mr. Jack, I've already deleted the video in the camera. It must be that Su Xinjiang, he deliberately plotted against us. Without stopping, he continued to hit her, shut up. If it weren't for your bad idea, would he have had the opportunity to plot against us? With the current situation, tell me how to deal with it. Immediately increase the suppression of Tianyu Motors. We must take back all the anger we've suffered here from Tianyu Motors. Furthermore, contact the Nuanyang Budget Fund and tell them to announce the list ahead of schedule. I want to take this opportunity to give them a heavy blow. After speaking, he glanced at the person next to him. He understood the meaning and replied, I know. Scene changed to Li Xiaoman's place. Wu angrily shouted, damn it. You're only good at destroying things. How could you let Su Xinjiang release the camera video? In that case, won't our letter of apology become a joke? Her secretary stammered in fear. Right now, Dubois is increasing publicity for the video released by Su Xinjiang. Many netizens are turning against us. Even the government media is joining in, specifically criticizing some businesses, including us. Xiaoman couldn't help but feel annoyed after hearing this. I didn't expect Su Xinjiang to have this move, however. You just wait. Back at his and Bao Lei's restaurant, Xinjiang went over and asked, Yurong, how's the public opinion online? She smiled and replied, it's all turned around, moreover. Your and Bao Lei's reputation has skyrocketed. Xinjiang happily said after reading the news, I didn't expect it, now netizens really have discerning eyes. Suddenly, there was someone shouting angrily, I'm so angry. It was Bao Lao. She walked over angrily and scolded, I knew that budget fund was shameless, but I didn't expect them to be this shameless. Seeing her so angry, Xinjiang quickly comforted her, what happened again to anger our Miss Bao Lao? Let me vent your anger for you. Bao Lao showed him the news and frowned, look at this. The news showed the donation list of major shareholders. Jianfei Restaurant donated 0 yuan. Inside the car. Xinjiang kept trying to calm Bao Lao down, it's just a reduction in data, do you need to be like this? But she kept shouting angrily, 200 yuan, we clearly donated 200 yuan, the donation receipt is still with me, yet they erased it all. If they don't give me an explanation in the next few days. Arriving at the place, the two entered inside. Dong Hui was already standing inside waiting for the two of them. He said, hello, are you two the owners of Jianfei Restaurant? Encountered some troubles? I just read your story on the internet today, you two are celebrities. Xinjiang calmly replied, we want to ask something, we donated 200 yuan at the party last night. Why didn't it appear on the announced list? Yesterday he went crazy sticking to the ass of Huanan Motors, it seems that they are fully prepared to respond. He continued, Mr. Su, you too did participate in the party last night, but it seems that you didn't donate anything. As for the 200 yuan donation, I've never heard of it, you can't slander us. Bao La couldn't help but speak, you're lying, we clearly donated money last night, and I even have the donation receipt. But he only replied with a cold expression, Miss Ching, you have to be careful with your words, our background data shows that you too didn't donate anything. If in this situation you can still produce evidence, then it must be forgery. If you forge the donation receipt, then I will have to pursue your legal responsibility. Xingyang stood in front of Bao La and continued his words, I'll give you one last chance. Are you sure we didn't donate? Dong Hui raised his eyebrows and replied, I'm extremely sure, you fool, we're fully prepared to deal with you. It's best if you suddenly reach out and hit someone, then I'll have a reason to smear you. Thinking of this, he showed a smug smile. Okay, I got it. Are we just going like this? He quickly hugged Bao La and left. Being treated like this by him, she spoke up indignantly, you big foodie, are we just going to let them go like this? Why don't we take out the evidence to accuse them? He lowered his head and replied, they must have been prepared to respond, and only prosecuting them would be too easy for them. I have a better way. You Rong, book 2 high-speed rail tickets to Yanjing as soon as possible. Back at Dong Hui's office, the person on the other end of the phone said, Mr. Yang, I heard they've arrived, is there any problem? Right now, even the bank's transaction history has been changed, what problem could there be? Dong Hui leisurely said, I thought Su Jingyang had some way to deal with it, but I didn't expect him to just leave, so boring. This is not a small amount, don't let any mistakes happen. He calmly replied, don't worry, I've taken care of everything. I'm just waiting for him to stick his head in. As long as he dares to say he donated, I can ruin his reputation immediately. Jack Larry smiled smugly, you still have good ideas. We must celebrate tonight. His eyes suddenly lit up and he smiled, then I won't be polite. After speaking, Jack Larry hung up the phone. He said with satisfaction, so what if those stupid netizens curse me for being immoral? Throwing out 200 yuan, how can it not shut their mouths? Now the pressure is back on Su Jingyang. I want to see what Su Jingyang can do to turn the tide. At the high-speed rail area, Xingyang seemed to have just traveled a long distance. After getting off the train, he stretched and said the business class seats on the high-speed rail are pretty good. Yu Rong next to him said, Brother Su, what are your plans for coming to Yanjing? He smiled and asked in return, do you know which bank account the Nuanyang charity used? The Zhongda Bank. The Nuanyang charity is so confident that they even dare to say that our donation receipt is forged. They must have prepared all kinds of tricks. In this situation, continuing to stay in Sandai City and running around is definitely useless, so why not solve the problem from the source? Hearing this, she was suddenly happy and said, Brother Su, do you mean, you finally realized it? Let's go, let's find a place to have a snack first, then go to the next stop. At the Zhongda Bank headquarters. Everyone inside was working. Xingyang strode into the building aggressively. He went to a counter and said, Hello, I want to deposit money. Please call your director for me. The staff member became irritable as soon as she saw him. Seeing this, Xingyang said angrily, You probably don't have the authority to handle this business. Please have your director come out. The bank staff member retorted, Hey, if you want to do the procedure, hurry up, if not, please step aside, there are many people waiting. Suddenly, he spoke up, Isn't your director here? This sentence made her angrily stand up and point and scold. Whether the director is here or not has nothing to do with you. Can I handle this business? What are you here for anyway? Do you believe I'll call security to kick you out right now? Hearing this, Xingyang calmly replied, Okay, then you handle it. He opened the suitcase, which was full of money. I want to open a savings account. 20,000. The money inside the suitcase shone brightly. As soon as she saw it, the staff member changed her expression in a panic, 20,000. If the amount reaches 2,000 yuan, you must invite to the VIP room to handle the procedure. Seeing this, she lowered her head and said, Sir, I'm sorry. It's okay. Xingyang said smugly, Please hurry up, I'm in a hurry. I'll only give you 10 seconds if you can't give me a satisfactory preferential policy. The staff member quickly replied, I'll immediately go to the bank opposite to deposit the money. She turned to the director who was approaching and said, Director, this customer said he wants to deposit money. The director smiled kindly and said, Xiao Lu, you can't be like this. You must be calm in everything. Come, let me see what problem you have encountered. just looking at the suitcase full of money shining brightly. Even the director panicked. Tens of thousands, even if you put all the savings of our bank together, it wouldn't be as much as this. Sir, what's your name? You still have 6 seconds. Sir, you are my big brother, can you spare me? The director is here now, why are you still looking for me? At this time, Jingyang started counting down. Sir, there are 3 seconds left. 2, 1, 0. Out of time, he closed the suitcase. Then he turned and left. Goodbye, I'm going to the bank opposite to deposit the money. The director quickly ran over to stop him. Sir, I can handle the amount of 20,000. Please don't doubt my professional level. Jingyang said smugly, oh, is that so? Then I'll deposit 40,000 and call your bank director here. A burst of laughter was heard. Young and so wealthy, sir, you are truly a hero among young people. I am the deputy director of the headquarters of Zhongda Bank, and I have the same authority as the bank director. No matter what requirements you have, you can tell me. Hearing this, he threw the stack of money down. Then he smiled arrogantly and said, I changed my mind, I want to deposit 80,000. The deputy director panicked when he heard the price. Stacks, is that 80,000? What does he want to do after all? Is he planning to make trouble? Jingyang sat leisurely on the chair, crossed his legs and said, I'll say it one last time, call your bank director here. I don't care what he's doing now. If I don't see him in 3 minutes, I'll deposit the money in the bank next door. My patience is running out. Immediately, the deputy director hurried to invite him. Understood, sir, please come to the VIP room to sit, I'll contact our bank director right away. Then he turned and pointed to the director and ordered, quickly contact Lao Lu, tell him to come back right now, but the director is attending an important meeting. What could be more important than this right now? Forget it, let me call him. At Bao Le's house. She was waiting for him to return. After a while, there was the sound of the door opening. It was Jingyang. I'm back. As soon as she saw him, she rushed over and started hitting him. Where have you been these 2 days? Do you know I've been worried sick? Haha, didn't I come back? Seeing this, he pinched her cheek and said, what's the situation now? Hearing this, Bao calmly asked in return, right now, those media outlets are starting to attack us. Luckily there are still many netizens speaking up for us. What's going on now? Have you found a way to deal with them? Jingyang smiled smugly and replied, if I'm back, then this matter has definitely been resolved. Don't you even see who your man is? But Bao teased him, liar, you still haven't gotten me yet. I'm going to do you now, liar. She pretended to be annoyed and said, go find your big-breasted younger sister. At the charity headquarters. Mr. Jack, have you received the news? Su Jingyang is back. Haha, it seems that he doesn't have any tricks. Mr. Yang, as expected, you are powerful. Right now they can only be arranged by us. It's just that you guys overestimated Su Jingyang. Dong Hui whispered into the secretary's ear, I'm still waiting for him to publicize the donation receipt, and then accuse them of defamation. I didn't expect him to be so cowardly. He still hasn't dared to clarify until now. He must be suffering a loss. Well done, I'm waiting for good news from you. He's just a small restaurant owner, what if I want to deal with him? But the boss and the secretary are quite beautiful. He meant Yurong and Bao here. If they are willing to serve me for a few nights, then I can consider sparing them. It's best to serve me together. Young Master Yang, you're so annoying. After speaking, the two intertwined. Suddenly, a staff member pushed the door and announced, Young Master Yang, it's not good. Dong Hui became angry as soon as he heard it. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Can't you see we're about to get down to business? The staff member quickly came into the scene. Young Master Yang, look at this. The news on the TV announced, recently, our bank has received questions from a major customer. This customer, in the name of Jianfei Restaurant in Sandai City, donated 200 yuan to the Nuanyang charity in Yahai Province, but it has not appeared on the donation list. Zhongda Bank is very concerned about the suspicion raised by this customer, and from this we have clarified as follows. There are no problems with the service of Zhongda Bank. This transfer has been successfully transacted. At the same time, Zhongda Bank is cooperating with the City Hall of the province to conduct a thorough investigation of the Nuanyang charity, confirming the existence of this money. Why is there no record of this customer's donation on the list announced by the Nuanyang charity? This is really confusing. The record of this customer's donation has not been announced, but the charitable funds announced by the Nuanyang charity match the items in the books. Baola and Jingyang were also watching the news. The cause of charity is a big thing that benefits society and the people. I hope that the charitable organization will treat it seriously. Work fairly, justly, and openly. She turned and asked him, now we can be considered out of danger, right? What should we do next? Jingyang smiled smugly and replied, next, it will be their turn to have a headache. The TV continued to announce the news. The cause of charity is a big thing that benefits society and the people. I hope that the charitable organization can treat it seriously. Let's work fairly, justly, and openly. Suddenly, Dong Hui angrily threw the glass of water at the screen and shouted, damn it! Damn it, didn't Zhongda Bank promise to help us delete the data? Why was it found out? Uncle Qin, what's going on? Didn't you say you deleted the data for us? The person on the other end of the line also cursed, damn it, you still have the face to ask me? Didn't you say this person is a piece of trash? Why could he find the president of the bank? Right now, the fact that you deleted the data has also been found out. If something happens to me, I will find someone to kill your whole family. He then collapsed, unable to stand firm, and said tremblingly, no, it's impossible. How could he find the president of the bank? The person on the other end of the phone said, impossible? You just wait to die. This time no one can save you. At this time, he started walking back and forth to think about how to deal with it. Jianfei Restaurant donated 200 yuan. If you count all the headers in the Herd Dam group, then you can still say it's a system error. But right now, this money has been divided into two parts, counting to the heads of the Huanan Group and the Sanlin Pharmaceutical Company. If in this situation it is a statistical problem, then I am afraid no one will believe it. There's no way. I can only contact the Huanan Group first, to see if they can donate money. Thinking this, he took out his phone and called Jack. Hello, Jack, it's me. Now that things have come to this point, you need to donate 150 yuan from the Huanan Group. On the other end of the line, Jack Larry immediately answered the phone. Oh, my friend, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Mr. Yang, did you call the wrong number? Hearing this, he angrily threw the phone away. Damn it. The Huanan Group denies the donation. Sanlin Pharmaceutical Company will definitely do the same. But this donation is too large. The entire Nanyang charity cannot make up for the loophole. At this time, Dong Hui was extremely depressed by the current situation. The one who tied the bell must untie it. If you want to solve this matter, you still have to go find Su Jingyang. He gritted his teeth and thought, as long as he doesn't pursue it anymore, then this matter can be let go. At the convenience store, Xingyang walked out of the store while listening to the phone and said, Okay, the matter has been resolved, you stay home and rest. I'll go check the business situation of the restaurant, and then go home and cook for you. Okay, then I'll wait for you at home. The person on the other end of the line said, These days, I haven't been sleeping well because of the donation thing. I have to make up for it today. Hello, why are you not saying anything? It's nothing, it's just that someone came to the door wanting to be beaten up. I'll call you later. Suddenly, Dong Hui came to face him. The girl next to him spoke up, Hello, I am a leading reporter from the Donghua newspaper. My name is Zhang Lin. Xingyang said sternly, Say what you have to say quickly. If I hear half a word of nonsense or am in a bad mood, I'll turn around and leave. Zhang Lin said, Su Jingyang, you must have guessed that I came to mediate. I know this request is difficult to accept, but I still hope you will listen to me carefully. The Nuanyang charity is at fault, but if it continues to develop according to this situation, it will completely collapse. After all, I personally saw them building schools. If you pursue it further, it will be very easy to make everyone realize that all charitable organizations are bloodsuckers. I hope you will put the overall situation first. Hearing these words, Xingyang couldn't help but yawn. She continued, Moreover, I believe you are doing public welfare not because of fame, right? But Xingyang left in one direction. I thought there was some good idea. It turned out to be the same old trick. The ignorant are indeed very happy. His words couldn't help but stun her. Seeing that she was being looked down upon, she shouted loudly, Stop, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm ignorant? Do you know who I am? Xingyang turned back and smiled. Am I wrong? Do you know the details of the donation and expenditure of the Nuanyang charity last year? Zhang Lin continued, Those are their internal data, how would I know? Jin Yang leisurely replied. If you don't know, then on what basis do you think they spend money on public welfare activities? I donated 200 yuan. Do you know how many schools can be built? Even this data, they dare to forge, and you still talk to me about public welfare? You, just because you went to the countryside with them, you feel great? In my opinion, you are just a mentally retarded person who feels good about themselves. Hearing this, they couldn't stop being annoyed. You, that surnamed Su, don't spit blood on people. Hearing this, Jin Yang smiled and said, Young Master Yang is working with such momentum? It has already been proven that he forged donation data, and you still dare to say that I'm spitting blood on people? Furthermore, don't tell me that you forgot what you came to me for. After speaking, he got in the car to leave, but she couldn't help but follow and question, Tell me, what will it take for you to stop? Jin Yang once again curled his lips and said, Don't have any vain hopes, because I will definitely deal with the Nuanyang charity. Right now, the Nuanyang charity only has two choices. Die on their own, or hug the Huanan Group and Sanlin Pharmaceutical Company and die together. After speaking, he drove away. Dong Hui felt fear at this time and began to sweat cold. Su Jingyang, is he not leaving us any room to maneuver? If that's the case, then wouldn't the Nuanyang charity be? Suddenly his phone rang. He quickly took the phone out of his pocket. The person on the other end of the line said, Director Yang, it's not good. People from the relevant departments have come to our place, saying that they want to investigate the donation case. Right now, the internet is full of condemnation and criticism of us. Thinking this, Dong Hui was stunned and dropped his phone. Too shocked, he sat down limply. It's over. That morning, Xin Yang pushed the door and entered the house with a smile on his face and said, I'm back. I'm going to cook today. You just go ahead. Suddenly a punch came from a distance. Eat as much as you want. Before he could finish speaking, Bao La had directly given him a punch. He was frightened and trembled. What happened? She said with a gloomy face, About the relationship between men and women, do you have something to clarify with me? Bao La's appearance. Could it be that she knows about me and you wrong? At this time, he could only smile foolishly. At Bao La's restaurant. Since just now, Bao La has been like this all the time, and even asked me to drive her to the restaurant. Bao La left angrily. He finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Bao La entered the restaurant and said loudly, I brought someone to you, you can talk to him yourself. Suddenly a girl happily called his name, Su Jingyang. Suddenly she ran over and hugged him tightly. You didn't lie to me, I can really find you in this place. Duan you. At this time, Bao La was so angry that she wanted to explode. Look, they're embracing each other. You little kid is quite flirtatious, huh? No, it's not what you think. The weather was very nice that day. But it seems that Jing Yang's situation is a bit awkward, he explained anxiously. Everything, approximately, is like that. Bao La frowned and said, That is, before you went to Yanjing, you encountered this little girl, and even dealt with her. However, it was all unfortunate that because of this matter, you were pestered by her. Damn you, do you believe I'll tear your thing to pieces and stuff it in? Approximately that's what it means. Luckily, her style today is quite normal, otherwise Bao La would definitely explode immediately. Suddenly you spoke up, if you have straightened me out, then I am your person. Now I have no home to go back to, can I move in here and live with you? Her words made Bao La so angry that her face turned dark. Very good, your little lover is progressing quickly, huh? You even want to keep me as a mistress? Seeing this, he quickly calmed her down. Calm down. Right now, I'm still living in your apartment. I don't have the conditions to keep you as a mistress. You saw that the situation was a bit tense. She quickly spoke up. Did you two misunderstand something? A domineering president like Su Jingyang is not my type. What I mean is, can I be hired here to work? I have a chef's certificate. Suddenly Bao La changed her attitude and ran over to take Yu's hand. No problem, our restaurant just opened, and we're short of people. We go to work at 9 o'clock every day, and we have 4 days off each month. After finishing everything, Jin Yang went outside to think, this little girl Bao La, she's quite something in terms of recruiting employees. Let Bao La and you continue to talk to each other. The monthly salary is 6 li, there will be a bonus if you do well, and insurance will be paid after working for 6 months. As a rising restaurant, Bao La has started to follow Tang Ying and learned a lot of knowledge about business. Looking at her current appearance, she can be considered a model boss. After discussing, As soon as he saw Bao come out, Xin Yang turned around and said, "Oh boss, have you finished with the new employee?" She sighed and replied, "It's all right, mainly because there is a rich man like you here, the employee's salary is not a problem. Moreover, that girl doesn't seem to want to work at the restaurant very much, she definitely came for you. Luckily you know to abide by male virtue and don't mess around outside. If I'm caught, let's see if I'll cut off your tool of crime." Saying this, her expression suddenly changed and became terrifying. Xin Yang sweated cold and replied, "You have to have faith in me." "That's right, do we need to go out for a trip?" "Go out where?" "Well, it's not good to always stay in the apartment. Let's go look at a house." Hearing this, Bao Lao panicked. "Buy a house? Then is that living together? This bad guy, how could he be so straightforward?" He then hugged her tightly and said softly, "Living together is living together. Anyway, you can't run away. It's the same whether it's before or after marriage. Anyway, you have to choose a house you like, right?" Hearing this, Bao La's face turned red with anger. Then she bit him hard on the shoulder and said, "Nonsense, who wants to marry you?" Jing Yang shouted in pain, Hey, are you a dog? I'm telling you, the money you're earning now is thanks to staying up late and getting up early to pretend to be a god and deceive people, using your mouth to fool people. That is, with the money you earn, buying an old house is enough." Yes, I'll listen to my wife. Have you already chosen a real estate company? The things that happen today are not a premeditated conspiracy, right? He smiled and replied, "Consider it that way." After speaking, Jin Yang thought to himself, "At that time, the house I invested in when I had money was thanks to Brotherly helping with the negotiation. Without his help, I wouldn't have been able to get that 2 million yuan, let alone have the achievements I have now. Although Brotherly did that at the time for sales, his attitude as a person is very good. Now that I have the strength, I must repay him, Brotherly. Oh, you are nephew Su." At this time, Bao La came with him to see Brotherly. President Li went over to shake hands and greet them. "Nephew Su, no, President Su, why are you free to come to our place today? Do you want to buy a house?" Xin Yang looked straight at President Li's face and thought, "There's something wrong with Brother Li's face. Could it be that he encountered some problem?" Then he said, "Brotherly, your way of addressing me is too distant. Isn't it because the house I bought from you increased in price, and I haven't invited you to dinner? So you're sulking?" President Li heard this and politely replied, "Hey, how could that be? Sit down, I'll tell your sister-in-law to pour water for you." "Nephew Su, this is your sister-in-law? What a lucky kid you were in your past life." Xin Yang and Bao La sat down and didn't forget to say, "Brotherly, don't make fun of us." "That's right, Brotherly, what's wrong with your place? Why don't I see anyone else?" Suddenly President Li changed his expression and said sadly, "I can't continue doing it anymore." Looking at President Li's expression, Xin Yang asked, "Brotherly, why can't you continue doing it when everything is going well? I'm planning to find you to buy a house. Moreover, my company is developing very well right now. If you have a good source of houses, I can also invest in some." President Li hesitated and replied, "This matter." The secretary next to him then continued, "What else could it be? He offended the area director that the higher-ups sent over. I told him to pay attention to his words usually, but he didn't listen. Now it's good, he's not allowed to sell houses anymore." Xin Yang heard this and said, "If he's not allowed to, it's simple, just change jobs." President Li then replied, "It's not that simple. He doesn't have a broker's license, he relies on this point to control him. Most brokerage centers in Sandai City don't have a license, he deliberately targeted him." Hearing this, Xin Yang spoke up, "Brotherly, wait a moment, I'll make a phone call to ask." Then he made a phone call straight to someone. "Hello, Lawyer Zhang, it's me, I want to ask something." That morning, Xin Yang's phone rang non-stop. Brotherly anxiously asked, "What's going on?" Xin Yang smiled and replied, "Lawyer Zhang said he will make your director suffer, get out as far as possible." Hearing this, the secretary asked, "Nephew Su, are you telling the truth? Can he really continue to sell houses?" Xin Yang continued, "Lawyer Zhang said, your business license or something has long been revoked, now open a store yourself, register a license, and you can buy and sell houses. Except for the lack of some trust and real estate resources, there is no problem at all." Hearing this, Brotherly angrily scolded, his mother, "This kid scared me to death." The secretary next to him quickly covered his mouth with his hand. "What are you muttering about? Xiao Su's wife is right next to you, pay attention to your image. Xingyang smiled and asked him, brotherly, sister-in-law, Bao La doesn't actually mind this. Suddenly there was movement outside. Everyone was stunned hearing this. Bao La kept shouting outside, isn't that whatever area director bullying brotherly because he is honest? No, I can't stand it, I want to punch him too much. Seeing her angry, Xingyang quickly reassured her, alright, restrain yourself a bit, we still have to discuss business. Nephew Su, it's you who changed jobs, okay. Brotherly continued, I know you value me so you buy a house from me, but I can't let you buy a house in this company. It's okay, let's find a house first. I want to see. Scene changed to the Xinghe flower garden. Brotherly got out of the car and said, Nephew Su, this is a 2-story garden house. This house has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, L-shaped design with 200 square meters. Because you are buying a house and paying all at once, the total cost is 2 yuan, for Jiao and 5 fin. Xingyang smiled and agreed, that's good, I'll buy this one. 2 yuan for Jiao 5, I couldn't even buy a cake before, I didn't expect to be able to buy a house now. Brotherly scratched his head embarrassedly and said, you still have the ability, nephew, I can't compare to you, now there is more and more vicious competition. It is very difficult to do. Xingyang suddenly burst out laughing and replied, brotherly, you are honest, ignoring the things that follow evil ways will sooner or later get you out of trouble. Then he thought to himself, brotherly is straightforward, but his ability to sell houses is real. Dong Changming has already won the Tiantao land, and is now recruiting sales staff. If I can pull brotherly in. Suddenly there was a voice somewhere, Li Qi, you are so bold. Who told you to sell houses here? Aren't you afraid I'll sue you? The staff member who was being scolded quickly explained, Director Ge, these are our previous customers, after all, we have to be responsible for him to the end, right? Both Bao La and Xingyang heard the two of them talking. Director Ge angrily scolded, being responsible is my job, a failure who doesn't even have a real estate sales license like you. What qualifications do you have to receive private customers? Suddenly Bao La had an idea. The director continued, however, if they are our customers, then we have to be responsible to the end. Then he turned to Bao La and held out his hand and said, hello, madam. I am the general manager of the area of Jiahe Real Estate Brokerage Company. I am very happy to assist you. As soon as she saw him, she frowned and thought, is this the director who suppressed brotherly? He doesn't look like a good person. And Xingyang also angrily thought, this lecherous look, isn't he trying to harass my girlfriend right in front of me? She said, oh, and then what? He lowered his head respectfully and said, it seems that the first impression that this madam has of me is not very good, actually, I just want to get to know you. But what he was paying attention to was Bao La's body. The beautiful woman's hands must be very smooth, it's a pity I can't hold them. Bao La replied irritably, sorry, I don't know you. Looking at him, she angrily thought, what does this guy mean? Does he think I'm still the fool of a few months ago? Even at that time, I wouldn't let those lecherous people harass me. He began to pretend to say, Madam, I think you have misunderstood me. I am not only the general manager of the area of Jiahe Real Estate Brokerage Company, my brother-in-law is also the deputy general of Feiyun Real Estate. If you are interested in getting to know me, here is my phone number. I guarantee, getting to know me will definitely bring you many surprises. After speaking, he handed the business card to Xingyang. Angrily, Xingyang quickly grabbed his hand and questioned, is there something wrong with your head? This house is what we bought together, don't you think about the relationship between us? Dare to flirt with my woman right in front of me? Do you think you can go to heaven because you are the general manager of the area? You're looking for a good death. After speaking, he slapped him painfully. You don't even know the principle that a good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. This kind of person can become a general manager, it seems that he can only cling to skirts. After finishing, he waved goodbye to Brotherly and left. Brotherly, we'll go first, I'll trouble you to handle the rest for us. Okay. Director Ge, his face was red from being beaten, and he quickly ordered, where are the people? Where did those two go? They just left. They left, don't you know to stop them? What kind of work are you doing? Which one, don't you know I'm angry? Angrily, he hit his staff. But standing in front of him was Yun Fei. Yun Fei said, Brother Su said, you just harassed Miss Bao La in front of him. He retreated in fear and said that's just a misunderstanding. Then he cried silently, why is Chi Yun Fei here? What does it mean that kid called him? At this time, Bao La and Jin Yang were strolling on the street. He patted her butt and said, "What are you in a daze for? We have to go home and pack our things to prepare to move." Ah. Bao La immediately spoke up, "I'm telling you, don't get angry at the slightest thing. You scared me to death just now. I thought you were going to slap that guy to death." He replied, "No, I'm saving my energy. Really, being angry all day is not good for your health. Moreover, if you kill that guy, you have to go to jail." Yes, I'll pay attention next time." Speaking of this, he suddenly frowned again. "But that bastard is too annoying. I can't relieve my anger if I don't slap him. But now that we're out, we still have to see some other things to adjust our mood." At this time, on a Tianyu Motors advertisement hanging on a large building. Right now, the reputation of Tianyu Motors is spreading. Coupled with the previous cooperation with the departments above, the orders are also increasing. Jin Yang was driving while thinking. Because of the encirclement and attack of the Huayan group, there was a period of time when Tianyu Motors couldn't raise its head. But after being reviewed and evaluated by all parties, the situation of Tianyu right now is not just something that can be contained with a few rumors and slanders. I heard that they are not only out of stock, but also their stock is falling day by day. Right now, Jack Larry must be exhausted, right? A large group like the Huanan group was internally injured by me. If there is no way to reverse the situation. Back home. Bao La said tiredly, "We're finally almost done packing." But Jin Yang only replied coldly, You've worked hard. People are moving things and sweating all over, but you're hiding on the side being lazy." Angrily, she rushed over to grab his head. "See if I don't kill you." Jin Yang was afraid and whimpered, Who is being lazy? I'm ordering some exercise equipment." She continued, "Are you looking for Lin Zuxian to order gym equipment?" "That's right. My old boss at the gym, she has a way. Wouldn't it be okay to ask her for help? Then, if they know the current relationship between us." Seeing that she seemed worried, he asked, "Is there a problem?" "I know, you're afraid that others will say this and that, saying that you're with me because I have money, right?" While speaking, he pinched her cheek until her face drooped. Bao La went crazy. Go. It's my ability to control you. If they are uncomfortable, they can go find someone similar themselves." Jin Yang stroked her head and said, "That's right, it doesn't matter what others think." Bao La turned to ask with bright eyes, "Then I'll list a list for you. You buy all the things that need to be bought. Leave the things here to you. I'll go find you Rome. I haven't been back to the restaurant all day. I'll go see if there's any problem." After speaking, she ran away. Leaving him there talking to himself, "This girl, this time I can finally show myself to my heart's content." Suddenly his phone rang. It was a message from Zhu Xian. After texting for a while, he went to pick up Zhu Xian. At this time, Chi Yunfei stepped forward and said, "Brother Su, we have bought all the necessary furniture. Of course, that piece of trash who touched Miss Bao La, I have also dealt with him neatly for you." Jin Yang replied with satisfaction, "Well done, go do your work. However, that general manager or something should be put aside for the time being. There is no need to take action against his company. I still need to use him later. I'll trouble you for the next thing." Zhu Xian praised as soon as she got off the car, "The house is so beautiful." Jin Yang spoke up, "I just moved in, I haven't finished cleaning yet. Maybe it won't be beautiful after I finish cleaning. This is the list of things to buy that Bao La listed. Can you help me take a look?" She took the stack of documents and looked at it, and said, "The snowboard can be bought like the model in our gym. It doesn't take up much space and doesn't affect the view of the living room. The weightlifting equipment should be bought from Hamboshi. This brand has the most complete functions, and also..." Suddenly she lost her balance. Falling backward, Xing Yang quickly supported her. "Sister Lin, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly he also felt something. Blood kept flowing from both sides of Zhu Xian's nose. He picked her up and thought, Zhu Xian was fine. Why did she suddenly faint and also have a nosebleed? He asked, "Sister Lin, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Zhu Xian woke up at this time and replied, "It's okay, I have low blood pressure, it's an old illness." He suddenly thought, no matter how serious the symptoms of low blood pressure are, it won't cause a nosebleed, right? Moreover, looking at her appearance, it seems that the symptoms are not light. She happily turned to him and said, "Okay, I've seen what needs to be seen, now I'll go help you contact you for the next thing. We'll contact you via WeChat." Xing Yang replied worriedly, "Here, let me see you out. If you need my help, you must tell me." "I know." After she left, he took out his phone and texted Bao La, "Why is this little girl Bao La calling me at this time?" He suddenly remembered the scene of Zhu Xian fainting. Lin Zhu Xian is hiding her health condition from me. Maybe Bao La will know. It's okay to ask her. On this side, Bao La said in a panic, "You food-sticking guy. Hurry to the restaurant, Duan you hit someone." Xingyang asked in surprise, "What did you say?" At this time, Bao La's face was melancholy, and she couldn't speak. Yu Rong went over to reassure her. All right, don't be angry anymore. Besides, you didn't do it on purpose." Xingyang had just returned and hurriedly asked, "What happened?" He pushed the door and walked in. Bao La quickly ran over to tell the story. Just now there were 2 customers who came to make trouble. Duan Yu was provoked, so she took a stick and fought with them. Now someone has posted this matter on the internet, and many netizens have started scolding. After listening, Xingyang wondered, what is the background of those 2 people? On this side, Mu Xing was constantly investigating them. I have contacted Mu Xing. They said that the 2 people are from the Wu group. Yu Rong spoke up. Besides, I have posted a video of the camera that is beneficial to the restaurant on the internet, and many netizens have also spoken up to support us. He immediately remembered that Fan. Then he smiled and said, "The Wu group, is that the person who made trouble with us in the parking lot before? It seems that I didn't touch some people, but some people specially came to seek death themselves. All right, since this matter has already happened, let them make trouble on the internet." Xingyang stepped forward to massage Bao La and said, "If we don't clarify, then they won't cause any trouble." "Humph, I know you are a kind person." Hearing this, she sighed and replied, "I know you are a kind person. You didn't see the scene at that time. Pots and pans were flying all over the sky." At this moment, he turned to Yu and pointed his finger and ordered, "Duan Yu, you are fired. Don't come to the restaurant to work in the future." Hearing this, Yu couldn't help but be surprised. Yu Rong quickly ran over to stop his decision. "Brother Su, is it to this extent?" Although Yu is a bit too excited, her purpose is good. Bao La also spoke up to defend. Yes. Moreover, those 2 people who came to make trouble were too arrogant. I almost couldn't help but take action. But Xingyang only smiled and replied, "What are you thinking? I have other arrangements for this girl. Yu Rong, arrange for Duan Yu to be with Lu Xili and her 2 children, and by the way, care about how the illness of Lu Xili's child is." Hearing this, Yu Rong happily agreed, "Yes, I know. Just follow me and there will definitely be good things, but hey, where do you want to take me?" Suddenly Bao La gently pulled his sleeve. She angrily asked, "Tell me, what do you want to do by taking in Duan Yu? Are you planning to open a harem?" He immediately thought, right now Bao La is living with me, there are some things that she will eventually know, it's time to reveal some content to her. Quickly he thought of a way to whisper to Bao La, "Do you know about my establishment of the reconnaissance team? I plan to organize a department about commercial intelligence. What are you doing this for?" She also asked in a low voice, "It's not against the law, right?" Xingyang pinched her cheek and replied, "Don't worry, I have a sense of propriety. Moreover, collecting information in advance can prevent some people from playing tricks." Bao La shook off his hand and said coldly, "All right, anyway, you are very cunning, don't ruin the matter, but if you go to jail, I can inherit your large house." Suddenly her eyes lit up. Then she said happily, "That's right, has Lin Zhu Xian left yet? What is her plan for our house?" Hearing this, Xingyang could only stammer, Gone, but it seems that she is sick, you take the time to care about her." He remembered the scene just now when he was with Zhu Xian, before, because I was too rushed, I didn't pay attention to the size, it was a bit intimate, but I should hide this from Bao La for the time being. Bao La heard and rushed to hit him. "No, you definitely have something to hide from me, quickly confess." Xingyang smiled and covered up. How could that be? He suddenly noticed her pair of breasts. Then he asked embarrassedly, is it that you're not wearing it?" She replied with a red face, not wearing it." Hearing this, he spurted nosebleeds. This girl, her killing power is too strong, it's not good, I have to quickly find an opportunity to punish her. Suddenly there was cursing in the kitchen. "You 2 flirting should pay attention to the limit." The apprentice chef cut his hand. "It's not that I don't have one, master, don't talk nonsense." Too embarrassed, Xingyang quickly turned his face away. I'll go out first." "Yes. Youth is really good. Xiajihao is calling me at this time." He immediately picked up the phone and listened. "What's wrong?" "Brother Su, just now the Huanan group called and wanted to meet with you. It seems that they finally can't hold on anymore. Send me the address. Let me see what tricks they are hiding." Qinjing said, my love, If I say something wrong later, you have to help me out. Zhang Yi also replied, Don't worry, you can handle it. As long as this order is negotiated successfully, our family will receive a large amount of money. The two sat inside and kept discussing. He is also the young master of the Zhang family. I will also continue to be the young lady of the Zhang family. But I still don't understand why the Huanan Group hired me into the company and let me be the negotiating representative. Isn't it because my love is too good? Hey, don't mess around, darling. I'm just gently touching you. We'll celebrate together when we get back tonight. At this time, Xinjiang also went to that place, walking while asking Yurong next to him, Have you found out who the Huanan company sent to negotiate with us? Yes, it seems that the Nan company values this person very much, keeping information about her secret. No matter who it is, if I let them achieve their goal today, then I'm not Su Xingyang. Suddenly what caught his eye was the image of Di Jing and Zhang Yi caressing each other. He laughed mockingly. It turns out that the Huanan Group's secret weapon is you. But suddenly his face turned red. Remembering Bao La, I'm not wearing it. Di Jing smiled evilly and thought, Su Xingyang, this waste is actually the negotiating representative of Tianyu Motors. This time the matter is absolutely successful. That Zhang Yi also laughed secretly, relying on his relationship with him in the past. Wealth for the rest of his life is within reach. She walked to Xinjiang and said, I didn't expect to meet you here. Then this matter is easier to talk about. We represent the Huanan Group to negotiate. When will your leader arrive? Xinjiang calmly replied, Since it is me who came to negotiate, then it shows that I have enough decision-making power. Then he frowned and thought, So they called an acquaintance to negotiate with me. It seems that the Huanan Group has prepared. That Jack, I overestimated him. But the person they called is this slut. Is the feeling of dying not fast enough? She immediately boasted, So what, you think you are great because you got a little right to speak? And you have full decision-making power. You really think that you are the owner of Tianyu because you are the representative? You're so pitiful. These words angered Yurong. She looked at her with murderous intent. How dare you talk to Lin Xianxing like that? Seeing this, Xinjiang thought to himself and looked for a way to change the subject. Quickly change the subject, otherwise Shaolin will explode. Your attitude makes me very dissatisfied. I feel that the negotiation result today will not be very optimistic. Di Jing replied triumphantly, With your attitude, you still want to negotiate smoothly, but I won't calculate this small matter with you. Honestly, I represent the Huanan Group to negotiate the benefits with Tianyu Company. Don't say that Tianyu sent the poor Su Xingyang to negotiate with the Huanan Group. While the two were talking, Zhang Yi was paying attention to Yurong next to him. The secretary he brought is really top-notch. It must be said that she is radiant. He smiled secretly and thought, The beauty winked at me, she must have a meaning to me. If I put in a little more effort, then can I be with her? Suddenly Di Jing angrily slapped the table and shouted, Su Xingyang, don't go too far. The Huanan Group agreed to spend 5,000 to buy your motor generator technology is already valuing you. You still want to refuse at this price? Do you want to open your mouth like a lion? Do you know what kind of price 5,000 is? But Xinjiang only smiled and replied, You want to buy our technology for just this price, then isn't that the same as you getting it for free? Only a fool would sign. I'll give you one more chance. If you can't make me satisfied, you will bear the consequences yourself. Hearing what he said, she couldn't help but think, the Huanan Group gave me 8,000 yuan. The lower the estimated price of Tianyu is, the higher the percentage I can eat. But looking at Su Xingyang's appearance, she could only relent a little, and said forcefully, 5,500 yuan. But he didn't seem to care much about this price. The Huanan Group wanted to crush Tianyu Auto as soon as they started. He stood up and said quickly, Not only did they cut off the dream engine supply, but they also want to acquire Tianyu now. They're going to play themselves to death soon. They can't suppress us. They want to use this broken price to reconcile. Go back and tell Jack that he didn't show up today and sent you two here. I'm very unhappy. Don't even mention the current price. Even if it's 10 times higher, I won't agree. Seeing that the negotiation seemed to have failed, Di Jing pointed her finger angrily and said, Stop. Do you think you can decide whether to sell or not? Is this something you can decide? I know, it's because I dumped you back then, so you're deliberately sabotaging this negotiation, aren't you? Call your representative here. I want to negotiate face-to-face with the official representative of Tianyu. Hearing her words, Yurong next to him frowned. This girl dumped Mr. Su back then. But Xinjiang pretended not to remember, and deliberately mocked her. You didn't say it, and I almost forgot. Back then, when I started my business, you turned around and went to bed with a rich second generation. At that time, you laughed at me, saying that I wouldn't be able to compare to John Gongzi next to you in my whole life, right? Then he looked at Yurong, terrified, thinking of a way. I have to quickly change the subject, otherwise Yurong will definitely tear Qingjing apart with his bare hands. Suddenly, Jiang Yu walked over and put his arm around Di Jing's shoulder, saying, "There's no other way. This is the difference between a young master and those who only know how to talk. She's a goddess in the eyes of you losers. In my eyes. But I am very generous to real goddesses." He began to show off in front of the two of them. But Yurong directly cut off his thoughts. "What is it? Do you think you're worthy of my attention?" Seeing her cold expression, he secretly cried, "What? The goddess doesn't accept my feelings?" Seeing this, Xingyang laughed and said, "You've also learned to be bad. You were the one who took a fancy to the rich second generation first." Yurong also cleverly replied, "Just killing time, teasing monkeys for entertainment." Zhang Yi couldn't bear this humiliation and shouted loudly, "Su Xingyang, if you dare to walk out of this door, I'll make you regret it. You're just a small negotiator. Don't cause trouble for yourself because of a little anger." Xingyang turned his back and asked him, "Young Master Zhang, right? Just based on what you said just now. It seems that your business is over." Hearing these words, he couldn't help but get angry. He left. That good-for-nothing who went around begging everywhere to start a business back then just left like that. Before leaving, he even dared to threaten me. Suddenly a voice sounded, "Have you finished negotiating?" The secretary following behind said, "Mr. Jack wants to know what you were talking about just now." But Zhang Yi hurriedly ran over to report, "I'm very sorry, Mr. Jack, the negotiation failed. But it's okay, because the person who came this time is just a negotiator. His name is Su Xingyang. He's a college classmate of my girlfriend, an ordinary person with no influence at all." He said with a worried expression, "Mr. Jack, as long as we can get the senior leaders of Tianyu out, we will definitely be able to negotiate this matter successfully. Moreover, we must ask Tianyu to punish Su Xingyang. It was because he deliberately caused the negotiation to fail." After hearing this, Jack Larry glared and asked, "Arrange another meeting? What do you think I called this woman here for to negotiate?" After finishing speaking, he kicked him far away. The secretary next to him also pointed and scolded, "What are you? How dare you interfere in the negotiation between Tianyu and us? Su Xingyang is the biggest leader in Tianyu Group, the only person in charge of Tianyu. If it weren't for this woman having some relationship with him, would a small fry like her be worthy of appearing in front of us?" Hearing her words, Di Jing couldn't help but be shocked. Su Xingyang, the real CEO of Tianyu? How could that penniless pauper have such a high position? Then your business is over. Zhang Yi realized too late, it's over. Outside the car, Li Qi called him and talked about the current situation. "Mr. Su, the person you arranged, Li Qi, I have already connected him. His Changhu Island plan is very promising. After the survey, it can definitely be promoted." He replied, "If it's decided, then increase the importance of this matter. Sign a contract with Li Qi and find someone with expertise to be in charge of this matter." "Yes, I understand." At this point, he showed a smug smile. Although he has always been suppressed, Brotherly will definitely not easily jump ship from Jiahe Real Estate to my place. After all, he still has a team in his hands. If he doesn't have any subordinates, he will definitely live a miserable life. A few days later, Li Qi angrily slammed his hand on the table and questioned, "President Jing, what do you mean by this? The cooperation with Tinglong Real Estate was clearly negotiated by my team, but why are we not allowed to continue to be in charge now?" That morning. "However, after all, you are just a store manager and are not considered a management level of the company." President Jing heard Li Qi's question and replied, "If the contract is handed over to you, people from Tinglong Group may have opinions. This cooperation will be temporarily handed over to others." Li Qi asked him seriously, "Then who will be in charge of this contract now?" Speaking of this, he secretly thought, yesterday he was still smiling and talking happily with me, but now that it's almost time to sign the contract, he's playing this trick on me. Suddenly at this time, Director Ge pushed the door open and said loudly, "No matter who is in charge, the signing has nothing to do with you." As soon as he saw him, Li Qi recognized him. "Sure enough, it's you." Director Ge asked loudly, "That's right, it's me. What can you do? Tinglong Group values our ability. Do you think you made this happen? Li Qi turned to Zheng Chang and asked, Chairman Jing, are you going to say one thing and do another? If you are such a person, then this company will not go far. He said sternly, how dare you talk to me like that? It seems that you don't even need the bonus anymore, right? Immediately pack up your things and get lost. You have nothing to do with Jiaha Company anymore. Hearing this, Li Qi couldn't help but feel indignant. He clenched his fists and thought, this opportunity for cooperation was introduced to me by Uncle Su. If I make a fuss, I'm afraid Uncle Su won't be able to get any benefits from Tinglong Group. Moreover, Xing Chang is still holding the handle of the brothers under his command, so this matter can't be made a fuss about. He walked to Director Ge and said angrily, Ge Chang, it seems that your conscience has become too sinister. Ge Chang replied triumphantly, stupid, go home and stop embarrassing yourself. After talking to Li Qi, he turned to flatter Xing Chang, Brother Chang, you are still the best. You drove away that troublemaker with just a few words. Xing Chang still had that angry expression and said, okay, Li Qi has been fired by us. At Tinglong Group. Wang Kai walked over and said, sorry to keep you waiting. I am Wang Kai, the executive director of Tinglong Group. Welcome to visit. Ge Chang also greeted him happily, hello, Director Wang. Li Qi is busy with something and couldn't come, but in order to show our importance to this cooperation, President Xing will be fully responsible for the cooperation. Wang Kai pushed his glasses and asked, oh, what happened to Li Qi? He pretended to be happy and replied, yes, in order to be responsible for this cooperation, Li Qi has repeatedly made excessive demands on the company. Moreover, he said that Tinglong Group in his eyes is, alas, anyway, those are offensive words. Xing Chang next to him also echoed, that's right, that's right. We were afraid that he would affect the cooperation, so we temporarily removed him from his position. At this point, Wang Kai turned around and left, then please wait a moment, I need to report to my superiors. Hearing this, Ge Chang ran over and said, Director Wang, how about we sign the contract first, and then talk about it? Our company still has some urgent matters that need to be dealt with. But Wang Kai replied coldly, do you want to teach the executive director of Tinglong Group how to work at Tinglong? Ge Chang immediately stammered in fear, no, I wouldn't dare. Turning around, Wang Kai called Dong Zong to report. Dong Zong, there is something I need to report to you. The person who came to sign the contract is named Ge Chang, not Li Qi. Moreover, Ge Chang said that Li Qi was arrogant and has been removed from his position. Young Master Su, this matter, Xingyang spoke up for Li Qi. Li Qi is not that kind of person. They must have kicked Li Qi away after crossing the bridge. You tell Wang Kai to keep them there and tell them to find Li Qi back here. If they can't find him back, then just wait there. He thought to himself, this Jiahe real estate company really didn't disappoint me. At this time, Li Qi was calling him. Xingyang immediately asked Li Qi to confirm, Uncle Su, brotherly, I've heard about it. Are you being bullied? Li Qi was a little surprised to hear this and asked, you already know everything? I didn't expect that scoundrel Xing Chan to kick me away after crossing the bridge. Xingyang comforted him after hearing this, don't worry. I will vent your anger for you. However, do you have a group chat of the company or a group of second-hand house brokers? Of course, this is my attitude to life, everyone praises it, and of course I know a lot of people. That's good. Now take a car to Haiqing Hotel. I have a surprise for you. If Ge Chang calls you back, then you can vent your anger on them, but don't say it too definitely, give them a feeling that you will come back. Okay, I'll go there now. Yes, I'll hang up now. As soon as he hung up, Xingyang ordered Dong Zong, okay, do as I instructed. Dong Zong replied, understood, Mr. Su. Then he picked up the phone and called someone, if you can do things by crossing the bridge and tearing it down, I despise this kind of person the most in my life. This kind of person must be taught a lesson. On Ge Chang's side, he began to fidget and said, Director Wang. Do you mean that this contract still needs Li Qi to sign it? Wang Kai said solemnly, we value your company and also value Li Qi. Moreover, my boss said that you can only sign the contract with Li Qi, otherwise you will have to end it today. Ge Chang replied helplessly, but maybe he is not around here anymore. This matter, could it be that Tinglong Group only agreed to cooperate because of Li Qi? Absolutely not. Wang Kai immediately said, it's okay, I can wait. But tonight, Zheng Chang interrupted Ge Chang and said, it's okay, we will contact Li Qi immediately. Director Wang, please wait a moment. Then he turned to glare at Guchang and said threateningly, shut up. If we mess with Tinglong Group, we will die without knowing how we died. Now we have to keep this order and quickly call Li Qi back. At this time, Li Qi received a call. Hello, Li Qi, where are you now? Li Qi was a little flustered after hearing this and replied, Brother Jing, let's see about talking to him. He began to order Li Qi, you quickly tell Tinglong Real Estate that you voluntarily withdraw from this project, otherwise I will find someone to kill your whole family. But Li Qi replied very wittily, Guchang, are you stupid? Now you are the ones who want to ask me for something. What are you going to use to kill my whole family? Tell Jing Chan to tell his dog to think carefully before talking to me. That's it. Li Qi, wait. After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone. Li Qi was now going to a place. He said, is this the place? That afternoon, Li Qi walked into the lobby, and the staff stood and greeted him. Welcome, Mr. Li. Yu Rong walked over and said happily, Brother Li, please come this way. As he walked, he thought, Haiqing Hotel is not a place that ordinary people like me can come to. I don't know what arrangements Uncle Su has for me to come here. Arriving at Jing Yang's room, Yu Rong said, Brother Su, Brother Li Qi is here. As soon as Jing Yang saw Li Qi, he said, Brother Li, you're finally here. Come here, sit here. Xinyang introduced, Brother Li, do you know this person? As soon as he saw his face, Li Qi immediately recognized him. President Qing, President Qing. President Qing smiled and said, it seems that little Brother Li knows me. The two shook hands happily. President Qing, you are a legendary figure. Anyone in the real estate industry in Sandai City knows you. That's too much, I'm not that famous. Xinyang said, okay, I'm looking for Brother Li this time because I have something I want to do with you. In a few days, Qing Qian will register a second-hand house agency company, preparing to represent the business of apartments owned by Tinglong Group. Right now, we plan to invite you to be the general manager of this company. You can recruit people during this time, and Qing Qian will do his best to cooperate with you. Hearing this, Li Qi was a little stunned and thought, Uncle Su wants to establish a real estate agency company. Not only does he want me to be the general manager, but he also wants Qing Qian to be my assistant. He has such a high position since when? But this must not be a dream, right? At Tinglong Group, Guchang kept scolding angrily, that trash Li Qi actually dares not to answer my call. I must chop him into pieces for the dogs to eat. President Qing looked at him and also felt annoyed, pointing his finger and scolding, damn it, it's all because of your mouth. If you hadn't said that you wanted to kill his whole family, would he have been like this? Why are you asking? Now that he doesn't come, how can we sign the contract? In my opinion, don't sign it. At this time, Wang Kai appeared and said, Gentlemen, I said I could wait. You two really made me wait for half an hour. The work efficiency is not good at all. They still didn't stop and continued to speak loudly. Director Wang, Li Qi didn't answer our phone, I have no way to do it. How about we make an appointment another day and discuss it? Wang Kai replied calmly, no need, we have just contacted Li Qi. It seems that you have fired him. If that's the case, then you don't need to come anymore in the future. To be honest, we agreed to this contract because of Li Qi's face, and Jiahe Agency will not cooperate with us. President Qing frowned and asked him, Director Wang, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. But at this time his phone was ringing. Wang Kai gently reminded, you should still answer the phone first. As soon as he picked up the phone, he shouted angrily, what's the matter? I'm at Tinglong Group discussing business with Director Wang. The other end of the line replied, Chairman Jing, about 90% of the employees have submitted their resignation applications to the personnel department. They all said that Li Qi has established a new company with the support of Tinglong Group, and the salary is several times higher than ours. Director Wang, hello, Chairman Jing. Hearing this, Wang Kai showed a serious expression and replied, I said it before, the person Tinglong Group values is Li Qi. If he is no longer your employee, then it's just right for us to recruit him and vigorously train him. He pointed his finger straight at Guchang and scolded, also, that guy surnamed Gu once offended the true master of Tinglong Group before. Because of his relationship with Li Qi. That gentleman didn't bother with him for the time being, but now, it doesn't seem necessary anymore. Guchang had nothing to say at this time and could only stammer, Director Wang, is there some misunderstanding in this matter? Even if you give me 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to offend that old boss. Suddenly Chi Yunfei appeared from somewhere and patted Guchang on the shoulder. He said sternly, "It hasn't been 2 days since the last time I dealt with you. It hasn't been long, and you have come to the door on your own initiative." Hearing this, Guchang realized, so that young man is really a big boss. Scene change at Jing Yang's office. He asked, "Has Xiao Zhao's condition been controlled?" Kylie replied with a happy smile, "My son's condition is stable now, thank you, Mr. Su. From today onwards, my life belongs to you." But he completely ignored her words and turned to ask Yu, "What about you? Have you calmed down now?" Yu also smiled happily and replied, "Boss, don't laugh at me anymore." He took out 2 bottles of medicine and said, "You two asked me for a job. Now this opportunity has come. But this job is extremely dangerous. If you two don't want to, I can also give you a sum of money to run away." Kylie replied confidently at this time, "I can do it. So do I anyway, with my weak strength, it's good to earn money." Xingyang felt very satisfied after hearing this. "Very good, this is medicine researched by my friend. It can help you master a skill, but there is also a 50% chance of dying unexpectedly." Without saying much, Kylie took the vial of medicine. So did you. The two quickly drank it down in one gulp. Suddenly, Kylie's eyes widened. "So did you use?" Kylie shouted happily. "So did you." Everyone felt pleasure when using it. Yu blurted out, This medicine is too powerful. It seems like a lot of things have been added to my mind." But Yurong quickly covered his eyes, but he still said, "At this time, I can't see you clearly. Tell me what skills you have learned, it's best to show them right here." Kylie replied, "I learned knowledge about guns and explosions. It seems that I can skillfully use all kinds of guns. There is also close combat and cold weapons." Hearing this, he turned to ask Yu, "What about you?" Yu seriously replied, "It seems that I have learned some skills in using poison. All that is engraved in my mind now is knowledge about poisonous substances that can poison people to death. As for the remaining skills, it may not be convincing to just talk about them. Sister Yurong, why don't you help me out so I can show it in reality?" At this time, Xingyang opened his eyes wide to see Yu's talent. After Yurong turned into Xingyang, he suddenly blurted out, "Me? This is Yurong? Directly wear a mask?" Yurong shyly replied, Brother Su, please don't make fun of me." Yu proudly said at this time, "This is the skill I just obtained, disguise. As long as I want to, I can disguise a person into any appearance, including fingerprints. It's a pity that this place of Sister Yurong is a bit too big. Even with my current technology, I can't cover it up. Or should we cut these 2 piles off?" she said while pulling Yurong's clothes up, causing Xingyang, who was standing opposite, to spurt nosebleeds. Yu shouted happily, "If it weren't for the medicine Brother Su gave me, I wouldn't be able to learn this skill. I will never abandon Brother Su. From today onwards I am Brother Su's person." Suddenly Yurong came over and reminded her, "Want to be Brother Su's woman? Little sister, you still have to line up. Come here and let me check your body first." "Ah, Sister Lin, have mercy. That Yu is so annoying, I can't stand it. She actually made fun of me. Ha ha ha, it's good for children to be a little lively." A moment later, Yurong and Xingyang sat in the car and went to a location. She asked, "Boss, what are you watching?" He bought some martial arts teaching videos to learn a few more things. "Boss, you are very powerful now. Last time you beat those thugs who blocked the road, you didn't need any effort at all," he replied in a gentle voice. "Men never think they are too powerful." As he spoke, he immediately thought, "Oh, am I thinking something wrong? With my current ability to comprehend, I can master the knowledge on this after reviewing these materials once. I didn't expect the system's comprehensive strengthening to have this effect. If I continue to strengthen, maybe I can become a human-shaped scanner." She suddenly spoke, "Brother Su, the car behind has been following us all the way. Slow down a little to see what they want to do." At this time, a car was tailgating them. That car accelerated to chase their car. It kept squeezing Xingyang's car inside. "Good, keep accelerating and force them to stop." Seeing this, Yuyong spoke, "My driving skills can be considered professional anyway. This little trick can't be difficult for me, let alone being forced to stop by them like this." Speaking of this, she stepped on the accelerator hard. The clock hand kept running to the maximum. Her car was also running fast. Yurong's expression became more serious in order to maintain the balance of the car. Suddenly that car swooped up and forced them to stop. Xinyan's car was squeezed to the point where it rubbed against the iron fence on the road. Then gradually slowed down. Then stopped completely. The driver in the car that was tailgating them blurted out, "Damn it." He and his subordinates came out and said, "I didn't expect this kid's driver to be something." Hearing this, Xinyan also got out of the car to meet them. "Is that so? Let me see if I'm handing over my life or sending you to die." As soon as the gangster saw him, he began to tease him. "Damn it, this kid looks pretty imposing. Remember carefully, the person you offended is Wu." Without letting him say much, he took action first. He punched him so hard that his teeth fell out. Then kicked him far away. He couldn't bear it, and vomited blood. After dealing with him, he turned around and said to the rest, "What do you want to do? I didn't expect you to take action directly. Beat you up to vent my anger first, and then ask who sent you to make trouble." Hearing this, they ran away in fear. "Don't hit us anymore, please. Dad, save me, don't hit me anymore." The scene now is that the boss and several subordinates are lying on the ground. He grabbed the boss's head and interrogated him. "Okay. Now I will ask you answer. Tell me, who sent you to make trouble?" He still said with a challenging voice, "Who asked us to come here? Why don't you guess? You like to guess, do you?" Xinyan immediately threw a punch at him. He frowned and asked again, "Do you want to guess whether I'm going to punch you to death or break your bones before punching you to death?" He stuttered in fear at this time. "It's Wu Shifan told us to come." Hearing this, he thought to himself, sure enough, it was that rich second generation who was making trouble. Before that, he sent people to the restaurant to make trouble, and then hired some gangsters to block my way. Can't those stupid rich second generations think of a more advanced trick? He turned around and left, but he didn't forget to throw him a wad of money and said, "This is for your medical expenses. Be smarter in the future, don't look for death on your own." Then he got into the car and closed the door. Yurong's expression was still in shock. Her hand was shaking as she held the steering wheel tightly. "Are you scared? Do you need to consider resigning?" "It's still too late." Xinyan asked with a smile. "No, I'm not very brave." She immediately answered with tears in her eyes, "I just..." Then suddenly burst into tears. Seeing this, Xinyan hurriedly comforted her. "Oh, look at you, why do you cry when you say you're going to cry? Quickly wipe away your tears, calm down." Yurong blushed and said, "Leave me alone, can't I cry for a while if I'm too nervous?" After finishing speaking, she thought to herself, "I didn't expect Brother Su to still care about me. It seems that he still has me in his heart." But suddenly he changed his attitude and said, "Then you can cry, go after crying, otherwise it's too dangerous to drive like this." This made her furious. "Then bid him," Xinyan shouted in fear. "Use your hands, no, use your mouth again, don't bite, deduct your salary this month." Back at Bala's shop, she kept nagging him, "How many times have I told you not to hit people, not to hit people?" Xinyan's face was now swollen like he had been stung by a bee. Bala kept pointing and scolding, "You just don't listen. If your evil spirit is so heavy, you will have bad luck." Xinyan heard this and retorted, "You said not to hit people, but didn't you just punch me?" She once again shouted angrily, "Is this called hitting? This is called giving you a lesson to remember for life. Okay. Yurong next to her spoke up for him. "Brother Su knows he was wrong, please forgive him." Bala also turned to say, "Yurong, this guy is hopeless, let's ignore him, let's go eat." A moment later, after Bala left, Xinyan secretly smiled and thought, "This little girl is still so cute when she's angry." Mu Xing called. "I asked Mu Xing to investigate Lin Zixian before, and it seems that he has investigated quite a bit." As soon as he picked up the phone, the other end of the line reported, "Boss, you asked me to follow the woman named Lin Zixian before. I just investigated and found that this person is not simple. We investigated and found that she seemed to have a blood disease called CSL, and it seems that she won't live long. Although there are now special drugs to maintain her life, the price is too expensive and some patients are allergic to the drugs. But she has a private channel to buy a kind of fake medicine, and she also buys it in large quantities. Symptoms such as coma and nosebleeds. You said she bought a large amount of fake medicine? How much does she need alone? She has a group of friends with the same disease of about 1,000 people, most of whom rely on her medicine to maintain their lives." Mu Xing continued, "But the price she sells to her fellow patients is the cost price, directly hitting the genuine drug market, and the government has begun to pay attention to her. After listening, he quickly thought, I didn't expect Lin Zuxian to have such an aspect. Mu Xing continued, in addition, Sanlin Pharmaceutical Company is also producing this fake drug again, and it seems that they intend to profit from it. It's Sanlin Pharmaceutical Company again. At this point, Xingyang gave an order, continue to monitor Lin Zuxian and wait for my news. Also, quickly collect information about Sanlin Pharmaceutical Company. Mu Xing received the order and quickly replied, understood. After hanging up the phone, he thought, now the incident of CSL's special drugs has caused a storm in society. I didn't expect Lin Zuxian to be involved in this case. If this matter is not handled properly, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as going to jail. At this time, there was another phone call. Could it be that Mu Xing still has something he didn't say? Who is it? It's that scumbag Su Jingyang. The other end of the line said in a hurried voice, Do you know that Xiao Jing wants to commit suicide? What are you doing? He replied, You are Lin Man, Chen Jing's best friend, right? If she commits suicide, you should call the police. Why are you calling me? Is Chen Jing playing the trick of committing suicide? Has she not given up, or has Huanan Group not given up? Su Jingyang, are you a man? Xiao Jing committed suicide because of you. Do you dare to take responsibility? We are now at Manhwa Cafe. If you are a man, then come here to comfort her. Xingyang heard this and replied coldly, Then you can see if I will go there, you idiot. Suddenly Baola appeared out of nowhere and said, That idiot Chen Jing is going to commit suicide? Then I'd rather believe that I am Qin Shuang. Then she asked Xingyang, Are you really not going? Xingyang replied helplessly, What are you doing? If you scare me to death, then you should prepare to stay a widow for the rest of your life. If I die, then you can break free and go find a handsome guy. Hearing this, Baola teased him again, Hey, are you really not going to comfort your ex-girlfriend? Why should you go? It's enough to light a stick of incense for this kind of ex-girlfriend during Qingming festival. No, I must go. After all, it is a human life. If it is true, then it will be counted on your head. Therefore, I must go. Even if I pull you, I will have to drag you there. At this point, he implicitly understood her intention. I take my integrity to bet, this little girl definitely has no good intentions. At the restaurant at this time, Di Jing spoke, Man, whether I can reunite with Su Jingyang this time or not all depends on you. I have now divorced Zhang Yi. If I can't reunite with him. Lin Man next to her replied, Don't worry, Jingjing, I not only want to help you two reunite, but also want that scumbag to apologize to you directly. Didn't you dump him? What's so great about that? It's all because he was incompetent at that time. Suddenly he appeared and said, That's right, I was incompetent at that time, so what do you want to say to me by inviting me here? If you wanted to commit suicide, you would have already made an appointment to meet at a coffee shop. How pleasant! As soon as Lin Man saw him, she became irritable. Su Jingyang, what are you talking about? Since you have come, it means that you still have feelings for Jingjing. Right? Don't you know how to comfort her? He sat down and said with a sneer, Lin Man, if I remember correctly, you know why she broke up with me. Moreover, you have ridiculed and mocked me more than once after that. What's wrong? Are you now coming to beg me to collect rubbish? Hearing this, she shouted angrily, Xiao Jing was wrong before, she shouldn't have left you when you were starting your business. But now she knows she was wrong, can't you forgive her? Do you know how much suffering she has suffered after following that rich second generation? How many times has she been hospitalized? Do you know? But Jingyang pretended not to care about those words and began to be unreasonable. He glared at her and said, So I know? This made her a little surprised. Lin Man kicked the table hard and shouted, That's right, you shouldn't know, but can't you accept her? She was the school belle of our school. How talented and beautiful you two were at that time. Have you forgotten? To put it bluntly, I am here today to mediate. After all, you are rich now, so you have to take good care of her. Di Jing suddenly looked at him and said in a sad voice, Xingyang, I was wrong to you at that time. If you can't accept me, I won't pester you anymore. Xingyang heard this and said, Then you quickly get out of here. Reunite? Does that mean you don't see me as a garbage dump? Lin Man slammed her hand on the table angrily and said irritably, Su Jingyang. Jingjing has apologized to you. What else do you want? I know, you definitely want to raise the price, right? As long as you agree to reunite, then the two of us can serve you together once. What's wrong? All you boys like this kind of thing. At this point, she thought to herself, according to Qingjing, Su Jingyang can now compete with Huanan Group in terms of family property. If I can really sleep with him, maybe I can rely on this relationship to demand more benefits. But Jing Yang's expression was frowning at this time, and he said in a serious voice, "Forget it, I'm afraid of getting dirty." These words made her feel surprised. "Su Jingyang, what do you mean?" Suddenly there was a call. "Honey. Honey, are you here?" As soon as he saw Bala, his eyes lit up. Even Di Jing and Lin Man were surprised. Bala walked over and took Xing Yang's arm, smiling and saying, "Honey, didn't you say you were going to offer incense to your old lover?" Seeing her like this, he immediately thought, "Very good, so you asked me to come here to act." At this time, Lin Man was so angry that her face turned dark. She looked at him with sharp eyes and said, "Su Jingyang, it seems that men really can have money. No wonder you dumped Xiao Jing. It turns out that there is a fox spirit." Bala next to her spoke as soon as she heard it. Hey, isn't the person next to you the green tea who followed the rich second generation when my husband was starting his business?" Xingyang added with her, "What's wrong? Are you now sent by Huanan Group to play the game of using feelings to turn a fake movie into a real one?" Lin Man was so angry that her face turned red after hearing this and scolded, "What emotional manipulation! How deep was their love before, do you know?" Although Jingjing abandoned Su Jingyang, didn't he have any fault at that time? You are the third person who intervened. Look at your character, you are really the kind of prostitute. Because she shouted too loudly, everyone in the restaurant could hear her. I tell you, no matter how long they have been separated, Su Jingyang will have to kneel down and beg Jingjing to reunite. At this time, Bala was also so angry that she was smoking. "Damn it. I've given you too much face, haven't I?" Seeing Bala's performance like this, he was a little surprised. So was Di Jing. Hey, what do you want to do?" Bala rushed over to hit Lin Man at this time. Suddenly Yu Rong did the same. She took out her words, raising it to hit Di Jing. "Shameless, you dare to seduce our husband, don't you know what kind of garbage you are?" Bala was not afraid at all and went to grab Lin Man's neck and hit her hard. "I originally just wanted to see which prostitute was seducing my husband, but I didn't expect you to dare to come to my door." Yu Rong on this side was also determined not to let Di Jing go. "You haven't even become a mistress yet, and you want to confront the first wife? Do you think I'm weak and easy to bully? Yu Rong, don't be lenient, teach these two prostitutes a lesson." Then the two of them rushed to fight each other. Xingyang could only helplessly look at this scene. Sure enough, she's naive, but beating people is her specialty. But why is Yu Rong also joining in? Everyone around began to make a fuss. What happened? "That's all, this matter is okay, it's going to be a mess if it keeps dragging on." At this time, he went over and hugged Bala. "And also Yu Rong. Carrying them out, what are you doing? I haven't hit enough yet." Okay, we'll talk about it later. You two bitches, I'll spare you today. If there is still a next time, I will definitely smash your dog heads." He threw Bala and Yu Rong into the car, then quickly drove away, whistling happily as he drove. Suddenly he laughed loudly. "You two are so funny, the first wife and the second wife go to beat the mistress and the fourth wife. This plot is even something that novels dare not write." Bala grabbed his head angrily. "If it weren't for contributing to help you, would we be like that? But you are still laughing. I'm going to choke you to death." Xingyang shouted in fear, "I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Okay, I still have something to do later. I'll take you two back to the restaurant first. Huh, are there fox spirits who want to seduce me again? What are you thinking? I have important things to do. At this time, his phone showed a text message from Zuxian. At Zuxian's house. Xingyang pushed the door open and walked in, saying, "Sister Zuxian, are you home?" Immediately a voice replied, "Come in." "You are here?" At this time, Zuxian appeared in a very sexy outfit. I thought you were sick. It's not. It's just that I have something to ask you for." She walked over and pressed her face against Xingyang. She said slowly, "I want to be a woman once before I die." Xingyang immediately blushed. That afternoon, Xingyang said shyly, "Sister Zuxian, you are..." But Zuxian was pressing closer and closer to him. "You don't understand what I mean very well. You don't need to understand, even don't need to remember me, of course. It would be great if you could remember. At this time, he suddenly thought, what does Lin Zuxian mean? Didn't she say that this medicine can prolong life? Why is she about to die? Is her condition getting worse? But she said she wanted to be a woman once before she died. Isn't that what I think it is? At this time, Xinjiang showed a cunning smile. If she wants to ask me to help, I will definitely be embarrassed to refuse. At this time, Xinjiang tried to calm himself down. What are you thinking? Be serious. He said softly, Sister Zuxian, your mood is a bit problematic, calm down first. Also, why me? We are not very close yet, right? But Zhu Xian still clung to him. I don't have any problems. I've thought about it for a long time, and I still want to leave something behind before I die. Leave it for you. You are the only man. Don't hug me, then I will have to ask you to take responsibility. She thought of how he had helped her when she fainted before. Hearing this, Xinjiang laughed out loud. Don't tell me you have never dated until now. I feel like you are lying to me. Then he thought to himself, in that situation, what else could I do? I couldn't just watch you fall. She acted cute with him. Anyway, I can only lie once, right? Suddenly her phone rang. She went to pick up the phone. Then she answered the phone. The other end of the line said, Sister Zhu Xian, there is an order to arrest them. They are taking action. Someone is already going to arrest you, run quickly. Hearing this, Xinjiang was also a little surprised. Zhu Xian turned to him and said, Xinjiang. Xinjiang replied, you go quickly, I know that you are sick. I also know about the fake medicine. Quickly pack up your things and follow me. After going outside, he gave an order, Mu Xing, immediately turn off all the cameras in the Century Huiding residential area. Understood, boss. Sitting in the car, Zhu Xian asked him, are you not afraid of being implicated? He quickly replied, I'm not afraid. Where are you going to take me? Your house? Isn't Baola with you? What's wrong? Are you going to explain the matter just now to her? No, I can't say it. Xinjiang's voice was a bit serious at this time. Tell me, what do you mean by saying you are going to die? Moreover, although the medicine can still maintain your life, your body is getting weaker and weaker. She heard this and replied in a weak voice, in a few months, I can only lie on the bed and prolong my life with machines. Hearing this, he laughed happily and said, just because of this reason, you want to trick me into sleeping with you? That's too weak, Then he said seriously, don't worry, you have helped so many patients and done so many good things. God will not let you die. Zhu Xian hugged him and replied at this time, I hope so. That night, Xinjiang took Zhu Xian home. Baola saw this scene and glared and asked, who is it? The freeloader, General Lin, why are you two together? As soon as she saw her, Xinjiang quickly replied, put down the knife. I will tell you slowly. Then he went over and whispered in Baola's ear, you must have heard of it before. There is a kind person on the internet who brings medicine to CSL patients and saves thousands of patients. Of course I know that the medicine was brought back from abroad by her, and I don't know how many people's lives have been saved. Hearing this, she changed her attitude to joy and said, now everyone on the internet says she is a very kind person and also named her the magical girl. Xinjiang whispered in Baola's ear and said, hey, this is the magical girl. Don't suspect it, wait and see the news, she will be exposed anyway. He said while eating the apple in his hand, now the above is sending people to arrest her, it is estimated that she will be wanted all over the city soon. Baola quickly ran to Xinjiang and questioned, then what are you doing here in a daze? Think of a way. He replied with a cold expression, what's the matter? She is going to die anyway. You quickly think of a way. At this time, Zhu Xian stood by and only smiled wryly, Then she spoke, in the coming time, I need to stay here to avoid the storm. I am troubling you too. Suddenly Baola ran over and grabbed Zhu Xian's hand and said, General Lin, you can stay here for as long as you want, it doesn't matter. You are a hero, it's okay. The freeloader brought you back here, and he will definitely have a way to help you. Xinjiang interrupted and said this matter may not be resolved in a day or two. We must be mentally prepared for a long time. In the coming time, you have to stay with Baola at all times, and stay here at night as well. Baola replied, stay with me during the day too? But I still have to go to the restaurant to take care of it. If General Lin also goes there, will she be recognized? Hearing this, he turned to remind her, you are stupid, you must disguise yourself. Tonight you two have a good sleep, and early tomorrow morning we will go to Haiqing Hotel. Freeloader, Do you really have a way? What's wrong? Don't you believe in your man? Don't worry, I will show you my secret weapon tomorrow. The next day, people protested at the police station, and everyone shouted, "Cancel the arrest warrant and release the magical girl. Please forgive her, I kneel down to you. She also has CSL, and she insists on bringing medicine to us. This is accumulating virtue. Why arrest her? She has saved so many people. She is the female bodhisattva. The genuine medicine has made me bankrupt. Without her, I can only wait to die. Sister Zhu Xian, yesterday after the arrest warrant was issued for you, many patients have come forward to complain for you today." Baola looked at Zhu Xian with affectionate eyes and said, "They all say you are a living bodhisattva who saves people from suffering and are their reborn parents." "Not at all, I'm just doing what I should do. The living bodhisattva is too much. No, you are the goddess, the female bodhisattva, the savior. If it weren't for you, I don't know how many people would be tortured by this disease and live a life worse than death." Then she turned to say to Yu, "Also, Yu is good. I didn't expect you to know how to disguise people so that no one can recognize the real from the fake." Yu smiled shyly and replied, "It's all thanks to Xinjiang. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to master this technique." Hearing this, Bala said with a proud voice, "With your skills, even if you help Sister Zhu Xian escape from those arrest warrants in the future, we can eat hot pot and sing songs." Waiting for the freeloader to settle this matter. Hearing this, Xinjiang said, "It's not that simple. You overestimate me." Baola heard this and glared at him with sharp eyes. She went over and knocked on his head and said, "Can you say something nice? You have to give us more confidence at this time." He raised his phone and replied, "Am I like this and you say I don't have confidence? I'm just afraid of trouble. Look, there's an enterprise that hasn't paid its debts to the world and is begging for abuse here." At this point, Baola could only remain silent. Then suddenly she shouted angrily, "Those Lin people are too disgusting. Now I will tear them to pieces. It's enough for them to make their own antidote, but where did they get the face to put pressure on the government, and want the government to severely punish Zhu Xian?" She quickly ran away, but Xinjiang stopped her in time. Okay, calm down." He stroked her head and said, "Don't worry, this clown jumping around will not cause any trouble. Besides, we still have a debt to settle with them. This time we have to kill them. Are you talking about the Nuanyang Budget Fund?" At that time, the Nuanyang Budget Fund split our 200 yuan donation into two parts, among which the money was counted on Sanlin Pharmaceutical Company. At that time, I was busy dealing with the Mingyang Budget Fund and Huanan Group, so I temporarily let them go. I didn't expect them to actively come to my door. At that time, Sanlin Pharmaceutical Company also participated in defrauding the budget fund. Not only did they participate, but they are still bragging that they donated 50 yuan. Thinking that the money is theirs, Baola said sternly, "If they hadn't run away before, I would have kicked their dog heads off." Seeing that she seemed upset, he went over to tease her. Okay, didn't you not suffer any losses in the end anyway?" Baola looked at him with firm eyes and asked, "Are you going to tell me that I am a fool with a fool's luck, and that everything can be easily solved?" Xinjiang answered without hesitation, "That's right, a fool has the luck of a fool, but those stupid people who know how to grab credit don't have it. Moreover, sooner or later they will push themselves into a dead end." Scene changed to Baola's restaurant. The reporters outside were shouting, "Mr. Su is here." As soon as they saw him, everyone ran to ask, "Mr. Su, do you know about the arrest warrant that was announced yesterday? Are you acquainted with Lin Zuxian?" "Mr. Su, the former boss of Ms. Cheng is Lin Zuxian. Do you admit that you know this person?" Xinjiang said sternly, "I don't know this person. Don't ask me if I have a relationship with her." After finishing speaking, he frowned and thought, "Sure enough, as soon as something happened to Lin Zuxian, the media smelled the smell and came here. On the surface, I have only met Lin Zuxian once. It's just that these media are here to get fame from the famous online restaurant owner." A female reporter came over and raised her phone and said, "Mr. Su, I am from XX Media. This time I am not here to ask about the Lin Zuxian incident. I just hope you can state your views on the content of this video." The image showed him walking close to the female student. The little girl's eyes were very frightened. Then the little girl suddenly sobbed, Don't. Inside the female reporter's phone rang, "Please, don't hit me anymore." After watching it, he questioned, where did you get this video? This is a video posted on the Quater platform not long ago. After posting it, it was removed in just a few minutes. The female reporter said sternly, the girl in the video was injured by a senior executive of Huanan Group and then helped by you, but what I want to ask is the man in the video you? At this time, Xingyang calmly replied, I can answer you no. In addition, I still need to thank you for exposing the malicious incident that tried to frame me in front of so many people. Regarding this matter, I will immediately report it to the police for handling, and at the same time ensure to everyone. I will definitely pursue this matter to the end and return my innocence. After finishing speaking, he turned and left. The man in the video is not the owner of the restaurant, right? The figure and hairstyle are exactly the same, it must be him, and if it is not him, then why hasn't he come out to clarify for several days? Bastard, I didn't expect him to help that girl with this conspiracy. He is really scum. We must punish this beast. At Sanlin Pharmaceutical. Chen Chao shouted happily, cousin, your trick is really clever. Li Chao also said, that's right, cousin, you are awesome. The two kept praising Jianya, cousin, this time you helped us avenge our revenge. We don't know how to thank you. Cousin, your move is too great. Now Su Xingyang must be exhausted by the netizens. Right? Jianya sat solemnly and replied, the people on the internet have no ability to distinguish the real from the fake, and they only know how to follow the crowd and join in the fun. But once they form a group, they will turn into a crowd that vents violence, and can gnaw the target into bones. However, fortunately, with the help of Wu Shifan, if it were not for him finding an actor who looked like Su Xingyang, this plan would not be easy to implement. On the screen at this time, the image of Wu Shifan was smiling and wagging his mouth. Thanks to the clever means of Lin Dashao. This time, it can be considered that Su Xingyang has completely lost his reputation, and there is still no movement until now. He frowned and said, this time I want to use the identity of Sanlin Pharmaceutical to announce that he must come out to explain. By then, we will secretly put pressure on him and make him die. Haha, at that time, I will definitely personally go to meet him and see him lose his reputation. At the Zhao family, President Zhao spoke, as expected of my daughter, a trick of transplanting flowers and grafting trees has made Wu Group stand opposite Su Xingyang. Now Sanlin Pharmaceutical is joining hands with Wu Group to continuously put pressure on Su Xingyang. He has no way to escape anymore. He remembered the scene of Jianya and Wu Shifan shaking hands. Xiaoman next to her also said, Wu Shifan has always suffered from Su Xingyang, and he has lost all his face. This time, it is estimated that he is secretly playing tricks and then joining forces with Sanlin Pharmaceutical to suppress Su Xingyang. I didn't expect him to use such childish methods as framing and slandering. Although it is childish, it is useful. Let's just wait and watch the show. Suddenly Zhao Xiao ran to the door and called loudly, Dad, sister. He said with a panicked expression, just now Su Xingyang posted a message that he wants to publicly respond to this incident tomorrow. But Xiaoman replied leisurely, very good. We might as well see how he responds this time. She stood up and said, it's time for the Guardian's sword to show up, right? At the press conference at this time, everyone was talking about it. Have you heard? Yesterday it seems that the relevant departments have come to find Su Xingyang. What's the use of that? It seems that they just asked a few questions and didn't take Su Xingyang back to the station. Everyone was whispering to each other, that's right, has the family of that girl been found by the media? They've been found. But their family said they wanted to keep their daughter's privacy, and refused to be interviewed. Zhao Xiaoman appeared solemnly at this time and said, Lin Dashao, pleased to meet you, Zhao Dashao. I didn't expect that Lin Dashao of Sanlin Pharmaceutical would personally come forward for a small restaurant owner. Jianya next to him said, it's the same for both of us. Ms. Zhao has also caused a lot of trouble for that restaurant owner. I am very curious, what kind of character is this that has attracted your attention? She looked at him with a serious expression and said, when you deal with Su Xingyang, maybe I will tell you. Suddenly Su Xingyang walked in, Mr. Su is out. The whole audience began to make a fuss, he looks very calm, right? He is just pretending, it can't change anything. As soon as Jianya saw him, he thought, what I have learned and what I have seen in the past few years abroad are things that these country bumpkins in the country can't imagine. This kind of lowly person who doesn't know where he jumped out of can't resist me. Seeing him, the female reporter went over to ask, Mr. Su, is today's press conference to clarify the video on the internet? Su Jingyang stood on the high platform and began to speak. That's right. But before answering your questions, I want to introduce someone to everyone. After finishing speaking, he turned to point in one direction. A man in neat attire appeared. At this time, everyone began to talk. What's the matter? I think everyone knows him. Deputy Director Xiao. Is Deputy Director Xiao. Deputy Director Xiao has come to support Su Jingyang? Could it be that Su Jingyang has been wronged? Xiao Chongran began to introduce. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Chongran, the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau of Sandai City. I am here today to clarify everything. Through rigorous investigation, we have confirmed that the incident of the video of beating a female high school student circulating on the internet is an act of framing and slander with extremely malicious circumstances. I assure everyone that no matter who is behind this malicious incident, I will definitely arrest him and punish him severely. After finishing, he stopped. Then he turned around and left. As expected of Deputy Director Xiao, with the reputation of being upright and incorruptible, his work style is strong and loud. He said what he said and left without procrastinating at all. Su Jingyang continued to manage the press conference. Regarding the incident of harming the female student just now, Deputy Director Xiao has returned my innocence. As for how to go, Director Xiao has also expressed his attitude, and I hope everyone will trust the police force. He said seriously, okay, now it's time for the most exciting part of our day. Before that, I want to introduce someone to everyone. At this time, another man walked in. Jingyang introduced. This gentleman is named Jin Nan and comes from the Pharmaceutical Analysis Center of the Yanjing Medical College. Jin Nan then took over and went on stage to introduce. Hello, everyone, I am Jin Nan. What I have in my hand is the test report of 3 kinds of medicines. These medicines come from 3 different reputable institutions. Everyone below began to wonder, what's the matter? Why are you mentioning the drug test? Wasn't today's press conference open to clarify the incident of bullying the girl? He continued, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Su Jingyang for preparing to establish a medical budget fund for Sandai City. In order to select a cooperative manufacturer, we took a medicine for testing but found some facts that made people very angry. At this time, Jin Nan's expression became upset. He shouted loudly, through testing, the inosine drug produced by a pharmaceutical company to treat chronic hepatitis. It contains 0.2 milligrams of active ingredient, but through actual testing, the active ingredient is only 0.03 milligrams. It is still this pharmaceutical company's cold and detoxifying tablets that they produce, which should have contained more than 11 kinds of traditional Chinese medicine. But in fact there are only 4 kinds. His words could not help but surprise Jianye and Xiaoman. Su Jingyang and this Jin Nan want to expose the fake medicine? That's not right. Everyone below began to shout, what is the pharmaceutical company in the end? Can Dr. Jin say the name? Hearing these words, Jianye couldn't help but worry. They want to expose Sanlin Pharmaceutical. Jingyang said this pharmaceutical company once mixed 2 toxic substances in the medicine, causing many people to be poisoned and die. The autopsy reports of these 7 victims have been secretly bought by them at a high price. Now we have found those autopsy reports and handed them over to the relevant departments. Finally, I can tell everyone that the aforementioned pharmaceutical company is named. After finishing speaking, he pointed to Jianye. Sanlin Pharmaceutical. He was pointed by name and shouted angrily, you are slandering. Mr. Lin, may I ask if what Mr. Su said is true? Mr. Lin, may I ask if people really died because of your medicine? The reporters began to surround Lin Jianye and ask, Mr. Lin, may I ask if the autopsy report was really covered up by you? He was frightened by the reporters and ran away. Get out of here. If you say anything more, I will sue you for slander. Get out of here. Only Xiaoman was left here. She was still very calm and thought, I thought this plan could lure out the guardian's sword, but Su Jingyang solved it smoothly on his own. I thought this plan could lure out the guardian's sword, but Su Jingyang solved it smoothly on his own. But this time he has declared war on Sanlin Pharmaceutical. And he will definitely catch the mastermind behind it. If those people come out, I am afraid that even the guardian's sword will not be able to protect Su Jingyang. Suddenly Zhang Lin came over and said, Mr. Su, it is really proven that I was wrong last time. The Nuanyang Budget Fund did indeed embezzle a huge amount of charity money. And the problem is extremely serious. Xingyang caught her words and asked, "So you are blocking me here to apologize to me?" She had no way to deny it, and had to tell the truth. "Consider it that way. But this time I am also here to advise you because this time you have caused too much trouble. The incident of Sanlin Pharmaceutical is directly related to the drug management system. No one has touched it for so many years, and there is a reason for it." Hearing this, Xingyang suddenly thought, "I didn't expect her to come to me this time out of good intentions." He spoke, "It seems that you know some inside information. Is it convenient to reveal a little? I can only advise you to handle this matter carefully." Zhang Lin frowned and reminded him, "Don't touch people who shouldn't be touched." But Xingyang turned and left. Before leaving, he also replied, "Thank you for your reminder, but they can attack me from where? In the light or in the dark, in the business world or in reputation, or legally, no matter which one, I will wait. I not only want to touch them, but also want to push them to death." The next morning, Xingyang walked out of the house alone. At this time, a car drove up in front of him. The person inside the car looked at him and said, "Are you Su Xingyang? Someone wants to see you, come with us." Suddenly another tall and burly man stood out and blocked his view. Seeing this, Xingyang could only smile secretly and think, sure enough, the people behind the scenes can't bear it anymore. Then they forced him to leave. "Get in the car." But Xingyang showed a cold expression and asked, "What if I refuse?" They quickly replied, "If you are asked to go, just go, what are you nagging about?" After finishing speaking, he immediately grabbed the hand of one of them. A quick move. Throwing him down. He raised his fist angrily and shouted at him, "I don't like looking at other people's faces, remember that." After finishing speaking, he punched down hard. But his punch only slipped sideways and did not aim at the man. As soon as he saw it, he was frightened. A single punch cracked the cement floor? "Is this kid human?" Another man stepped out of the car and scolded, "Kid, you are heading for death on your own, use your hands." Inside the car at this time, there was another man waiting. He spoke and said, "Young man, you are very arrogant, but there are some people you can't offend." As soon as Xingyang heard it, he suddenly remembered, "I will return these words to you, Ma Songming. TSK, the deputy leader of the City Drug Administration Bureau, the chief inspector of drug safety has come forward. It seems that this case is quite complicated." Ma Songming immediately gave an order, "Let's go." After hearing this, the follower asked in surprise, "Deputy Director, are we just leaving like this?" Ma Songming glanced at him, "Didn't you hear what I just said?" Then he thought to himself, "I haven't revealed my identity. How does he know my name? Knowing who I am and still daring to talk like that, he clearly wants to oppose me. Could this young man really be too powerful to fight me?" After the car drove away, Xingyang couldn't help but look after it with sharp eyes. He immediately called Jurong to pick him up. Arriving at the place, she quickly asked him about what happened just now. "Mr. Su, are you okay?" "I'm okay, just a loafer." Hearing him say this, she suddenly thought, which loafer drives such an expensive car? "If you hadn't told me in advance, I would have called Mr. Chen Chuxing for help just now." Xingyang said, "Mu Xing, I installed a tracking device on his body during the conflict just now. You personally take action to follow closely. The matters of the Zhao family and other families are temporarily put aside. We need to fight this battle first, I know." After handing over everything to Mu Xing, he said, "Except for the media that I have contacted in advance, no media dares to expose the fake medicine now. It seems that Zhang Lin is right. This matter is very complicated, and it will take some effort to overthrow them." Hearing this, Yurong asked him, "Mr. Su, where are we going today?" Xingyang quickly replied, "I will send you the location, and you can follow it." Scene change at the park. There was a man who had been sitting there waiting for him for a long time. Xingyang walked over. He solemnly introduced, "Hello, uncle, I am Su Xingyang. May I ask what you want to see me for?" Suddenly the man knelt down and begged him, "Mr. Su, we are sorry for you, but we have something to clarify with you." Such a scene could not help but surprise him. "What are you doing, uncle?" That man then introduced himself, "I'm Xiao Ye's father. You saved Xiao Yi and are our family's benefactor. Not only haven't we repaid you, but with this fabricated video incident, we were afraid of their revenge and didn't tell the police the truth. I'm not human." Hearing this, he suddenly remembered the little girl he had personally rescued last time. Xiao Ye's father continued, "Before, someone came to us and asked Xiao Yi to act for them. I didn't agree, and they cut me with a knife a few times. Because of me, Xiao Yi agreed to them. As expected, this was similar to what he thought. At this moment, he asked, "Is Xiao Yi being bullied?" Xiao Ye's father took out his phone, looking scared, and said, "No, Xiao Yi was only hit a few times, but my daughter secretly recorded everything that happened before. We didn't know at first, and then she told us. They threatened to kill our whole family. I just wanted to protect my family, but now we don't dare give this to the police and don't know who to turn to, so I have to give it to you." Hearing the story, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. After returning home, Jingyang immediately thought about Xiao Ye's family's situation. "I didn't expect that little girl Xiao Yi is so clever, even knowing how to record. Now that Deputy Director Xiao has also received the recording, those who played the framing game will definitely not have a peaceful life. However, maybe Ma Songming already knows about the recording. If they don't want to sit still and wait for death, they may already be preparing to attack us." At this moment, Baola ran over and called out, "Zhiyang, aren't you supposed to be out? How come you're back so soon?" He replied, "I finished dealing with work, so I came home." Then he turned and asked Sister Zhu Xian, "How has your health been these past 2 days?" The girl beside Baola quickly replied, "Thanks to you, I've been taking my medicine on time. For the time being, there are no problems." Suddenly, Yu Rong also happened to appear and said, "Brother Su, I've arranged for Xiao Ye's family to stay at the Haiqing Hotel. They should be safe for a short time." "Okay, thank you for your hard work. Sister Zhu Xian, help me catch Yu Rong." Suddenly, that girl ran up and hugged Yu Rong from behind, surprising her. "Okay, got it." "Huh? What's going on?" Baola smiled wickedly and said, "I've always been curious if Yu Rong really has big boobs. Today, I must verify it." "Don't. Let go." No one can pull Baola away when she's in this state. After struggling with the two of them for a while, Yu Rong collapsed to the floor, exhausted. Baola smiled triumphantly and said, "That was great. I've wanted to try that for a long time, but I didn't expect Yu Rong to be so big. The feeling is amazing." At this moment, Jingyang suddenly thought, "Who are you showing off to? It's not like I haven't touched them." He went over, opened his phone, looked at it, and said to everyone, "Everyone, pack up your things and hide first." "What for?" "I just received news that someone wants to come here looking for death, so I'm going to personally entertain them." At Jingyang's house. Suddenly, a car sped towards his house. Unexpectedly, a force quickly rushed into his house. "Move quickly! Don't give that kid time to react." "Got it." They broke down the door and entered. Holding iron rods, they prepared to rush in. They raised the iron rods in front of Jingyang and threatened, "We are from the XX department. Someone reported that you are hiding prohibited items here. Now we must search your house. We hope you will cooperate with our actions." Looking at them, Jingyang frowned and asked, "XX department? Don't you need to show your documents when performing official duties now? Do you really think I'm an idiot? No documents, no search warrant, directly breaking into the door. Do you know how many years you'll be fined for illegally entering a private residence?" At this point, they spoke domineeringly, "Stop talking nonsense. We are acting urgently and don't need a search warrant. Now you have committed the crime of obstructing official duties. If we hadn't seen you sitting here quietly, we would have arrested you already. This Su Jingyang is a thorn in our side. It may not be easy to coax him, so we must act quickly. You too, go inside and see if there are any suspicious items." Jingyang immediately stepped forward to stop them. "Without a search warrant or an arrest warrant, you dare enter my house to search for things? If you dare to move around recklessly, I will break your hands and feet. If word gets out, this is also legitimate defense." With that, he struck one of them. Seeing that he dared to attack, they suddenly asked, "You dare to attack the police? Now I will arrest you." Reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. The target is attacking the police. Immediately, the police rushed in. "Don't move!" But the police pointed their guns at the group of men in black. "What are you pointing your guns at me for?" "It's him. He's attacking the police." He thought in fear, "What's wrong with these people? According to the plan, shouldn't we be arresting Su Jingyang?" Police Officer Xiao spoke, "Why are you here?" "Recently, Su Jingyang was framed. Could this be related to you?" Seeing him, they stammered, "Director. Director Xiao, we received a report saying they have Xiao Chang ran? Why is he here? Could it be that they anticipated that we would come tonight? Xingyang turned and whispered to him, Boss, for my efforts this time, the matter on Lin Zhu Xian's side. Don't even think about it. You know my limits. If it weren't for your contributions, I would have arrested you long ago. If you want Lin Zhu Xian to escape punishment, then use legitimate means to think of a way. With that, he turned and left. As expected, Zhao's upright and selfless personality was destined that he wouldn't help Lin Zhu Xian. At this moment, he raised his phone and answered Bao Lei's call. Ji Yang, she said in a panic, just now, Sister Zhu Xian suddenly fainted. I don't know what's going on. He immediately called the doctor. Doctor, how much time does she have left? 6 to 7 months. If something happens, it may shorten the time. Su Xing said from the side, Young Master Su, this hospital is our property. There's no need to be afraid of being discovered by the police. Why not let Ms. Lin stay here during this time? Hearing this, Xingyang replied, it seems that if we want to save her, we still have to quickly resolve her arrest warrant. Then he looked at his phone with a surprised expression. Then he ordered Bao La, you stay here to take care of Sister Zhu Xian. Yu Rong, come with me on a trip. With that, he drove away. Yu Rong asked him in the car, Brother Su, what are you going to do? He replied, because of the substandard medicine from the Sanlin Pharmaceutical Group. Several patients died. Ji Nen has obtained their autopsy reports. If we can quickly overthrow the Sanlin Pharmaceutical Group, maybe we can use this matter to help eliminate Sister Zhu Xian's wanted status. While talking, he suddenly received a call. She answered the phone. Hello, Xiao Xiao? What's wrong? I'm working now and can't leave. Let's talk about it later. Xingyang quickly turned to inquire about the situation. If there's anything urgent, go take care of it. I'll take you there first. She smiled and replied, it's nothing. It's just that a childhood friend of mine came to Sanlin City, also because of Sister Zhu Xian's matter. They have now formed an association to protect magical girls, which is to speak out to help Sister Zhu Xian. Before Sister Zhu Xian's identity was revealed, and the people from this association ran to Sandai City. I don't know what they want to do. If she's a childhood friend, then I'll take you there first, but if they need your help, then you have to be careful. Some things that require you to stand out should be avoided as much as possible. I know. Yu Rong, thank you so much for coming. Xiao Xiao immediately said happily when she met Yu Rong again. We just arrived in Sandai City and don't know many things. We were planning to ask you if you can come to help us. We will definitely be able to save the magical girl. Inside the car, Xingyang kept thinking. Although these spontaneous organizations are not large, generally speaking, they can still create some public opinion. If they can form a scale, maybe they can really help Sister Zhu Xian. But the premise is that they are really here to help. She turned to introduce her two friends to Yu Rong. Yu Rong, they are experienced members of our organization, Shaoli and Lin Lei. We all came from different regions and this is our first time meeting. This is my childhood friend and best friend, Lin Yurong. Before, she was a customer manager at Guangming Bank, and then we all know what happened. Lin Lei went over to get acquainted as soon as he saw Yurong. Miss Lin is really beautiful and kind. I've heard about you and the two bosses of the Eat to Slim restaurant. Actually, I admire the three of you very much and hope this action will be supported by the three of you. But Yurong frowned and said, supported in what way? Seeing her unhappy expression, Xiao Xiao whispered in Yurong's ear, Yurong, we all know that you are the secretary of the boss of the Eat to Slim restaurant. Now the magical girl is wanted, and we need influential people to help clear her name. Hearing this, she replied, Xiao Xiao, no matter what the magical girl has done, she has violated the law. It's not like anyone can solve it just by standing up. And I can't make my boss stand against the law. Hearing her refusal, Xiao Xiao immediately changed her attitude and said, Yurong, why are you like this? Do you know how much the magical girl has done for the people? Do you know how many people she has saved? Now she just wants to ask your boss to come out and support her, but you can't even do that? Yurong could only sigh helplessly. This kid wasn't this naive before. How did she become useless after being out for only a few years? Then she turned and left. There's no point in discussing this. If you're looking for me for this, then you'd better leave. I can't help you. Seeing Yurong leaving, Xiaoli quickly scolded, Qiao Qiao, what do we do now? Without that boss's support we… But Qiao Qiao noticed Xingyang sitting in the car. Who's that man in the car? Looking in the direction where Yurong went. She quickly ran after her. Qiao Qiao, where are you going? Xingyang turned to look at Yurong and smiled. It seems that your reunion with your childhood friend wasn't very pleasant. But Yurong replied with a long face. It's been so many years since she contacted me. Suddenly she wants me to help. Of course, I can't be warm to her. She thought to herself, I want to ask Brother Su to help. I'll hide it for now. But Qiao Qiao quickly blocked their car door. Wait. Are you the boss of the Eat to Slim restaurant? Can you come forward to help clear the magical girl's name? We want to ask you to help. We hope your hero image online isn't just PR. Xingyang said helplessly. Is this the thing she's talking about? Wanting me to persuade you to help? Yurong had to sigh and apologize. I'm sorry, Brother Su. He turned to say, just to satisfy your sense of justice, you want me to take the plunge? Do you think you're the center of the universe? Have you ever thought about what the consequences would be? For me? As soon as she heard this, she glared and scolded. Who are you calling the center of the universe? Do you know how much the magical girl has done for the people? Although she always hides behind the scenes, she's 10,000 times better than a PR hero like you. Seeing that she was too much, Yurong also spoke to remind her, Feng Qiao Qiao, can you stop it? Lin Yurong, you. Suddenly, Lin Lei stood in front of Qiao Qiao and said, Brother Su, I'm sorry. Qiao Qiao is a bit impulsive, but she doesn't have any malice. If you don't agree to come forward, we can also understand. We won't morally bind you. We plan to organize an event to speak out in support in Sanai City, but now we are facing the problem of capital, so we hope to receive support from the aspect of capital. He forced Qiao Qiao to apologize. Qiao Qiao, you were a bit rude. Apologize to them first. Sorry, I was too excited just now. Immediately, she said softly, I also didn't expect that the two of you wouldn't want to come forward. Sorry, I was overthinking it. Yurong frowned after hearing this. What does this idiot mean? Does she think I can't recognize her sarcasm? Lin Lei said happily, I'm really sorry. Qiao Qiao is not in a good mood right now. Moreover, we have more than 10 members on the way. The cost of food and accommodation will be a large expense. We really need help from someone as wealthy as you. Xingyang turned to say to Yurong, Yurong, show some sincerity. Immediately Yurong handed them a bill. This is 1 yuan of my salary for a year. Here you go. Qiao Qiao questioned with dissatisfaction, but you clearly gave 200 at the charity party. Yurong seriously retorted, you don't need to look at my boss. His intention is my intention. If he hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have given you money. She became angry after hearing this. Yurong, what do you mean? Could it be that even you don't want to support us? Lin Lei spoke to stop Qiao Qiao's rude words. All right, Qiao Qiao. People have their own difficulties. Yurong said, believe what you want to believe. It's like playing the lute to a cow to say more to you. Feng Qiao Qiao, take care of yourself. Xiaoli stepped forward and said, this amount of money is much less than we expected. Qiao Qiao could only grit her teeth and curse inwardly. Damn it! I was planning to rope in Boss Su as the leader and provide capital for us, but I didn't expect him to be so cold-blooded. It seems that all the praise for him online is fake. Lin Lei held the money in his hand and said with a smile, this amount of money is already a lot. At least it's enough for us to do a lot. In the end, it's all because I'm useless. If I were as rich as Brother Su, how great would that be? Qiao Qiao quickly interrupted him, don't say that. That kind of man is just pretending to be moral. My sisters are fascinated by him. You are much better than him. At least you have a righteous heart. You are better than him. You are cleaner than him. Xiaoli also spoke, Brother Lei, this event needs a man to take charge. You can take this money and arrange everything. We will listen to you. Lin Lei had to sigh after hearing this, thank you both for trusting me. Brother Lei, we are counting on you for this event. Lin Lei's face changed from happy to angry, secretly cursing, damn it. I worked hard all day to earn some money. It seems I have to think of a way. Inside the car, Shenyang kept teasing Yurong. What's wrong? Are you still angry because of your best friend? Of course. I really didn't think that after not seeing her for a few years. Her brain would actually develop in reverse. She shouted angrily, "If I knew she was coming to ask me for money, I would have ignored them." Now, thinking back on what she just said, I get annoyed. I really want to tear them apart. Xingyang quickly calmed her down. "Calm down a bit. You're about to be assimilated by Bao Lao. Take this. Don't spill it." He handed her a bottle of medicine. She looked at him and said, "Brother Su, this could it be?" "That's right. This is the medicine that Duan Yu and the others drank, it's just that the effect is different," he replied. "You probably understand. The reason why I'm giving it to you now is because, cough cough, in short, it was decided after careful consideration." "I know." She squeezed the bottle of medicine in her hand and thought to herself, "Brother Su must have thought for a long time before choosing a medicine that suits me. Doesn't this prove that he cares about me in his heart? Otherwise, why would he have to spend so much time?" Xingyang continued, "This medicine can improve your language ability. Roughly speaking, it's a kind of ability that can analyze whether the other party is angry or not. This is the first bottle I'm giving you, but before that, I still have to ask you a question. Are you willing to accept it?" "Yes." Without saying another word, she drank it all in one gulp, drinking it to the last drop. She felt lighter in her heart, and closed her eyes for a nap. Xingyang looked at her and smiled. This girl, she's still smiling even when she's asleep. I don't know what kind of beautiful dream she's having. He thought to himself, I was always worried about whether I should prepare skill pills for Yurong, but I didn't have a suitable one. I didn't expect Yurong and that group of fake fans to make a mess, which actually caused the system to upgrade. This time, not only Yurong, but even Bao LA's skills can be arranged. At this time, the system panel showed a notification, detected that the host wants to establish a secretary management team. Now, various types of secretary management medicines will be opened. Secretary Management Skill Package has unlocked micro-language proficiency. Secretary Management Skill Package has unlocked commercial operations proficiency. Secretary Management Skill Package has unlocked housekeeping management proficiency. Secretary Management Skill Package has unlocked nutrition and culinary arts proficiency. After hearing this, he pondered, Yu Yang will be proficient in micro-language, and it's suitable for Bao La to be proficient in nutrition and culinary arts. As for commercial operations and housekeeping management proficiency, it seems that I haven't found suitable talents yet. Or maybe, these 2 bottles of medicine should be given to that guy. Don't give it to me. I hate taking medicine the most. Anyway, I plan to hand over several companies to him to be in charge. It is necessary to help him upgrade his strength. Right now Yurong suddenly woke up. He asked her, Are you awake? How do you feel? After a long sleep, Yurong replied in a happy mood, I feel very good, but boss, why don't you give me another bottle of kung fu medicine so that I can protect you? He looked at her helplessly and asked, Are you addicted to taking medicine? Do what you should do well. If I were to the point where I needed you to protect me, then those idiots would still need to use an organization to deal with me? But, Yurong said softly, what if I am in danger? Then she screamed inwardly, No, isn't asking this directly wanting the boss to dote on her? I'm a secretary, so isn't this being greedy? Xingyang pinched her cheek and said, You are almost always by my side. With me protecting you, what danger is there? What's wrong? Are you planning to take a long vacation or are you planning to change jobs? Yurong pouted and replied, I'm not. She smiled and said, That's right, boss, I'm looking for a house near your house. Are there any empty ones? Immediately, he agreed to her, Okay, directly buy it back, and also arrange for Lut Siley and Duan Yu to live nearby. The miscellaneous things are over. Now it's time to do serious business. At Su Xing's place. Su Xing said seriously, Brother Su, just now Jean and called to report that the autopsy report that we sent to the forensic doctor has been confirmed. Now Xiao Changran is preparing to unite with the drug testing department to follow legal procedures with Sanlin Pharmaceuticals. Xingyang said solemnly, Good, pay attention to the announcement above. Once the announcement is released, we will release all the shocking news in our hands. The news of Lin Jianya will appear in unison on the newspaper. Arrested for illegal activities. At Xingyang's room. He watched the news and said, I didn't expect Sanlin Pharmaceuticals to be so unbearable. It hasn't been a few days, and the leader of them all has been taken away. Su Xing spoke. Brother Su, although Lin Kanye has been arrested, this matter is still in a closed state. Now, apart from us, no media has announced this matter. I'm afraid. Xinjiang smiled triumphantly and replied, this matter is too sensitive. Other media definitely don't dare to say anything. We haven't applied for approval and are already announcing this kind of news with great fanfare. We will definitely be noticed by the government, right? Su Xing said with a solemn and sad voice, it's not that simple. We have been severely criticized by the government for this matter. Ma Songming thought that blocking the mouths of the media would be no problem anymore. He stood up and said with a firm voice, unfortunately, what I want is to poke through this matter. Now, even if they can suppress this matter in the end, they can't turn back anymore. With that, he turned and left. I, on the contrary, want to see what a deputy leader of the drug testing department can do to deal with me. As he walked, he pondered, I've investigated Ma Songming's background almost completely, but I didn't expect his connections to not even reach the provincial level. Now that things have reached this point, his backers probably won't recklessly act for him. Given the current situation, Ma Songming is almost betting on the last game, right? Suddenly, a police officer came over and called out, Su Xinjiang. We suspect you are involved in a criminal case that disrupts social order. Now we are arresting you. Come with us. Then the police tied Xinjiang up and took him away. He followed the order, thinking to himself, is that all? I've pushed him to the end, and all he's given me is an arrest warrant? Ma Songming, it seems I overestimated you. At the police station, the police locked him in jail and said, don't fight without permission, or you will be severely punished. Wait for us. We will come to interrogate you in 4 hours. He looked at the surrounding scene and thought, after bringing me in here, they still haven't told me what I've done to disrupt social order, and directly threw me into jail. It seems there's also a show here. Unexpectedly, Jianya was also in there. He spoke, isn't this Brother Su? Why are you being arrested here after not seeing you for a few days? But if you're already here, then it wouldn't be too much for us to treat you a little, right? Suddenly, several fellow prisoners stood up around him. And Jianya sat in a corner, smiling triumphantly. I thought you were so capable. As a result, you were still sent here. But if you've come, you have to leave a souvenir anyway, right? A prisoner shouted loudly, go over there and sit down. He listened to him and thought, I thought Ma Songming would play new tricks, but that's all there is? It seems that with his ability, he still can't use high-tech torture, but this jail is probably deliberately arranged by Ma Songming, right? He smiled triumphantly and said, Su Xinjiang, you thought you were so capable and wanted to touch our Lin family? But Xinjiang calmly replied, No, I want to destroy your Lin family. Moreover, these little things can't show whether I'm capable or not. He suddenly burst out laughing and praised him. Good, I didn't expect you to still be so loud-mouthed. Is there something wrong with your head? Don't you realize this is a trap? We want to kill you in here. Jianya ordered, brothers, you guys can play slowly. Don't let him die too comfortably. Xinjiang ridiculed, I thought you were the boss of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals. It turns out you're not more imposing than your two cousins. TSK, really unexpected. Also, you're just a piece of trash. With that, he broke the handcuffs. His actions surprised the gangsters. Jianya stood up leisurely and said, Su Xinjiang, you're a stupid idiot. I guarantee you. In less than 10 minutes, you will regret provoking me. Suddenly, a burly prisoner was sent flying away by him. Seeing this, he turned around with a frightened expression. What's going on? Could it be that Su Xinjiang? Xinjiang took down one by one. Is that all? A bunch of trash. He looked at him and said triumphantly, now it's your turn. At a meeting the next day, everyone sat around discussing Su Xinjiang's matter. I'm still worried about the other side making trouble. Don't worry. Shen Haohai spoke, you've also seen young Master Su's strength. They won't easily achieve their goals. Xia Zhihao also said, but what if they play dirty tricks? Changming said, should we report this to Xiao Changran? Shen Haohai said seriously, he definitely knows, but he will also use this matter to attack another faction. Su Xing beside him also spoke, calm down. Young Master Su has anticipated this situation and has also arranged it properly. Now, if we interfere, we might disrupt his layout. Are we just going to sit here and do nothing? Su Xing smiled and replied firmly, I believe in young Master Su. That morning. These bastards are so annoying. The boss Su of this restaurant has been arrested for exposing the fake medicine of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals. Before, I also saw the news that someone dressed as a police officer came to his house to arrest him. No way? Isn't the government in charge? I also just saw that news. Little Su has done so much for us. We can't sit here idly. Now I have to go to the government to complain. At least, they have to give a reason. A group of people stood in front of the store at this time. Me too, we can't let Boss Su be wrong. I'm going too. Me too. Me too. Outside, Shaoli shouted, Lin Zuxian is innocent. Cancel the arrest warrant. Looking outside, Xinjiang also said with some melancholy, youth is really good. They always think they can get what they want. I hope they won't be slapped in the face by reality in the end. On the way back, Su Xing asked him, Brother Su, will their actions affect Ms. Lin Zuxian? Do you need me to find someone to drive them away? I've asked the lawyer to verify it many times. Lin Zuxian sold fake and substandard medicine. The amount involved in the case is 16 yuan, but the profit is less than 5%. Xinjiang said, if you reduce the prosecution, the maximum penalty is 5 years. The lawyer also frowned and said, what the penalty is not something you businessmen need to worry about. It's as if the law is not to earn a good reputation for us. As for Sanlin Pharmaceuticals, because of what they did was too heinous, it can be said that they are completely finished. First, the chairman of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals, Lin Jianye's father, was directly sentenced to death. Although the perpetrator is dead, because the circumstances are extremely harsh, other senior executives of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals cannot escape punishment. Lin Jianye and his 2 younger brothers were directly sentenced to life imprisonment, and others were sentenced to at least 20 years. At this point, we can finally be said to have eradicated Sanlin Pharmaceuticals. Without the disruption of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals, coupled with the establishment of a funding fund, this helps Sister Zhu Xian gain a lot of advantages. At this time. Really? Lin Lei reassured everyone, everyone go first. I'm going back to the hotel to get some things and conveniently notify others. Qiao also smiled and replied, okay, they are outside the parking lot of the diet restaurant. At that time, everyone can go there first. Got it. Everyone go first. We will come right away. With that, Qiao and Shaoli left. Suddenly, Qiao changed her face and said, what's wrong? Are you very afraid of meeting? This Su Jingyang has always not told us the truth, he must want to exclude us. In this way, he will have the opportunity to plot evil with Sister Zhu Xian. Otherwise, how could he spend so much money on her? And Jingyang outside the car kept thinking about Zhu Xian's matter. I must remind Sister Zhu Xian not to let this scumbag succeed. Qiao went to say to Zhu Xian, Sister Zhu Xian, although he helped you solve the matter, don't be so extreme. As long as it doesn't cause any trouble, this little public opinion can still help us. Xinjiang sitting in the car spoke, I understand. Then I will find someone to keep an eye on them. That's right, take me back first. Xiao Changran has helped me contact the inspector. Before everything in Sanlin Pharmaceuticals is over, I need to rest. A few days later, at the prosecutorate, the lawyer said to him, Hello, Mr. Su, I am Inspector Sun Jingfa's representative. I am very pleased to be invited by you to conduct negotiations, but before that, I have a few side questions to deal with. Old Xiao, according to regulations, you should not interfere in Lin Zuxian's matter this time. You have overstepped the boundaries. Humph, it doesn't violate the rules anyway. Looking at the lawyer, Xinjiang kept pondering, looking at this posture, Sun Jingfa is probably the same type of person as Xiao Changran. The lawyer continued, all right, back to the main issue. We will continue with Ms. Lin Zuxian's matter. Although there are many supportive comments on the internet, this is not enough to withdraw the lawsuit. Xinjiang smiled after hearing this and thought, not enough to withdraw the lawsuit means that it is not completely impossible to negotiate. He asked again, could it be that if the people don't think of our goodness, we won't enforce the law? It is quite generous that you use 16,000 yuan to redeem Lin Zuxian. The lawyer went to the opposite side of Xinjiang and asked, can I ask what is the relationship between you and Lin Zuxian? Xinjiang laughed and replied, we are just friends. He continued to say, this matter is beneficial to the people and does not lack humanity. We have no reason to refuse. Then thank you, leader. After the 3 parties reached a consensus, we also began to implement the initial plan to deal with Ma Songming and Sanlin Pharmaceuticals. After strict investigation, the Drug Management Department conducted a large-scale rectification and reform, and many people were demoted, dismissed, and reviewed, including Ma Songming. Although I didn't see Ma Songming being killed with one blow, he has many enemies, and trouble will naturally find him later. The prosecution naturally withdrew the lawsuit, and the arrest warrant was revoked accordingly. Sister Zhu Xian also appeared in public for the first time. At this time, Jin Yang was driving to pick up Zhu Xian. Zhu Xian sat in the car and breathed a sigh of relief. Bao La turned to say, "Sister Zhu Xian, the story is solved, isn't that good?" Jin Yang also spoke after hearing this. Sister Zhu Xian has always been nervous these days, and now she can relax a little. Let her go, not everyone is as heartless as you. As soon as he said this, Bao La pinched his ear, causing him to cry out in pain, "I'm going to bite you to death." "Damn it, are you a dog?" All right, everyone stop messing around. Yu Rong sat in a corner. She was constantly looking at her phone. On the other end of the line was Xiao Xiao. "Hello, Yu Rong. I heard that you donated to build a charity hospital, so Sister Zhu Xian is now free of guilt? Can we meet her a bit? We want to meet her. I'll ask. Everyone come to the outside of the parking lot of the diet restaurant. Sister Zhu Xian said to meet there. Okay, thank you." Hanging up the phone, Xiao Xiao happily shouted, "There's good news. We can meet the real Lin Zhu Xian." Hearing this, Lin Lei's expression was a little unspeakable. They also met on the weekend. Yu Rong introduced Zhu Xian to Xiao Xiao and Shaoli. "This is Lin Zhu Xian, everyone's magical girl." Zhu Xian said softly, "Hello everyone. I heard about everyone's appeal. Thank you for your concern. You must not say that." Xiao Xiao at this time happily said, "We all admire your deeds very much. We will always support you from the bottom of our hearts." Zhu Xian also smiled and replied, "Thank you, but this matter is illegal after all. In the future, we will still do things that are in line with the law." Then she lowered her head and said, "Are there other people coming? Sister Zhu Xian's body is not good, she can't wait for a long time." Lin Lei went back to notify the others that were coming soon. Xiao Xiao spoke to reassure her, "Sister Zhu Xian, wait a moment. The person who planned this activity is coming soon. Although he doesn't have any money, he is very clever and very insightful and has a sense of justice. Moreover, he is extremely kind in his heart, and is extremely compatible with you. You must wait for him to come to meet you. He and Sister Zhu Xian are extremely compatible." At this time, Jin Yang poked his head out and said, "Pay attention to the time. I received news that the reporter is heading here. If Sister Zhu Xian is photographed now, it will be a little troublesome more or less. But you must see the right person, some people work for a purpose, you should not see the money." Hearing his words, Bao La couldn't stop being stunned.